In one day, 15 years ago, our world was turned upside down and changed forever. There were rifts, magical portals from which demons came out, but also a system of levels and abilities so that people could protect themselves. People who protect our world from demons began to be called adventurers. Adventurers choose their own style to fight demons. These are called classes. Sorcerers are very slow and have difficulty controlling magic. This class is considered to be too weak and helpless against demons. Our main character's name is Charles. He chose a class with high ease, a thief. It seemed to him that, to begin with, it was necessary to gain more experience and improve survival skills. Over time, he gained an incredible amount of experience and became one of the strongest adventurers. He was nicknamed the Sword of Divine Speed. Every year, the rifts became bigger and appeared more often, but Charles believed that he could protect people and this world from demons. He was not the only one who had such a desire. Many other adventurers also did their best to save the world. But one day something unexpected happened. Charles was informed that he was being excluded from the list of the Sword of Fame. Charles did not understand why this happened and began to ask many questions, but he was answered that he himself should know the reasons. Each year, the level of monsters increases. Now, Charles's attacks are ineffective against high-ranked monsters. Lacking support and recovery skills, the divine speed sword became a burden to adventurers. The times when thieves were very strong and necessary are long gone. The world is changing fast. He was informed that now thieves will only be useful for extracting materials from low-level monsters. Against the strongest demons, it will be more useful to have a sorcerer in the group who can deal real damage to opponents. Also, the guild decided to deprive Charles of rank C, because the new rifts are much stronger than the previous ones. He could not believe that this really happened. Charles had risked his life many times, and now he is being thrown away like garbage. Even though he has lost his battle prowess, he is still one of the strongest adventurers in the field of poison. Mark was one of the guild members. He looked at Charles and said he had one request. It was encouraging. Charles thought that he would be entrusted with something important. But Mark asked to pretend that they no longer knew each other. It was a painful blow for the boy. He took risks and gave all his strength for the sake of others for so many years, and now he realized that he was useless. Charles became depressed. He did not leave the house, smoked a lot, and drank alcohol. He spent his entire life working as an adventurer, thinking he would always fight demons for his country. And after all these sacrifices, he was thrown away like trash, which is hard for even a strong warrior to accept. Charles noticed that he began to lag behind others, so he spent a lot on consumables. He spent all the money on various magic potions and equipment, and now he has nothing left. Now he won't be able to earn from cleaning high-ranked rifts because the guild stripped him of his rank. According to the news, he heard that the Sword of Glory was sent to a neighboring country. They managed to conquer the rift of the Dark Estate. It was hard to watch his team continue to succeed without him. He opened the comments and saw that people remembered him, but someone wrote that Charles was always a ballast for the team. This made the boy very angry. Yesterday he was a hero and the leader of the team, and today he is called ballast. He thought that he made a mistake with the choice of class. If he sells all the equipment and potions, then he can live for a few more months. But there were memories in his eyes, memories of those glorious days of victories and universal recognition. Tears appeared in his eyes. He spent his whole life on this team. It causes him terrible pain. Charles lay down on the bed and began to think about what he should do next, and so far, there were almost no ideas. He received an urgent message on his phone saying that an S-class monster had appeared in the city center, and he needed to hide immediately. Charles thought that it looked quite strange. The S-class monster appeared at the exact moment when the Sword of Glory is not in the country. He understood that there are no more strong adventurers in this city who can defeat this monster. Charles began to think. He understood that it would also be difficult for him to defeat this monster. But he also knew that this was his chance to declare himself and show that he was prematurely deprived of rank C, and that he is still capable of much more. An S-class monster is a real test for every adventurer. Such demons are not to be trifled with. The slightest mistake can cost lives. Charles was happy that he did not have time to sell his equipment and immediately set out to meet the monster. It will not be easy for him. In front of him is the time dragon Kronos, a rather pathetic name for a demon. Charles asked him to remember this day because it would be his last. The guy ran into the attack with hopes that he could use his vast experience and defeat a strong opponent. Charles understood that the inhabitants of the city were evacuated, and he only needed to hold out until the arrival of other adventurers. Although the plan looked quite simple, In real life, everything is much more difficult, especially when you are fighting a time dragon. This giant attacked with fire and his sharp claws. It was difficult to dodge all of his fast attacks. Charles understood that his opponent was too fast and felt it on his own body. It seems that our hero started having problems. Having missed several dangerous attacks from the dragon, the boy began to doubt whether it was necessary to come here. Kronos looked very confident, his white armor glinting in the sun and adding to his majesty. Charles understood that with such an opponent, one must always keep his distance and threw a poisonous sickle at him. This attack did nothing. The boy understands that it will be difficult to pierce the skin of the dragon, but he hoped that he would succeed. They have two different levels. If Charles did not specialize in speed, he would have died a long time ago, so the situation is very difficult. The guy realized that he had no other options but to go all in and use the Thief's Claws. Thief's Claw is one of the skills of this class. Thanks to this attack, the thief can steal an item from the opponent. Such a serious demon must have very powerful items. Charles hoped he could get a powerful weapon if he was lucky. But the demon turned out to be too strong. It began to rapidly attack and seriously wounded the boy in the chest area. It seems that the thief's cunning plan was foiled. It is better for him to stay in the apartment and watch series on Netflix. His eyes began to darken. Is this really the end of the glorious warrior, and now his story will end so easily? They were always called heroes, but today he could only hold on for a few minutes. He is too weak. Charles thought that if he could survive, he would certainly become stronger and saw an interesting object in his hand. At first, he didn't understand what it was. Did he get this item with the help of a thief's claw attack? This is the mythical dial of the god of time. It allows you to turn back time by 10 years. When used, the item will disappear from all timelines. Charles first heard about mythic class items. At first, he thought it was some kind of joke the dragon played on him. But Kronos looked very serious and wanted to finish off the wounded opponent. Charles had almost no time left. The guy realized that there is no point in thinking and decided to try to use this mythical, mysterious gift. A second before the Dragon Claw's fatal attack, Charles activated a mythical item and attempted to turn back time. After that, a huge dragon claw pierced through his body, but the question is, did the time dial have time to work? These were strange feelings. The boy did not understand whether he was dead or alive. It was quite uncomfortable. A little later, he opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in bed in his apartment. He had not yet seen that he had become 10 years younger. He immediately took the watch and made sure that the time had really changed, but so far it seemed to him that it was only a dream. He went to the window and opened the curtains to see what was happening outside the window. Then he took out his phone and made sure that it was really 2030. It seemed almost impossible. He immediately remembered that the mythical class time god's dial allows you to go back 10 years. He decided to check his battle class and saw that he had no class, so he really did go back in time. He succeeded. Charles confidently promised himself this time to become the strongest adventurer in the world. Now, there were completely different realities in this world. Ordinary people were very scared because of the rifts and demons. Levels and sizes of monsters are constantly growing, and on TV, they constantly said that this could become a real disaster for humanity. Charles was quickly convinced that he was really in the world of 10 years ago. This is a unique feeling. In the future, there won't be so much talk about faults. The point was that people should have a high level. Charles understood that by returning to the past, he received an incredible advantage over others. Now he needs to get as much experience and rare items as possible. Knowledge is his main weapon. But first, of course, he must get the adventurer class. For this, you need to rise to the 10th level. There are special rifts for low-level adventurers who have not yet received a class. These faults are not cleared and are under control. Charles immediately realized that this was an ideal opportunity to level up. He decided to go to the first F-rank rift, the Goblin Cave, to try to get the 6th level. He was not one of those who ran in these rifts and raised his level in the hope of getting a class. There were other promising warriors who fell asleep with dreams of waking up as adventurers one day. One of these was an O'Hara, a level 16 two-handed sword warrior who helps newcomers to this rift. He said that it is dangerous to hunt monsters alone. Goblins can surround, and then it will be difficult to get out of this rift. Usually people called O'Hara a guide. Charles thought he didn't look like a bad guy. O'Hara said that the company had heavy losses due to problems with faults, and therefore he decided to become a conductor. This man thought that the work of a guide is a great hobby and additional income. Charles soon continued to destroy the goblins and was able to get to the 10th level very quickly. He got 6 experience points and 2 skill points for it, which is a pretty good start for a young talent. This talkative guide immediately greeted the new friend and said that Charles is learning and progressing very quickly. O'Hara believed that Charles could become a great adventurer. He did not know that the owner of the S-Class was in front of him. O'Hara said that by rising to the 10th level, you can get a class, and Charles should definitely think carefully about the future choice. The guide said that he could always give advice, but he hardly had more experience than an experienced adventurer. The class you will get depends on your abilities and characteristics. Skills can be bought with points. O'Hara advised Charles to choose the warrior class and promised to teach him many tricks and techniques. Although, after analyzing the boy, he admitted that the class of thief is more suitable for him, as if he was born for this. O'Hara was too talkative. He kept talking to Charles and asking him a million questions. He asked the boy if he knew how to get a class, as if he himself was the most professional adventurer. He also wondered if Charles had been taught in class to activate acceleration and amplification. The skills of acceleration and strengthening increase the physical parameters of the adventurer. You can call it a base. Of course, these skills are very important, but in order to become the strongest adventurer, it is better not to spend skill points on this. Charles thought all evening and realized what he needed now. O'Hara started screaming and asked him not to do it. Charles purchased softball for 5 points. It reduces fall damage and increases gravity resistance. O'Hara considered it an unnecessary skill that could be needed in few places. There are too few high places around to use this. The man decided to give some more advice to the boy. It seems that Charles did not hear him at all and continued to improve the softball skill by spending his points. O'Hara was incredibly angry because the boy spent all the points on a soft fall. It seemed absurd to him. O'Hara thought that with such abilities, only the swordsman or peasant class would suit a boy now. He was even more surprised when Charles finally chose his class. He said he would be a gravity master. It was a hidden class. The gravity master only appears when all points are used for the softball skill. It was found much later due to the strict conditions of appearance. Even after its discovery, no one wanted to choose this class due to weak abilities. Even after 10 years, no one has solved the secret of this class, but Charles understood the essence of gravity when he was a rank adventurer. Gravity Master is the strongest class possible. O'Hara tried to stop the boy and talk him into becoming a swordsman, but it was impossible to do. This is exactly what Charles wanted. He confirmed his choice and became a master of gravity. He immediately gained the skill of gravity magic and gravity control, which is the basis of this class. Charles looked very satisfied and happy. All his experience told him that this was the right choice. With this class, he will definitely be able to become the strongest adventurer in the world. This time, he will definitely take a different path. O'Hara approached the boy and said that the magic class was not very suitable for him. He still could not come to terms with the fact that Charles did not listen to him. He said that there is a high probability that Charles will not be able to live long. With such a class, it is difficult to fight demons. The man had tears in his eyes and said that the boy had better not become an adventurer. At this time, melee classes are considered to be much stronger than others. This conversation ended unexpectedly because strange things began to happen in this rift. Next to Charles in the guide appeared a demon, a red cap of the 17th level, a real test for every warrior. O'Hara was very scared. Monsters of such a high level should not appear in this place. This is some kind of anomaly. O'Hara was in this place because he was not sure of his strength in real combat. He saw that around him were young adventurers of no more than 10th level. It was necessary to urgently save their lives. O'Hara realized that this was his prime time. He ordered Charles to flee with the others and promised to distract this monster. Charles saw what was happening and realized that O'Hara would not be able to defeat the Red Hood. This monster is too strong for the guide. If you do not urgently intervene in this battle, the leader may retire early. O'Hara is not used to fighting opponents of his level or even higher level. He is an ordinary guide and can only destroy weak demons. O'Hara began to scream and call for help from adventurers above level 15, but so far no one came to his aid. It was clear that he would not be able to defeat such a strong opponent. One mistake, and he would be dead. Charles watched this with the other adventurers. He thought he couldn't help because his level was too low right now. The boy felt it very well. He could not even clearly see the Red Hood's movements. His gravity magic is too weak, and he doesn't know that much about his abilities. At that moment, Charles remembered the first meeting with the O'Hara when this experienced guide tried to save him from danger. The boy realized that he could not leave such a good boy to his own devices. During this time, he managed to fall in love with O'Hara. It's time to use your sword and abilities to protect your friend. As soon as the conductor saw that Charles was trying to help him, he began to shout and stop him. He believed that they would both die now. O'Hara said that Charles' magic class is too weak. With such a difference in strength, he will die quickly. As always, the boy almost did not listen to the guide. He looked at the red cap and said that now he will test his new powers on him. He is ready to risk his second life to find out what the stronger class is capable of. If you don't defeat the Red Riding Hood now, there is hardly any chance to escape, so it's an all-in game. The demon immediately switched its attention to the young boy and ran to attack. It was time for decisive action. The weak point of magical classes is the lack of physical ability. Sorcerers are highly dependent on the help of other classes. But Gravity Master is not like that. He can improve physical parameters in exchange for mana. Charles began to control his gravitational force and weaken the gravity around him. The real magic began. O'Hara watched his friend as if bewitched and did not understand how he was moving so fast. Charles immediately reduced the gravity and thus accelerated his movements. A brilliant decision in a critical situation. The movements of everyone around have become much more predictable, which can be used to an advantage during combat. It doesn't matter what your opponent does if you can read his future moves. The Red Cap did not yet understand that his end was approaching with the speed of light. He was sure that he would easily kill this arrogant boy. He did not know that in his past life, Charles had won more than 1,000 battles, using only his own speed. O'Hara couldn't believe his eyes. Using a low-level magic class, Charles was able to injure the Red Hood. Gravity Master is a special class with high physical stats due to mana control. In the early stages, the monster's movements are too predictable. With speed, you can easily dodge the demon's attacks. Having mastered the required skill, the potential of the Gravity Master class reaches incredible heights. Everyone around understood that they had a future legend in front of them. The boy's confidence was at an incredible level. Charles looked at his friend and ordered him to attack the Red Hood. At first, the experienced guide started to worry, but then he got a hold of himself and trusted his instincts. He took out his sword and ran to attack. At this moment, he looked like a real predator attacking his prey. In vain, the Red Cap turned his back on Charles. The boy immediately activated the gravity chains. Little Red Riding Hood realized belatedly that this pack of low-ranking adventurers was actually too dangerous. It was too late to run away because after 2 seconds, O'Hara sent this demon to hell. 28 experience points and a level up to 12 were received for defeating the monster. Charles was satisfied. With the Gravity Master class, he could definitely become the strongest adventurer in the world. Other young adventurers looked at him with delight. They did not understand how a novice could defeat the Red Cap. O'Hara couldn't do any damage to this monster, and Charles, with his low level, was able to defeat the demon. Fantastic. It seems that this guy is also a monster in some sense, and he doesn't even realize it. Charles looked at him and did not understand who he was. Even the word genius does not fit his description. Charles immediately felt weak. He used all his mana to activate the Gravity Master skill. At this moment, it was difficult for him to even move a finger. In the future, this nuance should be corrected. And O'Hara immediately approached the boy, thanked him for saving him, and offered help. Charles was pleased to hear words of gratitude. He hadn't felt like a real hero who could save others for a long time. Besides O'Hara, there were many other low-level adventurers, all of whom were saved. The guide thanked his friend not only for saving him, but also for helping him overcome fear. O'Hara always lacks the courage to fight strong monsters, so he always hunts only lower demons. Now that Charles has helped him take a step forward, it's time to end the role of guide. O'Hara was happy that he personally managed to see the birth of a new legend. Winged by the victory over fear, O'Hara took his savior in his arms and helped him. A few days passed, Charles learned what his gravity magic was capable of, and now it was time to level up. But it will be difficult to do it alone, so you need to find a temporary team. Not everyone around has heard of the Gravity Master class. No wonder, because it is a hidden class. The Gravity Master was known to be a magical class with low characteristics. When Charles said he was looking for a team, he was looked at as a fool who couldn't fight real monsters. At the moment, there are several available low-ranking teams that may interest Charles. The guy asked to see these commands, but the woman replied that his characteristics were too low and he might have difficulties. Charles looked upset. He has a rare and unknown class. One should have expected such a reception. The guy asked to give him an opportunity to talk with the heads of these teams. Adventurer Jack entered the room. He heard that the registrar had problems and asked Charles not to be so intrusive. Charles immediately asked the boy who he was. Jack pretended that he was a world-famous superstar. Then this cocky boy said that he was the leader of a famous group of Thunder Knights. Jack has a warrior class. He also said that magic classes are not needed. This was said to insult Charles. He started mocking him and said that magic classes were created for those who are afraid to be around demons. That is why, in his opinion, Wizards cannot be called adventurers. He said that Charles should regret the wrong choice. According to him, Charles has a very rare class with low stats. Jack said that his class is also rare, but he can achieve greatness, unlike Charles. This self-confident boy liked to show off his talents and decided to show the power of lightning. This is a very rare class with high stats and strong skills. Jack was happy he chose this option. Everyone around started talking about Jack. People appreciated his talent and called him a future professional adventurer. The registrar said that using skills is forbidden in the guild, but Jack reassured her and said that he only showed his power to a newbie. He looked at Charles and said that they were not going to take the garbage to themselves and explained that no one would take their team to a stranger. He believed that Charles behaved like a fool. Adventurers are not volunteers to help everyone. Charles knew well that the Thunder Knight is a class that specializes in attack, but it has slow movements and difficult implementation of abilities. It should be very weak against an opponent who specializes in speed or against those who can defend against lightning. Meanwhile, everyone mocked Charles. They found it funny that a weak wizard of a low class was trying to get into the team. Everyone wanted to get the Thunder Knight class. Rumor has it that high starting stats are required to get this class. Charles understood that not much time had passed since the first rift appeared. Maybe he was better off alone until he earned the trust of others. Charles completely forgot what was before when the emphasis was on effective abilities and high characteristics. He returned to the registrar and said that he had changed his mind and decided to be alone for now. Jack smiled and said that Charles had better forget about the idea of becoming an adventurer and try to stay alive. Charles did not pay much attention to him at all and did not get angry. He thanked him for the advice and left. Now he decided to go to the room where the archives of the Adventurers Guild are kept. He understands that in order to win the trust of others, a temporary team will not be enough. It is better to find people with whom you can create a full-fledged group and remember the importance of compatibility with his gravitational abilities. The boy also thought that it was necessary to raise the combat level and earn some achievements. He was able to defeat the Red Hood without problems because the movements of low-level monsters are too predictable. Charles has figured out how to use the forces of gravity. Maybe now we need to level up and go to high-level rifts? Studying the archives, he realized that the best rift for him at the moment is the 25th level stone temple. This rift is created to increase the level and loot of stones and is under the control of the guild. In this rift, statues appear that are very easy to defeat. If you are an average hunter, it will not be difficult. This rift is like a dungeon for beginners. If Charles hunts alone, he will be able to gather a team faster. Now he is at the 12th level, which is not much, and he urgently needs to increase his qualifications. Charles wondered, as he leveled up in the stone temple, would he be able to find classes suitable for his abilities? He decided not to wait and immediately go to the crack of the stone temple. But this was not a children's room for fun. Even the most talented adventurers failed here. Only for the talents of true talent it can be easy. But for everyone else, it is not an easy test. The stone statues look like monsters from horror movies. Even Charles will have a hard time fighting them. The registrar was surprised that a boy at the 12th level wanted to go to the stone temple. It seemed crazy to her. Charles said that he had read the rules carefully and there was nothing illegal about it. Jessica knew this, but warned the boy that he was going to die because the recommended level for this fault is 25. She warned that the fault lines are not stable and very serious opponents can meet there. Charles was not worried at all and said that everything would be fine. He would look around and be right back. You can't get stronger without taking risks. Charles has to defeat strong monsters to increase his level. He got to the stone temple and promised himself that he would not stay here for long. The boy understood that it was enough for him to defeat at least one monster to increase his level. The stone statues were very cunning and treacherous. One careless step and you could lose your head. But all these tricks were too cheap for the former S-class adventurer. Seeing the opponent of the 20th level, Charles thought that it would not be difficult for him to defeat this monster. Although the stone statue tried to cut off his head, the boy easily dodged and showed that he was on another level. He was smiling and showed no signs of excitement at all. We are in for a real master class from a young master. Charles activated gravity relaxation, a skill he had trained in the previous duel. He already knew how to fight and what to do in conditions of weakened gravity, unlike his opponent. Even with this level, the stone statue is still an easy opponent. Charles can see through all his movements. The boy instantly got close and started attacking with his sword. It was a filigree technique. The brick statue was able to withstand the boy's attacks. This stone man is quite strong, but only good at defense. Looks like round 2 is about to start now. The brick man is hungry for revenge and is coming forward. It looks quite strange. Even knowing that Charles is much faster, he still flies into the attack without thinking. Charles weakened the surrounding gravity again to demonstrate his technique. But now he used a new trick. After weakening the gravity, he immediately doubled the surrounding gravity. The brickman could not cope with this false maneuver. He did not have time to dodge the boy's attack at all. Charles instantly cut him in two. Even concrete could not withstand the attack of this talented boy. His plan worked, reducing the pressure and accelerating before the final strike. A very powerful attack came out. Charles immediately gained 28 experience points and increased his level to 16. In addition, he received 8 skill points. The boy was satisfied with his journey to the stone temple. He immediately decided to upgrade his fighting skills. He wanted to gain gravity magic and gravity control. But there is one problem. Now he only has enough points to upgrade one skill, so he decided to choose gravity control. 10 points were spent on improving gravity control to level 2. It looks like it will now be able to control the direction of the pressure and not just change the weight. A pretty significant improvement. Depending on the use, this can provide serious advantages in different circumstances. Charles was satisfied. He had achieved what he wanted and was about to return to the real world, but something stopped him. He found the demon core, a magical stone that would be enough to confirm his victory over the brick statue. The boy was already ready to return but realized that he still had a lot of mana left. He decided to test his new ability against other brick statues. The party is just getting started. Meanwhile, not only was he destroying the brick statues, Jack was also doing the same with a lightning strike. It looked pretty effective. Despite his long tongue, this guy really knows how to fight. His friends were proud of his success. To destroy such a monster with one blow is quite an achievement. Even with protection from lightning, it will be difficult to resist Jack. The guy said that he doesn't notice the protection of the brick statues. It feels like it's just a training fault. Jack is now level 26. He said that they are not leveling up so fast anymore, and it is time to move on to more complex rifts. Kira reminded him of the sorcerer from the guild. She thought that Jack was too harsh in communicating with this newcomer. The guy smiled and replied that he was talking as usual and wanted only good for this loser. He explained that this sorcerer could easily die if he still decided to go into the rift, so it's better not to get your hopes up. Jack heard strange sounds and thought that another group of brick statues was preparing to attack them. Destroying these brick men has already become a routine for their team. It is not even exciting anymore. Kira asked him to stop and said that these sounds were too loud for brick men. Jack replied that even monsters have their own characteristics and asked his partner not to worry. He said that everything will be fine as long as he is around, and at that moment a huge brick statue entered the room. Mark and Kira were immediately frightened. They had never seen such a huge monster in this training rift. This is a level 30 brick statue, and it is much taller and larger than all the other statues in this rift. Kira looked very scared. They are still apprentices and have never fought level 30 demons. Jack said that fighting against weak monsters became too uninteresting. He is a Thunder Knight, and much stronger than other adventurers of his level. The boy said that he was ready to personally fight against this giant and ordered the brick statue to show everything it was capable of. These words angered the brick man. He decided to teach these children a lesson in education. Mark was not sure that her team would be able to destroy this demon, but Jack, as usual, reassured everyone and said that it would be easy. According to him, it doesn't matter the level of the monster because it is still an ordinary brick statue. The movements of these monsters are too slow and predictable. You have to focus on this to win. The stone man began to attack and almost cut off this self-confident boy's leg for these unpleasant words. Jack immediately recognized that their opponent was much faster than he thought, but the gap between his attacks remained the same. Jack understood that it was necessary to take advantage of this and immediately went on the attack. His confidence was enough for 10 lives. By activating his lightning power, he was confident that he would be able to show his opponent the difference in their levels. The brickman was not going to give up easily without a fight and continued to attack the young boy. These pitiful attempts have already begun to bore Jack. He felt that he just needed to get closer to his opponent. But this giant looked too confident. He is clearly different from all the other brick statues with which Jack fought. One of his attacks still hit the target. The boy was very seriously wounded. It seems that now he will finally stop smiling. Jack has never felt such serious strength, although the level of a brick man is above average, but he is still too strong. Seeing that the leader of their team was injured, the other members of the team began to visibly worry. Jack tried to control the process and ordered his friends not to be distracted and to look into the eyes of the enemy. Kira tried to focus and control her emotions, but when the demon approached her, the girl became very scared. He delivered a serious sword strike. It was too powerful for this fragile girl. Mark hastened to help her that she would not be able to last long in the battle with this giant. He wanted to help his friend, but he was helpless against this power and rage. Thus, Mark and Kira lost their battle with the demon. Jack looked very scared. He didn't understand what was happening. Before, everything was clear and easy in the training rifts, but now he was facing a real demonic creature. Jack became angry as he felt his own fear. The strongest adventurer cannot be afraid. He gathered all his strength and activated a lightning strike. There was no way out. You have to fight this monster. Having struck this powerful blow, the boy was sure that the strongest skill of the Thunder Knight would be enough for a victory. He thought that now this monster would beg for mercy, but he heard only laughter in response. Jack could not believe his eyes. It seemed completely impossible, something unreal. He remembered how Kira had told him a few minutes ago that even with lightning protection, no one could stand against Jack's power. But now he realized that it turned out to be only words that have no relation to the real world. He could not believe that this is how his own story, the story of the future legend of adventurers, would end. The boy began to cry and scream. He asked the monster to stop because he did not want to die in this place. His sword broken and his friends defeated, he is now like a helpless kitten before a mighty giant. Just yesterday he was incredibly self-confident and arrogant, and today he falls on his knees and begs for mercy. He already asked not to kill him and to leave him alive and was ready to give anything in return. The huge monster did not listen to the boy at all. He raised his sword and prepared to cut off his head. It is at such critical moments of life that salvation usually comes. The gravity around immediately weakened. Charles came to save the scoundrel, but the demon was against it and decided to kill them both. Charles understood that it would not be easy, but he had already intervened in this situation and fled too late. Jack immediately recognized him. He thought that a newcomer had come to save him, so they were both dead. Charles tried to come up with a plan of action in this predicament. Something extraordinary was needed to defeat this giant. Jack said that Charles had to run away because there was no way he could defeat such a powerful demon. Charles understood this well. He knew that now he too has the 16th level, and his opponent has the 30th level. Their difference in levels is too great. But something must be invented urgently to stay alive. Devouring adventurers and other monsters, this giant was able to evolve into a new, unique state. Charles thought that this guy was too big. He still had a lot of mana left, so he was ready for another fight. Charles took out his sword and said that he didn't want to waste time and offered to go straight to dessert. The huge monster was happy. He was glad that instead of one guy, he could kill two at once. Jack continued to shout and say that Charles would not be able to win. He offered to run immediately and pray. Jack explained that even three of them could not defeat this huge monster, so Charles had better not waste his strength. This boy knew how to completely ignore everything that others told him. This was his special talent. He eased his gravity again and prepared to attack, which was exactly what the monster was waiting for. Now the real rock and roll will begin. I bet $100 on Harry Potter. Once the gravity was relaxed, Charles immediately began to use his speed and flexibility. His opponent is too big and slow. The boy took advantage of this and delivered the first sharp blow with the sword. Watching this, Jack couldn't believe that this newbie had a magic class, it seems. He underestimated him in their first meeting. He did not understand where he got such powerful energy and strength. Maybe he is the son of some legendary warrior? Charles, meanwhile, understood that his opponent was too slow. Managing gravity should be enough to win. But he also quickly realized that he wouldn't be able to deal enough damage to his opponent, and that was a problem. The brick statue belongs to the defensive-type monsters. Due to the difference in levels, it received almost no damage. Charles felt that too much of his mana was going into gravity control. You can't wait any longer, you have to act. But the huge brick monster also decided to act. He threw the first blow, but Charles managed to dodge in time and take advantage of his speed advantage. The boy now has no choice but to rely on his last attack. Charles activated all his mana and began to attack with the force of gravity. He thought that it would be easy for him to defeat this giant, but it seems that his defense is much better than he expected. Gravity weakened takes too much mana, but without it he definitely won't be able to defeat the monster. He understood that you can't waste time. You have to do everything to finish off the monster as soon as possible. Charles continued to attack and tried to break through the powerful defenses of the brick statue. It was not easy. The brick giant, although it had weaknesses, was very well protected. The guy tried to find the right tactics and attack weak points. This huge brick man continued to defend skillfully and tried to actively counterattack. If Charles can't find a way to win soon, he'll run out of mana and be in real trouble. Jack did not understand where this newbie got such speed. He thought that wizards did not have such abilities. With the second level of gravity control, Charles gained a new skill and prepared to test it in battle. He gathered all his energy inside himself and activated the gravitational shift. Charles activated the gravitational shift on himself and felt a rather interesting effect. It was time to end this battle. He activated dual gravity and launched a swift attack. With the force of double gravity, it will fall at an incredible speed. This can help. Charles looked very focused on his opponent. He felt that this was the end. His fall could be compared to the fall of a comet. At first, it seemed that the brick giant remained alive. Everything happened so quickly. But then it became clear that this gravitational comet completely destroyed this brick monster. Thus, Charles received 524 experience points and 14 skill points. His level had been raised to 23, but he looked as if nothing much had happened, although it was necessary to admit that this young guy defeated an enemy twice as strong as him. For this, he received the soft fall skill of the 3rd level. It reduces the damage from the fall and increases the resistance to gravity. Charles felt too tired and realized that he had spent a lot of mana. Jack still couldn't believe it. He had never seen such incredible power. His legendary lightning strike did not leave even a scratch on the brick statue. He did not expect that of all the people in the world, he would be saved by this guy. He did not understand why Charles decided to come to his rescue. It seemed strange, after all the words Jack had said to him in the guild. Did Charles want revenge and shame him? Jack thought seriously and began to suspect his savior of foul play. But Charles calmly approached him, asked how he was, and offered help. Jack was very surprised. It seems that he began to suspect his savior of bad intentions too soon. He understood that in front of him was a decent and honest person, and thanked him for his help and saved life. Soon, these two young and promising warriors returned to the Adventurers Guild. Jessica could not believe that Charles met a brick statue of the 30th level in the gap. It seemed impossible to her. I can imagine the expression on her face when she realized that Charles had defeated this monster. She said that she did not believe the boy, a novice, could not defeat a monster of the 30th level on his own. Charles took out the inner core of the monster from his pocket and said that this should be enough to prove his victory. Jessica admitted that it all looked very suspicious, but she had no choice but to record his advances. She asked him if he wanted to sell this stone because it could be worth quite a lot. Meanwhile, Jack approached the boy. He was looking for him to thank him once again for saving him from the fault. He said that he is very glad that Charles came to his aid and wants to tell important news. He looked very happy and said that he wanted Charles to join the Thunder Knights team. Everyone around immediately fell silent. Only special ones were invited to the Thunder Knights. This is the strongest group of newcomers. Jessica was also surprised and excited. It seems that this Charles is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Jack said that Charles is very lucky and others can only dream of such an offer. Everyone around was incredibly surprised when they heard that Charles was refusing this offer. People around were also surprised that Charles turned down the invitation to join the Thunder Knights team. Jack also didn't understand anything. Yesterday, Charles was looking for a team, and today he refuses to join the best. Charles calmly replied that his plans had changed a little since that time. Jack couldn't believe it. The Thunder Knights are the best team of rookie adventurers. They don't refuse an invitation to join it. Charles was calm. If he is going to level up at the same pace, then he should make it in time. In the near future, a new rift should form. A mad theater, a unique item that Charles needs will drop out of it. The guy remembers very well what happened in the past, so this knowledge will help him get this item. The next day, Charles returned to the Adventurers Guild after resting and said that he wanted to sell materials. Jessica was surprised again. It seems this guy was on the hunt again, and again he was doing it alone. Charles said that he wants to apply for a promotion. He wants to become a D-rank adventurer. Adventurers have their own rank system. Starting with rank F, you can rise to rank E. D-plus adventurers can clear true rifts, but this requires at least 25th level. Charles calmly replied that he knew about it, and at the moment he was level 26. Jessica was shocked. She had never seen a newcomer rise in the rankings so quickly. She did not understand how he manages it. He clears the cracks on his own besides having a magic class. Charles replied that he trains a lot and this is enough for rapid progress. His strength is not only determined by class. After all, he was an S-class adventurer. He also has experience and knowledge for 10 years ahead. He wants to raise his level as quickly as possible in order to get the opportunity to enter useful rifts. In addition, he will be able to get tasks more easily, which is good because in the future, there will be a crack, mad theater. In this rift, you can get a unique weapon. In the past, the adventurer who did it became incredibly strong. After that, he became insane and started killing adventurers, so Charles cannot allow such a weapon to fall into the wrong hands. That is why he realized that he needed allies to clear this rift. A large group will only slow him down. You need to carefully choose an ally. One will be enough. It is necessary to find someone who will perfectly combine with gravity magic and have a sufficient skill level. It is also important that he is also single and agrees to Charles's conditions, although there are many of these conditions. The guy doesn't have much time left. He needs to visit other guilds to try to find someone. Charles spent most of the day visiting other guilds in the city. It was already the fourth guild. He began to think about whom to slightly lower the selection criteria. The boy witnessed a conflict in this guild between two beautiful girls. Blonde Linda shouted at Milo and said that she is so stupid that it is hard to believe. Mila asked for forgiveness, but Linda replied that she does not need an apology and she excludes Mila from the group. According to Linda, Mila didn't try hard enough to demonstrate her level, and for that you can demand monetary compensation. Charles stood silently by and watched this interesting female conflict. He immediately remembered himself in the future, remembered how he experienced a similar situation. But it is better not to interfere because the choice of an ally does not need to be repelled by a feeling of pity and mercy. Meanwhile, the argument continued. Linda called Milo's class useless trash. It was about the shaman class. As soon as Charles heard it, he immediately stopped and became interested. Hearing that Mila chose the shaman class, everyone around her began to pronounce her abandoned work as an adventurer. Meanwhile, Charles realized that the shaman class was ideal for a gravity master. In addition, the shaman's skills will play an important role in the battle with the boss of the crazy theater. Meanwhile, Linda got so angry that she started shouting at Charles and said that he was not invited to this performance. The boy greeted and said that he was a D-rank adventurer who had come to find an ally. Linda was happy and said that they have a free place on the team at the moment and they would not mind if he joins them. Charles did not listen to her at all. He approached Milo and offered her to join the team. Linda could not believe that this guy absolutely did not pay attention to them and offers to unite with this fool. Charles was happy that he was able to find her. He understood that he could not lose such a great chance. Linda said that this girl has an absolutely useless class, and Charles would be better off joining them. Mila said that she would be happy to team up with Charles, but he is a D-rank adventurer, and she is only level 10. The guy said that the problem with the levels can be easily solved. He once again asked to unite, and said that he needed her power. The girl was insecure. She thought that she would interfere with him, and thought of leaving her job as an adventurer altogether. Charles asked to give him some time to help Milo regain her self-confidence. The girl looked excited and confused. It was clear that she hesitated before a difficult choice. Still, she agreed and asked her new friend to take care of her. Linda was incredibly angry. She said that wizards were not needed, and she was sure that Charles would regret his choice in the future. He did not pay much attention to it and said that he knows his class much better than everyone else. Weaknesses of shamans can easily be compensated with gravity magic. In addition, her curses will be incredibly useful in the battle with the boss of the insane theater, which is very important. Charles was satisfied. He knew that as long as Milo was by his side, there was no doubt that the weapons from the rift would go to them. The new allies went to the cafe to get to know each other better, Mila told about herself first. She believed that her shaman class was too weak and worried that she might be a burden for the boy. Charles reassured her and said that he also has a magic class, which everyone considers unnecessary. He promised that in a few years everything will change completely and offered to discuss the strategy before the fault appears. Mila agreed and said that she was ready to go to any training fault, but Charles said that it would be a real fault. He explained that this rift will appear soon. It's a level 30 rift called the Insane Theater. Mila was immediately startled. This rift of too high a level scared her a lot. An unknown fault is the exact opposite of a training fault. There is almost no information about such faults. Mila was very worried about her low level, but Charles assured her that he would always help her in a difficult situation. He knows all about these rifts from the books he read in his past life, so they will be well prepared for anything. The guy said that they will be in the same team, and he is sure that they will be able to overcome this gap. He asked Milo to trust him and rely on his knowledge and experience. The girl apologized for the extra questions, but she was very interested to hear about the weapon from this rift. She also did not understand how soon a fault will appear. Mad Theater? Charles replied that he could not tell all the details about this mysterious weapon. Let it remain a mystery. Mila was excited. She believed that it was impossible to predict where and when a new fault would appear. As soon as she said these words, the phones of everyone present in the room began to ring loudly. Mila looked excited, but Charles was very calm. It happened. A new rift was discovered in the city. She couldn't believe that they were sitting here on purpose, waiting for this event. Charles said that they would go on a raid tomorrow because during the week, no one would dare to go into this rift without information. After resting, the next day they met and went in search of this vault. Charles immediately saw that the Rift Agency also had a hard time that day. A girl ran up to them and asked these adventurers to wait. It seems she has some message for them. The girl greeted Charles and Milo and asked to find any information about the Rift and his boss. She also said that they must return home alive because it is easy to die in an unknown rift. Charles deliberately said that they only wanted to explore the rift. If he told the truth, they wouldn't be allowed in there. Thus, Mila and Charles entered the rift of the Insane Theater. The most interesting is ahead. Sensing that the girl was worried, Charles apologized for making her follow him. He said that he would fight in the vanguard, and as soon as it became too dangerous, they would immediately begin to retreat. Mila said that she would try her best and fight in melee, and even become a decoy if needed. Thru asked her to calm down and said that her curses would be enough, especially the mana drain. Mana drain is a skill that absorbs the target's magical energy and is great for fighting strong monsters. Also, this skill helps restore allies' mana, which can be incredibly useful for gravity masters. With this skill, you can fight without worrying about losing mana. You can be in the rift more and increase your level. Mila found this ability to be weak and ineffective, and there are many spells that deal more damage to enemies. Charles replied that this was not true. They agreed that he would lure the monsters to himself and Milo would attack them. It's time to check how ready this team is for serious battles. The first test is the 26th level Circus Bear. As soon as Charles was able to lure the monster to himself, Milo immediately activated the Ball of Darkness. The white Circus Bear immediately felt the power of the shaman class. It seems that this girl is not as weak as she says. Charles was pleased with her attack and said that now it was his turn to attack. Now this bear will feel the power of the former S-class adventurer. I hope it will be effective. Charles activated dual gravity and used his sword. It was really beautiful. The circus bear was finished, for which the boy received 212 experience points. Mila was not left out either. She got 3 levels of promotion at once, quite a good result for the first fight. She said that she is glad about it, but she still has the feeling that she is some kind of parasite. Charles said that this is nonsense and he really needs her help. It is also important for him that she increases her level because they are allies. The girl was happy to hear these words. She began to feel a strange feeling, which was not the case when she worked with others. She immediately began to smile and said that she would be happy to continue working with Charles. Mila was very insecure and clumsy, but Charles couldn't help her discover her fighting instincts were also well preserved. Now, Charles was absolutely sure that he could defeat the boss and get the rare weapon. In a past life, David received this weapon and immediately became one of the most dangerous thieves among adventurers. If he doesn't get the item this time, then history must change for the better, so Charles must do it. David will capture this rift much later, so there should be no problem. At this point, David practiced and fought with others, raising his level. When you fight with this guy, you have to be very careful and protect yourself from a fatal attack. David believes that our world works on the principle of kill or die. This describes him well. He is now at the 37th level, and it has become easier for him to hunt people of the same level than monsters. Meanwhile, Charles and Mila weren't resting either. It was time to reactivate dual gravity. Now they are fighting a killer doll that is on the 27th level. With the help of several victories, they were able to increase their combat skills. Mila is already at level 22. Charles is now at level 27. Mila believed that Charles could fight better if he did everything alone. She felt like a burden. Charles replied that this is not true. At this level, the monsters are not so dangerous and their movements are easy to predict. He once again reminded the girl that sorcerers are a very strong class of adventurers that should not be underestimated. Soon the girl noticed that they had little mana left and offered to return to the real world. Charles completely forgot about it. He boosts his stats with gravity control. If the mana is less than half, then you really need to return to the guild. He smiled strangely, looked at the mill and said that the time has come, but judging by his face, it is unlikely that he means returning to the guild. At this moment, another monster appeared in front of them. It was a 24th level clown goblin, an interesting character. Charles said that the preparation was complete, grabbed the monster by the neck and ordered the mill to drain the mana from it. If you have a mana drain skill and a monster that doesn't move, you can drain mana indefinitely. In addition, thanks to this skill, you can restore mana to your allies. This is how the perfect combination of a shaman and a sorcerer manifests itself. Mila said that she understood the logic of her partner, but she did not want to cause problems for the monster. What a good girl. Charles assured that everything would be fine, and the girl immediately began to suck her mother out of the monster. When the process was completed, Charles said that they should move on. He was satisfied with his assistant. The girl looked a little upset. She felt sorry for this monster. He looked like a mummy. A little later, Mila suggested that her partner begin the process of restoring his mana reserves. She has long since mastered this technique and was able to easily start the process. Everything was painless and quick. Charles was pleased with the cooperation of Milo. His mana quickly recovered from 16 units to 25. Mila thought that this was not enough and the effect was not so strong. It seemed to her that she should have restored mana much better. Charles reassured her and said that for this, it was necessary to use only 6 goblins and everything would be fine. The girl was shocked. She could barely stand the mana drain from one monster, and there were 6 more to come. Charles assured that there was nothing wrong with this and said that it would further raise their level. The destruction of goblins continued. They quickly destroyed 6 more goblins and almost completely restored mana. Now, Mila is at level 24, Charles is already at 28. Using this tactic, you can hunt as much as you want and raise your level. But do not rush to restore mana, because if you make a mistake, it can lead to serious consequences. But if you do everything right, then you can get a strong effect and fight even with 100 demons. In one day, Mila was able to raise her level by many steps. It was a fantastic result. The girl was happy because she saw such progress for the first time. Cooperation with Charles had already begun to pay dividends. When training in the guild, they were told that you can't fight monsters of the same level as them or higher. Chaz replied that he didn't think he could learn anything in the guild, but it was impossible to level up without taking risks. Mila watched him as a real teacher. He had already managed to teach her a lot. They had already managed to go deep enough into the rift of the insane theater. It was interesting to me how far they wanted to go. Charles said that they are almost there. This is their goal, the boss of the crazy theater. No one expects the rift to be cleared on the second day, and Charles will be happy to take advantage of that. But he underestimated the uncertainty of the girl. The girl was very scared as soon as she heard that they would have to fight with the boss. Charles offered her to go back if she was so scared, but the girl replied that she was ready for anything. Probably in her head, she immediately remembered how Linda was constantly angry with her because of her constant fears. This went on for many years and took a serious emotional toll on Milo. This became an additional motivation for her to try. It was time to completely change and move forward. She looked at Charles and said that if he needed her strength, he could always count on her. At that moment, he realized that he made the right choice where he took her as his partner. It was time to go to the boss. But Milo had a question about whether Charles's strategy would really work against the insane theater's rift boss. Charles reminded her that the shaman was perfect for the battle against this particular boss, and assured her that everything would go perfectly. They opened the door and went inside. It was very dark around, and almost nothing could be seen. Only took a few more steps forward, they finally saw the boss of the rift of the insane theater. When you imagine a rift boss, the image of a crazy clown of level 35 is unlikely to come to mind. Mila also expected to see something else, but she needs to concentrate and prepare for battle. Charles looked calm and showed almost no emotion. He knew what he came here for and was ready to do anything for the goal. If they can kill the boss of the insane theater, they can finally get a unique weapon from this rift. The guy prepared for the fight and told the sweetie to do everything as they had planned in advance. Until now, they did not know that they were not alone in this room. And David was watching them. It looks like our story is getting a lot more complicated. Either Charles has forgotten what the future holds, or the story has completely changed. Defeating the boss will not be easy in any case, even though they have created a plan, but this crazy clown doesn't care about any plans. Charles and Mila have prepared for battle. Each of them knows well what he must do to win. The guy must first distract the boss's attention so that Mila can take a favorable position. The boss has a rather serious level. It will not be easy to defeat him, so you will have to show all your talents. The crazy clown looked very confident, although it is not clear whether he is laughing because he is confident in his own abilities or because he is a clown. In any case, double gravity was activated, with the help of which Charles will be able to evade the boss's attacks. Mila also did not rest and tried to show all her extraordinary abilities. Mana drain was activated. During this time, Charles was really able to divert the boss's attention to himself and give Milo an opportunity to take an advantageous position. But as soon as she activated the mana drain, the clone immediately noticed her and switched his attention to her. The girl quickly realized that everything did not go according to plan. She could have serious problems after a few seconds. Charles immediately feared for the health of his partner and ordered her to run away quickly. He told her to go as quickly as possible to the gate from which they came here. She needs to stay closer to the center or this giant can get her and break all her bones. The crazy clown was already very close and activated the power of fire. If Mila doesn't speed up, she will turn into a fried steak. The situation was approaching critical. It is difficult to escape from fire, and even more difficult to escape from one's own death. Charles reminded the clown that Mila did not come here alone. He understood that it was time to save his partner. With the help of gravity control, he was able to distract the clown from the girl and deliver several powerful blows to him. Mila watched Charles's skill with pleasure. She had never seen such fast attacks before. The battle continued, and Charles tried to show all his current abilities to defeat his opponent. Of course, his arsenal now has fewer abilities than when he was an S-class adventurer. But on his side, now there are many years of experience that can be used to defeat anyone. The boy closed the passage to the gate and prepared for a serious test. Will his young body withstand the attack of the boss? Mila was very scared for her partner. It seemed to her that now he would not be able to withstand this blow. Charles remained calm and at the last moment activated the power of gravity shift, another of his secret techniques. There was a huge explosion and a flash of fire. It can hardly be called 3D graphics. The mad theater boss and the boy were still alive. The battle would continue until there was only one left. The crazy clown kept smiling like he was mentally retarded, and that made him even scarier. Charles looked quite calm, his gravity-shifting skill working even better than he expected. Meanwhile, Mila rested quietly. She began to guess that Charles wanted to attack from an ideal distance. The crazy theater boss attacks are too fast. If you move slowly, you will turn into a fried chicken. But if you attack this crazy clown from a distance, he can have serious problems. After a break, Mila rejoined her partner and continued to try to drain the mana from the boss. The girl saw that Charles was too far from the shelter. Could her attack hit him? Mila began to worry that something might be draining some of his mana. That would be very bad. The clown, meanwhile, turned his attention to her and began to attack, but for now, her defenses kept him at bay. It seems that this giant has run out of mana. The constant fire and fast movement have taken a lot of strength from him. Crazy Clown is very dependent on his mana level, and now he could be in serious trouble. Having understood this, Charles continued to attack again. He intuitively felt that victory was close. The boy activated the power of the comet fall and rushed forward. Everything would be resolved soon. When the mad clown saw that Charles was attacking him again, it was too late to react and dodge. Without a high level of mana, the boss's movements have become slow and predictable. Now, he may not even dream of escaping. Mila saw that they were very close to victory. Strangely enough, she did not show any extra emotions at all. All that was required of her was to activate the ball of darkness. She immediately did it and attacked the boss. It seems that this boar has been seriously injured and is no longer as cheerful as he used to be. Things did not go according to his plan. Charles activated dual gravity and to deliver the final and decisive blow. Thus, after a few seconds, the rift boss of the insane theater was completely neutralized. Charles gained more than 1,000 experience points, 6 skill points, and reached level 30. Mila was happy. They really did it. She said that the time portal will close soon and we should try to return home as soon as possible. Charles, as always, reassured her and said that there was no need to rush. The portal would be active in half a day. The girl calmed down and was no longer nervous. She still did not see what was right next to her. Only later did the girl realize that the strangely glowing object is the same weapon for which they came here. This is the boss weapon, the clown sword that Charles talked about so much. Finally, you can take it for yourself without any problems. This is the world's best item for a gravity master. Its power is completely beyond imagination. Charles said that this is the same weapon that he talked about and that he wanted so badly to get. The clown sword is a C-rank weapon that adds 11 points to attack power, speeds up skill activation, and reduces mana loss. Mila had never seen a Class C item before in her life, but it didn't look quite ordinary. Charles replied that she was completely wrong in this matter. Rank and attack power were unimportant. The importance of this sword was in his abilities. The clown sword improves all classes that rely on skills. It is the strongest sword possible. Its owner will be able to use gravity magic faster and will spend less mana on it. Charles will also be able to improve all of his weaknesses. Now, Sweetie has begun to understand why this item is so important. An adventurer who received this item in a past life was able to rise to rank A with its power. But this guy decided to become a killer. Luckily, Charles was able to prevent this and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. After listening to all this, for some reason, Mila was upset. She was especially upset by the words that this weapon could strengthen the boy's weaknesses. Is she no longer needed by Charles and will have to return to her old guild? Through replied that he would like to continue their cooperation, but even with this sword, his mana is quickly running out. Thanks to clearing the rift of the Insane Theater, the boy's level increased and he earned additional skill points. To become the strongest adventurer, you must not forget about agility, although you can also improve gravity skills. Charles began to think about where he should spend the skill points he earned for defeating the boss. He soon decided to upgrade his gravity magic and gravity control skill. Not a bad choice. He also got a new ability, a gravity ball. Together with this and a new weapon, it will be much easier for him to use magic. He wanted to try so many things that he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, the young team of adventurers heard someone approaching them. At first, they thought it might be another monster. But it was David. He was smiling and said that he did not have time to come, but better late than never. He applauded Charles and Milo and said that they did all the dirty work for him, and he was very thankful for that. Charles immediately became very serious. He was displeased and thought that David appeared at the wrong time. It seems that he used the cloaking skill to hide his presence and calmly observe the boss fight. If Charles and Milo lost, he would use their experience to defeat the boss in the future. That must have been his plan. It's a pretty dastardly act, but it's happened a lot in Charles's past life, so it's nothing new. Charles began to look more closely at this boy. It seemed to him that they could have seen each other in a past life. A little later, he finally realized that it was the same David, the owner of the clown sword from the past life, a legendary assassin of adventurers who lost his mind after gaining this incredible power. Charles didn't understand why David was in this rift now. It used to take him much longer to get here. The boy began to think. Could they have met him during the battle with the boss of the Insane Theater? It seems that this guy was constantly watching them during this battle. He did the same thing in his past life. David killed the adventurers who were tired after fighting the boss and got this sword in his past life. David said that Charles has a very interesting weapon in his hands and he also wants to get the same sword. He asked to give him this sword so that he could look at it for a while. It looks like we are in for another serious battle. Charles replied that he refused this request and said that it was time for them to return home. David smiled in response and called the boy an idiot. He was used to always getting everything he wanted. The guy decided to kill Charles quickly and then play with his girlfriend a little. He approached the young adventurers and said that they should watch their feet more carefully. It was a classic distraction technique, after which the power of the death blow was activated. But David did not know that he was facing an unusual newcomer who watched Harry Potter. Opposite him was an S-class master in the past. Charles easily dodged David's attack and prepared to fight. He tried to attack with his magic power, but David also easily stopped his attack. Charles wanted to hit him while he was using his skills, but David is moving too fast. Compared to them, this guy with red hair is on a completely different level. Miela felt fear. David, like a real devil, felt when he was afraid he looked very relaxed and self-confident. He approached Charles and asked him how he knew that he had already killed many adventurers. Charles immediately warned the girl that this guy wanted to kill them and take the crazy clown's sword. David is an assassin and master of speed. This class specializes in surprise attacks. David said that he did not want to waste time, realizing that all the cards were open. He ordered to give him the weapons and maybe he would leave them alive. The problem with solving crimes in the dungeon is that no one can find evidence, and the murderers are almost never punished. Charles was sure that if he gave this guy a gun, he would kill him anyway. You can't negotiate with people like David. These sociopaths only want the death of everyone around them. David admitted that in front of him is a real man who is not afraid of death, but is it reasonable? The guy with red hair got angry and said that soon Charles and Mila would be begging him for a quick death. He prepared for a quick attack. It's getting really dangerous and you have to act. David was a legendary assassin who hunted adventurers in a past life. He was the one who used the clown sword. Charles should have predicted that this boy could come to this rift much earlier. This short-sightedness could cost him his life and the life of an innocent girl. His experience did not help him in this situation. Mila was not going to give up without a fight and told David not to approach them. Assassins specialize in quick and surprise attacks, primarily targeting shamans. If this guy happens to be near you, it will be too late to activate the spell and call Mom. That is why Charles ordered the girl not to approach David under any circumstances. He promised to kill this bastard on his own. Even fighting alone, Charles is still a strong opponent, although it will be almost impossible for him to defeat David. He well understood that they have a huge difference in levels, and the difference in skill is also felt. David was showing his confidence and rage. Maybe this is part of his plan to intimidate his opponent. Charles soon realized that this freak would try to attack Milo first. The girl was in mortal danger. There was no time to think. Charles sprung into action and activated gravity reduction and went on the attack. He did not act very confidently, and David felt it. One of them killed only monsters, the other killed hundreds of people. David said that he enjoys cutting other people. In his opinion, such experience gives him a huge advantage during the fight. It was clear that this guy with a headache enjoyed the battle and even managed to play with his victims. It was very difficult for Charles. He could barely contain the onslaught of the enemy and could not find weaknesses in his defense at all. But David also felt the strength of his opponent. Charles's sword no longer trembles, although the difference in their levels is colossal. David was very surprised because with each stroke of the sword, Charles adapted better to his movements. Mila watched her teacher with admiration. She was amazed at how smart and strong he was. This young girl had never met a stronger adventurer than Charles. Because they managed to get the clown sword, Charles can now switch between his combat skills more quickly. This helps a lot in the battle against David, and now you don't have to worry about your mana supply at all. No, David wasn't going to throw up. He just got angry and said enough of playing games and prepared to attack. This guy always has a few aces up his sleeve. He activated one of his signature and most dangerous techniques. A poisonous arrow flew into Charles's face with incredible speed. Will he have time to dodge? Although it was not expected, it is very dangerous, but our hero was able to dodge in time and save his life. David was amazed before no one was destined to escape from the attack of a poisonous arrow, especially from such a close distance. The guy got even angrier and said that Charles was just lucky, and sooner or later, his luck would run out. The battle of the two talents continued. David angrily went forward and tried to kill his opponent. He activated the deadly attack technique again. Last time it didn't help him. This time nothing changed either. Charles sensed that he was seizing the initiative in the duel and activated dual gravity. This was enough to injure David in the hand. This bastard was in a lot of pain. He had rarely been injured before. Charles called him too predictable. Using his assassin skills, he constantly aims for the neck. Because of this, it doesn't matter how many attacks David tries to make because his movements are too easy to read. All this time, Mila nervously watched the battle of these young adventurers. But a little later, she realized that it was time to help her partner and activated the ball of darkness. Charles immediately understood that it was time for teamwork. The girl distracted David, so you can take advantage of this. It was a precise counterattack with a sword to the left eye. Blood immediately began to pour from his face. Charles already knows all the skills of the opponent. With the help of gravity, he can keep up with all his movements. But there is one problem. The amount of mana left after the battle with the boss, it is now too little. It's only a matter of time before it ends, and if it does, David will easily kill him, so you have to hurry and finish him off. Meanwhile, David has already started to panic. He doesn't understand why he can't do anything about this guy. The further they fight, the better Charles understands his movements and the harder he is to defeat. David tried to come up with something and strike back, but Charles skillfully used his blind spot. He used shadow jump to defend himself and was able to dodge Charles's gravity attack. David could not understand why his opponent, having a huge advantage, was in such a hurry to try to finish the fight. A little later, he realized that Charles was in a hurry for a reason. After the battle with the boss, he did not have time to recover his strength. He said that Charles is really strong, and if he could survive this day, he would definitely become a hero. But this will never happen, because today he will die, because he was unlucky enough to face death. Charles didn't answer, but he understood that his supply was running out, and something had to be invented immediately. The battle of the Titans continued. It seems that they are not going to rest, and continue to show the wonders of fighting skill. Mila was also in full force in this fight, her ball of darkness giving the red-haired bastard a lot of trouble. The point of her attacks was not to kill him, but to try to distract him and allow Charles to attack calmly. Although David managed to evade Milo's attacks, it allowed Charles to rest and prepare his own attack. But the girl did not understand this at all. She was upset because she could not hurt him. All she could do was watch the boys fight each other to the death. At first, everything was fine, but now, the girl began to feel that her partner was beginning to lose this battle. David does not often get a chance to kill such a serious opponent. The law, kill or die yourself, works in real life. With his last strength, Charles tried to respond and make dangerous attacks, but his opponent managed to evade. He was always very close to winning, but just a little bit short of finally killing this scumbag. The battle continued, and Charles did not give up. After a few minutes, he was finally able to kick David hard in the jaw. It was effective, but the effectiveness was not enough to kill this heathen. David asked his opponent to show everything he is capable of. Normally, he annoys Charles so much, Thanks to the reduction of gravity, Charles has developed some acrobatic skills. David constantly tries to attack, although his attacks are easy to stop, but he seems to have guessed that Charles has little mana left. David was surprised that his opponent was still alive, but as soon as his mana ran out, darkness would follow. Charles is doing great defensively so far thanks to the body strengthening skill, but the question is, will it last long? Feeling that his mana was running out, the boy realized that he should win at the first good opportunity. He activated the force of gravity again and jumped high like a flea. David was amazed at this acrobatics, a rather rare talent, especially for sorcerers. Now is the time to activate double gravity and deliver a well-deserved blow using all the remaining mana. Charles activated his important ability, the fall of the comet. This is his last hope for victory. It was really effective. David couldn't understand where his opponent got such power. Charles's punch was too strong. Even his remaining mana was enough for such power. From the look on his face, he's used up all his energy reserves, and that's too bad. But Mila was happy. She rejoiced and said that everything worked out for him. And it seems that she was looking in a completely different direction, because David was still alive and well. He began to rejoice when he realized that his opponent had absolutely no mana left, so his victory was very close. Very upset, he admitted that he could not win and ordered the girl to run away immediately. He really wanted her to be able to get out of this insane rift and save her life. He knew that David would not have enough strength to catch up with her, and this should be taken advantage of immediately. Mila was in despair. She did not know what to do and was very worried. Did she really have to leave her friend? Meanwhile, David mocked her and said that she did not help her partner at all. Charles tried to distract her and told her not to listen to this scumbag. The girl was very upset. She always knew that she would be redundant in the team with Charles. If she had surrendered, as Linda told her, then Charles would not have lost and all this would not have happened. But in this difficult moment, she remembered the words of her friend, the same words, when he said that he needed her strength. This mention immediately made her feel better, as if out of nowhere the thirst to fight and win appeared in her. Meanwhile, David recognized that his opponent was very strong, even after losing all his strength in the battle against the boss. He still fought with David on equal footing. He said that he would forever remember Charles as his most principled rival and prepared to send him to hell. But it looks like it's not Charles who will go to hell today. Mila has activated the ball of darkness. The party is just getting started. David felt that he was in trouble. He underestimated this little girl. Her insolence angered him, and he said that now he will cut off her tongue and both hands. She was able to injure him with a blind spot attack, not a bad technique for an inexperienced adventurer. The girl immediately ran to help her partner. He did not understand why she became so bold. She grabbed Charles and said that they should run away immediately, but the boy replied that he had absolutely no strength left. Mila said that with the help of his words, she was able to discover her hidden strength and understand that she is capable of many things. The girl gathered all her energy and began to activate the mana recovery skill. This made David very angry, and he said that it was time for the girl to die. He activated a deadly attack and prepared to take her life once and for all. But it was already too late. She restored Charles's mana supply, and the boy managed to protect her with the help of a mad sword. He thanked the girl and said that now he is her debtor for the rest of his life. From the beginning, they fought together as a true team, and this is their main strength. Now Charles has fully recovered his mana, and David is seriously injured. Which of them will die today? The second round of the fight has begun. You can call it the rematch of the century. Charles immediately went forward. He felt that his strength was renewed, and he knew that his opponent was bleeding. David understood that he could lose to him and activated black magic, but it was too late to try to seize the initiative. He fights not only with Charles, who has renewed his mana supply, but with his assistant. The girl activated her shamanic tricks and hoped to do everything to help Charles win. The gravity magic has been activated. Charles now looks like a holy angel from heaven. David's magic takes too long to activate. In his past life, he was faster due to the mad sword effect. But without this extraordinary weapon, he is not so dangerous. Now he will not become a legendary killer of adventurers. Gravitational magic is no joke to you. Anyone who personally encounters it no longer jokes with wizards. David did not understand how it was possible. Why would he lose when his level is much higher than Charles's level? The Criminal Investigation Department is not yet that developed in cases inside the rifts. Therefore, if someone kills in the rifts, it is almost impossible to prove, but this time there is a Mila present. Charles said that he would look out for David and asked the girl to report this incident to the Division of Crimes in Rifts. After conquering the rift, the demons no longer appear, so she can easily go back. A seriously injured David looked at his opponent and continued to wonder, he is only a child, so where does he have so much strength? It seems that this guy is radically different from all those that David has met before. This story in the Rift of Mad Theater has been successfully completed. It's time for a little rest. Soon the news came out that the serial killer of adventurers was finally caught. Justice prevailed. Charles was glad that this scoundrel had finally been caught. Now in the future, many adventurers would remain alive. Mila was also happy. During the investigation, she was asked many questions, but everything ended well. Fault crimes are very difficult to solve. If the criminal is unknown, the department abandons the case. And with the appearance of faults, the situation in the state has changed greatly. The level of crime in the real world has decreased. Control over external situations has also increased significantly, and due to changes in social structures, the number of poor people has increased. This is not surprising because their welfare is now on the back burner, and this problem is one of the most important for the government. It is always scary to meet a real killer inside a rift, but such situations in the life of an adventurer are not uncommon. This is our world, but that does not mean that there is no other way to survive than to become an adventurer. Charles remembered how Mila had saved him at a critical moment and thanked her for that. The girl replied that then she felt like a real ally for Charles and was very happy. She understands that there are still many challenges ahead, but when she is with him, she feels that she is capable of anything. Charles was pleasantly surprised to hear these words and replied that he hoped for her in the future. Before our eyes, a real strong friendship between a shaman and a sorcerer was born, which is rare to see. The boy and girl continued to enjoy their well-deserved rest and talked. Mila admitted that she still does not understand many things and therefore tries to do everything she is told. But someday, she wants to learn to make decisions on her own so that she can always be useful to the team. Probably Linda also didn't like these qualities of Milo, and it was precisely because of this that she constantly shouted at her. But when Mila is next to Charles, it seems that she can go through all the tests. That is why she would like to stay with him in the group forever. It seems that someone fell in love with the young sorcerer. Charles was glad to hear that. A really nice person, although sometimes he talks too much. The girl wanted to continue her conversation, but in the meantime, I wondered if she had a switch. Meanwhile, other people managed to notice them. They already knew about the rumors about the crazy theater. The story of two young adventurers taking down the Rift Boss and catching the killer in one day has already gained momentum. It seems that our heroes are now celebrities. This is a new reality for which they must be prepared. As it turned out, even Jack had already heard their story. The whole guild only talks about them. Many videos about new superheroes are circulating on the internet. People are collecting information from various sources and creating legends. Usually they write about Charles, although his real name is not known to anyone yet. Although people exaggerate their achievements, the fact remains that Charles is now a celebrity. Jack came to try again to recruit Charles to his team, but was pushed away by Linda. As soon as she heard about this news, she immediately ran to look for cute classics of the genre. She began apologizing to her former partner and said that she had said too much. He would say that he thought everything through and asks Milo to return to her team and be allies again. She understood that Mila was able to earn a lot for clearing the rift and must have raised her level significantly. Now Linda is absolutely sure that Mila will become an indispensable part of their team. Mila said that it was too loud and asked Charles to go outside with her. Jack and Linda were incredibly angry, but it was too late. Their train had left. Charles decided to ask if Mila and Linda were friends, but the girl answered that Linda did not exist for her. It seems that rumors about their work in the Rift of the Insane Theater have really spread, and other guilds know about it as well. There are many videos on the internet where newbies fight against a serial killer. Such videos always get a lot of views. These records are posted on the websites of many popular companies. They do it not for entertainment, but for additional views and profits, because where there is action, there is always money. Mila was surprised that her persona also attracted a lot of attention, but partly she even liked it. This month, various videos on the topic of rifts have received many millions of views. The girl with blonde hair, whose name was Betty, was happy and kept repeating that she was the best in the world. But suddenly she saw a video about a serial killer and a mysterious adventurer in the crack of a crazy theater. She was pissed because their fight got more views than her video. It seems adventurers' fights are always more interesting. Betty said that she should immediately make a video that will get more views. Now, she really doesn't like this guy, Charles. Betty is a young rift researcher. From her behavior, you can understand that she is not a very pleasant person. Meanwhile, Charles and Betty went into the new cafe to talk quietly. She began to say something about her weapon. This question had worried her a lot lately. As the level increases, the rarity of the monsters that must be defeated also increases. That is why, for an adventurer, weapons have a key role, and to compensate for the weakness of shaman firepower, they need an expensive staff. That is why, in the upcoming rift, Charles hopes to earn as much money as possible, and this issue will be resolved. Mila was upset. She said that the staff was probably too expensive for her. The guy replied that this topic was not worth her worries and said that he wanted his partner to have a wonderful weapon. Now the girl looked incredibly happy if she did not want to show it, but the love was immediately visible. She said that she is very happy because they are now equal partners and hopes that everything will be fine in the future. Charles thought that this girl is too naive. He hopes that everything will be fine in her life. Now it was time to think about which rift to go into next. Charles already had thoughts on that. He said that they should go to the rift of the Tomb of the Ancient Kings. Sounds quite interesting. This rift was found only a few days ago. It has a very high chance of getting valuable items. Such a fault cannot be found anymore. No one knows yet that the Tomb of the Ancient Kings is a rare fault. Charles knows information about this place from research notes he studied in a past life. In this rift, you can find very rare items that will cost a lot of money. They should not have many rivals because there is still very little information about this fault. Mila looked at her partner and thought that now he has a very scary face. It seems that he is up to something. The decision was quickly made. The team finished their rest and went to the Tomb of the Ancient Kings. It was quite dark in the rift, and there was a fog around in some places, not the most pleasant place. Soon, action finally began. The first monster that Charles and Milo met was a skeleton warrior. This demon is at the 29th level. It is unlikely to be a serious problem for young adventurers. Mila did not have time to recover as Charles had already activated gravity weakening and launched an attack. In his actions, experience and incredible confidence were felt. Such qualities are almost never found in young adventurers. If you didn't know that this guy was an S-class warrior in his past life, you'd think he was from another world. His attacks were merciless and incredibly fast, a true manual for close combat. Mila watched him as if enchanted. Charles, as expected, almost did not feel the power of his enemy. I have to say a few words about the skeleton warrior's jabs are completely ineffective against these guys. The guy understood this very quickly and ordered his partners to connect a magic attack. It's time for this beauty to show all her best qualities. During this time, her level has increased, so the efficiency should also increase. The skeleton warrior felt that a ball of darkness was coming towards him. The already legendary technique was cute. It was a quick destruction of the opponent, for which they received 240 experience points. Charles went to look for something else besides the magic stone and the remains of the skeleton. Milo hoped that he would be able to find something. These hopes were not in vain. A D-rank Ancient King's sword was found, which increases attack power and emits a blue glow. Charles said that they were very lucky and they would be able to sell it for a lot of money. Mila was happy. She did not expect that they would immediately be able to find something so valuable because this was only their first fight in the rift. Charles said that a sword of this type is very difficult to find, so there must be many potential buyers. You can get about $20,000 for this weapon, which is the optimal price for a rare item. Mila had never seen such money in her life until no one found out that this fault is very rare. It should be used to the fullest. Charles said that they cannot stop and must continue to search for objects for the next 3 days. Mila was already mentally calculating the future profits if they could get many valuable items in these 3 days. This is a truly precious place and it should be used to the maximum. A team of young adventurers heard strange sounds. It seems that they are not the only ones now fighting the monsters of the Ancient King's Rift. As it turned out, fierce clashes were taking place in the other part of the rift. A huge mummy fought against Betty and her assistant. A similar Betty will soon finally meet Charles. It will be an interesting meeting, but for now, let's see how Knight George fights against the ancient mummy. There was almost no competition in this battle. It was an easy victory for the knight with the help of a sharp sword. It seems like a real movie is being filmed before our eyes. George injured the mummy and Betty only had to finish it off. The manager turned on the camera and prepared to shoot a video that would gain 1 million views. George activated his weapon's magical enchantment, of course. What can a movie be without special effects? As soon as the manager began to shoot, Betty immediately took the fiery sword in her hands and prepared to act. She had to destroy the monster beautifully. It shouldn't be difficult because this mummy is already half dead. It seems like this is how this girl earns views. She can hardly be considered a serious adventurer. Betty started playing to the camera. She greeted the audience and said that today they went to an interesting place. Now she is in the rift of the tomb of the ancient kings and begins her research. According to her, she was able to destroy the monster with one blow, and now this place does not seem so dangerous. The girl did not see that Charles and Mila were secretly watching her. They saw all this and understood how she was filming these videos. Mila recognized Betty immediately. She had seen her videos on some fault research sites. Charles did not answer anything. He looked very serious, as if he was thinking about something important. Mila immediately remembered how she said that those who shoot such videos in the faults only plan to make money from it. She immediately understood that Charles hated Rift researchers. Now she understood his reaction to Betty. The manager continued to film the girl and saw that the legs were caught in the camera lens. At first I thought that it seemed to him, but then I realized that these are really the legs of unknown people. A little later he told Betty about it, and the girl returned and saw the spies in person. She started yelling at them and said they wasted her operator's work. Now she has to start all over again. Charles began to approach the girl and said that she should be ashamed of herself for deceiving her fans. Judging by her facial expression, she was not ashamed at all. She answered that she should show herself from the best side. She approached the manager and asked him if they could use the already filmed material. He replied that the video would need to be edited a bit, but overall, everything looks pretty great. Betty was still upset and said that if it weren't for these spies, the video would have turned out much better. Charles went over to talk to her, and the girl said her name was Betty, and she was the world's best Rift researcher. The young adventurers also gave their names, but behaved much less brazenly. Charles said that they were ashamed because they had caused her problems. The girl replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Charles wondered why she had decided to become a Rift researcher, or were there other interesting pursuits? Betty replied that the answer is always the same. She does it for the money, a timeless classic. The study of faults is a very profitable business. Such videos gain a huge number of views. If you are popular, you will be paid for advertising, so this work can make you famous. Betty said that lately she feels like a real idol for young people, but Charles did not think so. He said that the work of an adventurer is not as easy as it seems, and the girl had better stop before it is too late. Although she was displeased because of these words, it must be admitted that Charles is right. You can't relax in faults of this level. If she continues to take this matter lightly, she will surely regret it in the future. The girl was very upset. She said that Charles not only spoiled her video, but also said a lot of bad words. Mila also admitted that Charles was too harsh, and it was necessary to talk to Betty more gently. But the boy continued to be sure that he did everything right. He says this for the sake of his health. George approached his mistress and asked her not to be upset and to ignore the boy's words. Suddenly, the girl's face changed and became much more serious. She told the manager to prepare the camera for filming. She approached Charles and said that if he says such words, he must be confident in his abilities. She said that it's time to have a competition and see who can collect more magic stones. If she wins, Charles will have to apologize to her on camera and take back all of his words. She promised that she would do everything so that no one would recognize him, so Charles could not worry. If Charles wins, then Betty will always obey all his orders. Fair enough bet. The guy agreed to these terms. Although Mila was against it, it was already late. The competition starts now and will end in 3 hours. Betty said that no one has the right to run away in defeat. This girl has become very confident now. Thus, both teams of adventurers went in different directions and began to search for magic stones. Betty's assistants were pleased with her words. They thought it would be fair to show the insolent boy his true place. The girl was a good showman. She understood that with such a video, her fame would increase several times. Along with fame will come a large amount of money, and she will teach this insolent boy. But this young adventurer wasn't going to give up without a fight. He had already found the first monster and started a fight. Charles was not worried at all. He was sure that the victory would be on his side. In principle, as always. Mummy was too slow to keep up with his movements. Now they are on different levels. Charles activated Meteor Fall and destroyed the opponent. He is now level 31. For this, he received 364 experience points and 3 skill points. Not a bad start to the competition. Usually the monsters are too slow. Charles easily jumps up with gravity shift to start the attack. He then takes out the monster with double gravity. That's his battle plan in a nutshell. Another artifact was obtained, the Gauntlet of Ancient Ruins Class D. Looks like they mix things up because it's Thanos' gauntlet. Mila still could not move away from the conflict between Charles and Betty. She believed that the boy was too cruel to the girl. He replied that he was very angry that they were using faults to shoot videos, and he was not going to lose in this competition. They should understand that it is really dangerous and it will benefit them. Charles began to worry that they were finding too many ancient objects. It would be difficult to carry them with them. Fortunately, Milo had a bag with him, and they calmly continued to study the fault. There were a lot of different interesting statues and objects. Danger was felt everywhere. So far, no one attacked the young adventurers, but the cute ones felt uncomfortable. As soon as they entered one of the rooms, the exit was immediately blocked. Charles immediately understood that it was a fault trap, but it did not scare him at all. He still remained calm. A fault trap is a special trap that sometimes occurs in faults. Such situations can be used to one's advantage. Charles said that such a chance cannot be lost and asked the girl to cook. Now everything will begin. The huge statue began to speak. This monster wanted the young adventurers to prove that they had the wisdom of kings. He said that they must answer him 3 questions. If they make even one mistake, they will lose their lives. It seems to be a special kind of riddle trap, and all the monsters are very high level, so Charles and Milo need to be careful. The girl was not as calm as her experienced friend. She began to panic a long time ago. Charles smiled and said that there was no need to worry. He was not going to lose these statues. It's time for the first puzzle. How many experience points do you need to go from level 1 to level 10? Mila was shocked. She thought that no one in the world knew this, but Charles calmly answered that 45 points were needed for this. This was the correct answer, and the boy said that he was ready for the second question. The questions continued and continued. Charles had already managed to solve 19 riddles in a row. He and Miles were already powerless before this brainstorm and asked the statue to finally stop. Mila suggested that Charles try to make a mistake on purpose. Meanwhile, it was the turn of the 20th riddle. The statue asked, "What kind of monster throws green slime?" Charles replied that there has not yet appeared a fault in which you can find green slime. It can be created only with the help of alchemy. The monster statue was shocked. 20 correct answers in a row. This cannot be. The monster thought it was some kind of joke and was being filmed by a hidden camera, but Betty is actually far away. As soon as Charles answered this question correctly, the exit door was immediately opened. If it was someone else, then 100% would answer this question incorrectly. After getting the answer right, it's time to get rewarded for your incredible brain. This is a rank beekeeper's bracelet. This bracelet has an extra space in which to store items. The size of this space depends on the magical power of the owner. It is a very useful and incredibly rare item. Mila immediately asked how expensive it was. Charles replied that if he was lucky, he could sell it for $100,000. The girl, as always, was shocked by such numbers. She probably did not have enough money in her childhood. Perhaps this award was given to Charles for the number of correct answers. Now, you don't have to worry about competing with Betty. With the Guardian bracelet, it shouldn't be a problem. Charles said that now the victory is definitely in their pocket. All that remains is to wait. Destroying normal monsters here is not difficult. Skeleton warriors have good defense against swords, but it is not enough. While Charles is distracted, Milo is able to attack the monsters with magic, so they easily win. The mummies are too slow, and Charles has no problem destroying them using gravity control. Also, they give up their mana too easily when the Mila starts attacking them. Charles had now raised his level to 33, which was to be expected from a rare rift. He also found another sword from the ancient ruins and immediately sent it to storage. This guardian bracelet is really useful. The young adventurers have collected 6 magic stones. Charles was sure that this was enough. One must not forget that their main task today is to earn money. Meanwhile, Betty also continued her work and said that they passed all the tests successfully. They have destroyed more than one mummy, although these ancient guys are quite strong. George said that this is not enough. If the pace is not accelerated, the competition will be lost. But he also said that Charles and Milo must also be having a lot of trouble finding the stones. Betty imagined that she would lose this competition, then she would offer Charles money and ask him to forget about the situation. The problem was that she had already posted a video on the internet where she talked about these competitions. Meanwhile, Charles and Mila came to her and asked how she was doing. The girl replied that she had no problems. She told Charles that he could apologize to her and then the competition would be officially over. The boy was silent in response and opened the vault of precious objects. Betty had not felt such surprise for a long time. She did not understand where he got so many cool items and weapons. She was also interested in the bracelet on his hand. Charles smiled. He understood that the girl had problems with finding precious stones. Now it was his turn to offer the girl an apology and finish the competition early. Betty was too confident. She said that their competition was not over yet and ordered the assistants to continue their work. Mila again thought that Charles was too cruel, but the boy thought that a little joking wouldn't hurt. He hopes that she will not do stupid things and not get into mortal danger. Mila asked him if he was really trying to get revenge on this girl. He replied that she relates too easily to this dungeon and he does not like it. Dungeons are always a risk. You can't treat fault exploration the way Betty does. If she continues to take these dangers too lightly, she will soon regret it. Meanwhile, Betty was thinking about how to win, and she needed to come up with something incredible. She didn't understand how Charles and Milo were able to find such a large number of stones and artifacts so quickly. George turned to his girlfriend and said that they were low on mana and it might be time to stop. Betty got angry and said that she herself knows to watch the mana, but they can't go back and lose. She still hasn't shown what she's capable of. Her potential hasn't been fully realized. To understand the motives and views of this girl, you need to rewind time 8 years ago. Then the catastrophe just began. The ruptures of faults were constantly occurring. One of the green monsters in Betty's eyes killed her father. You wouldn't wish such a fate even on an enemy. The girl managed to escape and take her little brother with her. They were very lucky to be alive. They ran to the warehouse where people from all over the city were hiding, where they could rest and find food. People around quickly understood that these children were left without parents. It was difficult for everyone to watch. At that time, Betty started watching videos about the coolest adventurers in the country. The girl in the video said that she didn't like the feeling of being defenseless in the face of disaster, so she decided to become an adventurer. She destroyed several dangerous monsters and gave an interview to one of the journalists. It was an adventurer rank a Caroline. She was happy that she could save ordinary people from monsters. This video motivated Betty a lot. She also wants to become that strong, kind, and fair and motivate all the people around her. Since that time, Betty realized that she does not want other people to look down on her. She's obliged to win even in such competitions, so she ordered her assistants not to stop. Right now, they have too little material for a new video, so it's time to find something interesting. While the girl ran forward, the assistants could not understand what she was thinking. Betty said that while they wanted to go back, she remembered one enemy that could be quite an interesting subject for a video. She found the boss of the Tomb of the Ancient Kings, a fallen pharaoh who is at the 40th level. Betty, meanwhile, is only level 33. Looks like she's going to be in trouble soon, silly girl. It seems that this pharaoh attacked other adventurers deep in the dungeon. It is unlikely that they will be able to do anything to him. Betty said that if he found a narrow passage, he would not be able to overtake them. She saw how one girl was trying to escape from the pharaoh. If she was not helped, she would die. Betty immediately faced the same situation when her father also asked for help. She doesn't like feeling defenseless in the face of disaster. Now the girl understands why she liked Caroline so much in her childhood, because she really needed help, but Betty decided never to run away again and to face trouble. She ordered her assistants to flee immediately and stop the pharaoh's attack, thereby saving the life of another adventurer. Betty ordered this girl to run and promised to delay the enemy as much as possible. Although this young adventurer named Jennifer was saved, but now death threatens Betty. The majestic pharaoh attacked her, but George intervened at the last moment and protected his boss. The girl was surprised that he did not run away and stayed by her side at this critical moment. It really deserves respect. George said that he has no right to escape, although he is not as skilled as he would like to be in combat. Although George and the manager have prepared to the end to protect Betty, but the pharaoh is too determined. In a few seconds, George was already lying unconscious on the ground. It seems that his motivation was not enough to defeat the legendary warrior. It's the manager's turn to protect the girl. He activated the barrier skill, but will it last long? Pharaoh does not care who to destroy. He is sure that today he will have a great time with these insects. With one swing of his sword, he destroyed the manager's barrier. It was too easy. I understood that she is too weak. She lacks speed and strength, and it will be impossible to defeat this monster. Even though she was holding a sword in her hands, being left all alone, her confidence immediately dissolved. Pharaoh prepared to strike the decisive blow and put this little girl out of her misery. Of course, this cannot happen. Charles sensed the danger in time and managed to save. Although he thought this brash actress was too stupid, he still activated the power of gravity to protect her. He took her in his arms and jumped high so that the pharaoh could not get them with his swords. Betty did not understand where her savior came from. She already had time to pray and prepare for death. Charles replied that he decided to make sure that she was not in danger and only then heard the story from Jennifer. He reminded her that he was right, and she really should now regret her frivolous attitude towards rifts. He reassured the girl and said that in his hands, she is always safe. This is no longer an action movie, this is a real romantic drama. Probably these two forgot that next to them is a very dangerous pharaoh with 4 arms. Charles managed to activate gravity in time and defended himself from the monster's new attack. Although he managed to save the girl, the main danger is still ahead and you need to focus on the opponent. It's funny to watch him fight holding Betty in his arms. It would be better if he asked her to stand aside and not interfere. He reduced the gravity with his skill and was able to deflect the halberd attack. By this time, help from the shaman had arrived and Mila had reactivated her crown weapon, the Orb of Darkness. This is unlikely to kill the pharaoh. This guy is too experienced and dangerous to die so easily. Seeing that he easily repelled her attack, the girl became upset again. Probably she is depressed due to constant failures. Meanwhile, Charles saw that the assistants of the Betsy were badly wounded and could not run away. Their opponent is a high-ranking monster. This is the worst possible situation, so it will be extremely difficult to survive. Although the clown's sword reduces the gravity of the opponents when attacking, the fight will still be much more difficult than with the clown. Betty understood that her assistants were trying to save her life, so she could not leave them and run away. Charles asked her not to worry and assured her that he would be able to keep them safe. He was always happy to test his strength against a strong opponent. The guy called Milo and asked her to urgently top up Betty's mana balance. He promised that he would be able to buy some time for them and divert all the attention of the 40th level monster. Betty used fire magic. She is a magical swordsman who fights in close combat with a little magic support. Charles was sure that she must have the ability to heal because she is a magical swordsman. While time distracts the enemy, she will restore her health by healing. Also at this time, Mila will help her restore her mana with the help of the shaman's power. With the help of gravity reduction, Charles increased his speed, but his attack power decreased. So far, his purpose is to distract the enemy, so there are no problems yet, but the difference in their levels is too high. The main question at this point is, can the guy continue to distract using only gravity reduction? At this difficult moment, George came to the rescue, although he was badly wounded, but he was able to help Charles increase his speed. He asked the boy to save Betty, and it looks like their team is much bigger today. The fight continued. The strength of this boss is that it is big and fast. It is too difficult to find a moment to attack. Pharaoh skillfully uses his hands there with swords. Attacks come with different trajectories from different sides. Although Charles manages to defend himself so far, this guy is too fast, and if he hits with his sword, the battle will be over. Charles understood that he must even obliged to hold on until help came to him. Meanwhile, the manager was also still alive, although he felt like the morning after a loud party. He saw how selflessly Charles fights and defends himself trying to save Betty. Seeing these extremely fast and flexible movements, he realized that it must be captured on camera. The internet has never seen such a technique. It is guaranteed to get millions of views. Charles seems to have deliberately chosen the best angles for shooting. It will be a real bestseller. The manager had time to film everything beautifully. It seems he had time to attend Quentin Tarantino's courses before traveling to the fault. So far, Charles manages to compensate for the difference in levels by reducing gravity. But he has one problem: he cannot deal any damage to his opponent. And Charles alone will not be able to defeat him, but the transfer of mana for Betty is almost complete. The girl thanked sweetly when everything was done. Now it's her time to join this game. She activated the healing skill. It shouldn't take too long. After a few minutes, Betty was fully ready for battle. Now the real hell will begin, and the pharaoh will regret that he was born. Of course, this battle will not pass without love. The girl also said that she will fight to the end together with her team. Charles was pleased, but the situation was still not in their favor, so there was no need to delay any longer. The boy said that they should defeat this giant in one attack, but judging by his biceps, it would be very difficult. Betty has already managed to join Charles. All together, they form a real force that will be enough to win. But not everything started working out right away. At first, Charles had problems. Mila immediately saw that her friend was pressed against the wall. The situation was quite tense. Charles started to activate gravity reduction and weight reduction. This should help even in a critical situation. With the help of these skills, he began to throw various statues at the pharaoh, an unusual technique of fighting. Pharaoh easily repelled this attack and cut the statue into several pieces with his sword. Sensing that this was their chance to deliver a decisive blow, Charles called for Milo and ordered her to shoot the monster in the head. Mila is always ready to take on such responsibility. She is no longer an intimidated girl as before. Activating the ball of darkness, she attacked the pharaoh. Everyone stopped in anticipation. As it turned out later, the pharaoh did not feel any problems with this attack. The ball of darkness did not help. Although Mila was upset, but it seems that this is exactly what Charles wanted. It was a check on his opponent. He understood that near the monster's head there is strong armor, which means that something important is hiding behind it. Meanwhile, Betty found her opponent's blind spot and began her attack. But because of his 4 arms, the pharaoh is almost impossible to approach. This guy's really powerful. Betty was surprised to see that Charles was able to approach this demon and attack it. The guy looked at Betty and said that now he will try to weaken the pharaoh's defenses, and at that moment she must destroy his mask. Magic swordsmen have the skill of piercing armor, and it does not take much time to prepare for this. This will immediately significantly reduce the opponent's defense, and it will be much easier to defeat him. Betty was ready for this, but she did not understand what Charles would do to weaken the pharaoh. The power of the fallen pharaoh is formed in his 4 arms, but if you stop them, he will be much slower. Thanks to this, the adventurers will have more chances to attack, which is exactly the plan Charles chose. He activated the gravity skill and began to attack, but this was exactly what the pharaoh had been waiting for. Charles immediately used gravity chains. This magic binds the monster's movements and will be able to tie the pharaoh's hands. This should be enough to slow it down, so Charles used the chains closer to the monster's shoulders. This tactic can be used against large and multi-armed opponents. Due to the fact that the chains are near the shoulders, it will be difficult to break them. Betty watched the guy's technique with pleasure. She realized that it was her time to attack. It seems that this is the moment she has been waiting for a long time. This attack could change her life. That scared little girl no longer exists. Now she is a real professional adventurer. Betty charged and activated armor piercing as Charles and Milo watched with bated breath. The pharaoh did not have time to quickly repulse the girl's attack due to the shackles of his 4 hands. The girl hit the target exactly, and the fallen pharaoh immediately grabbed his face. A little later, it became clear that the plan was completed. The armor on his face was destroyed, and this guy showed his true face. The pharaoh can hardly be called handsome. His face is his weak point. Charles ordered his team to attack immediately while the fallen pharaoh's movements were slowed. The boy activated the gravity shift and was the first to step forward as a true leader. The pharaoh began to defend, but Charles had seen these moves before, a powerful attack with all hands. It's pretty predictable, but when his hands are tied, this technique isn't too dangerous. Charles also noticed that during such an attack, the pharaoh tilts his head too much. With the help of these observations, you can finally kill this handsome man and send him to hell. At such moments, Charles always activates the comet fall. It seems to be his signature weapon for destroying enemies. The guy looked very confident. It felt that he was sure that this would be enough to destroy the monster. As it turned out, the fall of the comet caused incredible damage to this giant. So now the boss of the tombs of the ancient kings is officially destroyed. His Majesty, the fallen pharaoh, is dead. While Charles was getting extra experience and skill points and leveling up, Betty ran to help her friends. After the death of the fallen pharaoh, it remained to wait for a just reward. This reward was the staff of the king of the cursed rank C. It adds magical power and strengthens dark magic. Rare rift bosses often drop important items, and this staff is perfect for Mill. Charles thought they would have to keep looking for items to sell for a long time, but they were lucky and got the staff right away. Mila wasn't sure she deserved such a reward, but Charles reminded her that she had helped him in many battles. It was only with her power that he was able to obtain the sword of the Mad Theater, so he will honestly give her this staff. Betty also participated in the battle with Pharaoh. She thanked the boy for his help and rescue. She said she was happy to be alive and Charles could keep the drought and the magic stones. Although she didn't look happy, probably because it was time to talk about their arrangement and competition. The guy calmly replied that they can assume that Betty won. The girl was incredibly surprised when Charles agreed to take back his words. He admitted that she was serious about the faults. Betty replied that she was glad to hear that, and Mila and Charles just smiled in response. Charles said that to achieve more as an adventurer, you need to train more and shoot less videos. The manager intervened in the conversation. He said that working as an adventurer does not always bring a lot of money. Of course, if you are a high-level adventurer, there will be no problems with this. But Betty's mother has no legs because of the disaster, and she also has 5 little brothers. Her father died a long time ago, so it is very difficult to feed the family. The girl was unhappy that the manager started telling her this. She believed that there was no need to tell stories about her family to everyone around. Charles was surprised. He thought all this time that the girl loved money because of her selfishness. Betty got angry and replied that she always took the work of an adventurer seriously. Everyone is afraid of disasters, and the girl wants to give people smiles in this troubled time. Charles agreed that it was a really good goal and told Betty well done. Although the girl was surprised but immediately made a serious expression on her face, the little actress always sits inside her. Thus ended the adventures in this rare Rift of Ancient Kings. George reported that the equipment is in perfect order and will make a great video demonstrating the skills of an experienced adventurer. Betty was happy. This kind of content is bound to get millions of views. But George quickly upset her. They don't have enough magic stones and frames for a decent video. The situation is not easy. George offered to take the stones from Charles, but the girl replied that she did not want to accept gifts out of pity. They should have at least something. Any material that can be posted on the internet is suitable. The manager showed Betty a video where Charles fights on an equal footing against a huge fallen pharaoh. Let's move to the Adventurers Guild. These events happened a few days after the last adventure. Mila and Charles continued their training and education to become the ultimate adventurers. The girl started screaming and said that Charles must watch this video. The guy calmly replied that she should not look for information about faults on the internet, but only ask an experienced adventurer. It seems that Charles was referring to himself. He remembers information about most of the future faults, but it was something different. A new video about the appearance of a mysterious adventurer was released on Betty's YouTube channel. It very quickly gained more than 1 million views. In the comments, everyone was amazed at the speed and strength of this guy. As soon as Mila showed it to Charles, he immediately smiled proudly. Now he understood why everyone around him was looking at him so strangely. Mila was happy. Over 1 million views in 24 hours, which is what you'd expect from Charles. At home, Betty has also managed to see how many views her video has received. The girl was very happy and said that she was the best, although she was not showing her technique in the video. Her phone started ringing. It was Charles. They had exchanged contacts after the adventure in the rift. Betty greeted and said that it was no wonder that Charles already missed her. She smiled and said that she understood why he became her supporter. By agreement, she could post the video on her channel, but if he didn't like it, she could remove it later. Charles understood that Betty was trying to feed her family during this troubled time, so he replied that there was no need to delete the video. Betty was happy and said that she had an interesting idea. Charles is a superstar now, so it would be good to make a video together. Charles immediately hung up. Mila wanted to know what happened, but he answered that there was a problem with the connection. Now, the guy is not thinking at all about popularity and shooting videos. Now, he is interested in something else. He thinks about a very rare item that he was unable to obtain in his past life, the Ring of Wisdom. At the current rate of development, he will be able to count on him this time, and the whole future history will change dramatically. Soon the boy applied for promotion to C rank. He is now at level 36, and this is enough for a promotion. Mila is already level 32, and soon she will be able to increase her rank as well. Jessica was incredibly surprised again. This young team is raising their level faster than anyone in the guild. To increase the rank, you have to constantly defeat monsters of a higher level. This is a very difficult task. Without the necessary knowledge, it will be very difficult to achieve this, so only the best of the best reach the maximum level. Adventurers who have reached rank C are already considered first class. Mila promised to do everything possible to keep up with her friend. Charles didn't look incredibly pleased. He said that he wanted to raise his level to rank B within a month. Mila was very surprised. It would be almost impossible to do this in a month. Only a few people were able to reach it so early in the morning. Charles replied that he must do it in order to get the desired item, which he is constantly thinking about. This item is located in a location that cannot be accessed without rank B. It is a high-rank Rift library of secrets. If you defeat the boss of this high-ranking Rift, you can get a Ring of Wisdom. Mila couldn't understand how Charles knew all this if this boss hadn't been defeated yet. And it was also very interesting, what effects and advantages does this ring give its owner? Charles replied that the Ring of Wisdom could be related to the phenomenon of the occurrence of faults. This shocked the girl. The Ring of Wisdom is a rare item with incredible potential, but in a past life, its location was unknown. According to rumors, the secret of the rifts is hidden in the ring. Charles has little time, but he must get this ring. The guy said that he could not risk the life of Milo if she refused to go with him, then he would understand. The girl replied that she wanted to help and would be happy to go to this high-ranking fault together with Charles. But for this, you need to immediately raise the rank. It will not be easy, and for this, you need to come up with a plan. Charles said that he took care of everything ahead of time and made a list of faults to clear. This will help raise the level. So the young adventurers immediately went to work. The first opponent was a blood feast. This monster is the boss of the Red Troll Rift. He is at level 32, but that didn't help him from the gravity attack. After that, Siren, the boss of the Mermaid Lake Rift, was attacked, but Mila quickly destroyed this level 30th monster. After that, with the help of a falling comet, Charles destroyed Arachne, the boss of the rifts of the 36th level catacomb. In the next 2 weeks, 3 rifts were passed. Mila had already reached level 35. Charles was now at level 38. Although these were low-level faults, it took a lot of work to clear them, especially in the last fault. But the movements of bosses at this level are too predictable. You cannot expect anything unusual. Charles has well-selected faults that are easy to find. All faults of the required level in the city have been found. If the young adventurers can clear 5 more rifts above level 30, they will be able to rise to rank B. Charles and Milo came back to the guild and told Jessica that they plan to raise their rank again. The girl replied that in order to pass this time, a difficult exam is being held and you have to wait a few days. At that moment, professional adventurer Edward approached them. He couldn't believe that these kids wanted to get B rank. Experienced adventurers can sign contracts with guilds. Edward already had such a contract. Their work consists in managing faults and solving unforeseen situations. Also, they should help capture heavy faults. For this, they have great influence in guilds. Edward thought it was some kind of joke. These children cannot claim such a high rank. But Jessica answered him that Charles and Mila had already reached level 40. He definitely did not expect that. Edward looked at these children and was surprised. How could the two of them defeat a large number of bosses? Edward has been working as an adventurer for over 7 years, and for a long time he was the only rank B adventurer in this guild. He could not believe that some little scoundrels were trying to take his glory away from him. Charles was upset that they had once again attracted the attention of an unpleasant personality. Edward said that he could not accept this. Children who have not worked for at least a year are not worthy of rank B. Edward is one of the few rank B adventurers in this guild. He has a lot of influence. Perhaps the guild will not be able to ignore the opinion of such an experienced adventurer. Applications for advanced training are analyzed by the heads of the guild, and the opinion of the adventurers on the contract is also taken into account. If it was only Charles, he would be silent, but with him, Milo and they will not back down. The boy confidently looked at Edward and said that he wanted to know the reason for the rejection of the application. Edward aggressively approached the boy and said that they were too inexperienced to carry such a high rank. Rank B is a great responsibility. Edward believes that it cannot be obtained so easily by anyone who wants it. Mila felt all this negative energy and immediately became very upset. She also wanted to increase her rank. Many people had already gathered around. Some adventurers admitted that these children were not lucky enough to catch Edward's eyes. Edward said that to become adventurers, one must be older than 17 years of age. Charles replied that he knew all this information well and also knew a lot about adventurers and rifts. It had already been 15 years since the rifts appeared, and in this country, only 6 people would have been able to reach the rank in less than a year. Charles said that these people were promoted through no fault of their own. Edward visibly began to worry. Charles said that he was strong enough to get the rank, and if Edward rejected his application for some unknown reason, then he was willing to listen to it. Charles understood that some laws related to rifts and adventurers were still not finalized. Edward looked tense and said that young people should listen to the opinion of more experienced adventurers. But Charles replied that one should not make decisions based on one's own feelings. One should look at real achievements. Any decision should be made based on clear rules because this is the policy of any guild of adventurers. Jessica heard this and became visibly nervous. She completely agreed with the young man's words. Mila continued to admire her friend. She was surprised that Charles was so easily against an experienced adventurer. Even in such a situation, Charles shows his superiority. Everyone around felt how stubborn this guy is. Edward was the most angry of all. He believed that this bastard was publicly mocking him. Such an experienced adventurer could not forgive. He immediately approached Jessica and asked what level and class these children had. The girl answered that Charles was a gravity master of the 38th level. The adventurer was very surprised. He had never heard of such a rare class before. But surely a gravity master is something quite interesting. No wonder Charles has a high level, knowing about his connections. Edward admitted that he jumped to conclusions and he needed to take into account all the abilities of the boy. He is ready to reconsider his decisions, but only under one important condition. Edward confidently said that this condition is a personal test. Is Charles worth rank B? Edward told the boy that as soon as he was ready, he could come to the training hall. If Charles can defeat him in a practice fight, then Edward will agree to Charles and Milo's promotion. But if Charles can't win, then he might not even dream of rank B. Everyone around was quite interested, but no one believed that a young guy could defeat an experienced adventurer. Edward had recently killed 2 young apprentices during a training battle, so Charles was going to have a hard time. Edward smiled smugly. He felt that he was going to make this arrogant boy suffer. The main problem is that Charles is currently at level 38, and Edward is at level 47. Edward considered his opponent to be an ordinary peasant who had been helped to level up. Edward is an experienced druid warrior. His class enhances physical abilities with the power of beasts. He is sure that his characteristics are better in all parameters, and he will be able to trample this young scoundrel. Edward believed that Charles would never appear in the guild again after this defeat, but the boy looked quite calm. He understood that Edward had a class with high indicators of physical abilities, and there could be problems with this. The boy realized that it was time to spend his experience and skill points and improve his characteristics. With improved gravity control skills, he will be able to increase his strengths even more. Edward sneered at his opponent. He said that nothing would help Charles avoid a shameful defeat. Accidents during practice combat are commonplace, so anything can happen. Charles confidently took out his sword and said that he had nothing to worry about because a shameful defeat awaits his opponent. Mila was very excited. She understood that she would not be able to help her friend during the battle, and this upset her. Edward wanted this to be a lesson for all young adventurers. He wanted to show that experience should be respected. Taking out his huge sword, he said that it was time to start a training battle. Edward said that he would not use his skills, but Charles could show his maximum. Other adventurers had already gathered around. They all wanted to see how they would kill the young fool. Charles calmly replied that he was ready and began the battle with the force of gravity reduction. Edward understood that his opponent had a low level and a weak class. Everyone knows that wizards are not capable of anything. He was absolutely sure that no gravity attack could harm him. Edward sensed that it was time to have fun, and the battle began immediately. Charles very confidently went forward. It was at this moment that the experienced adventurer realized that in front of him was a very unusual young man. He didn't understand how Charles got such a high speed. Judging by his low level, he shouldn't be that fast. Edward still didn't understand what was happening. It seems he underestimated his opponent too much. The experienced adventurer realized that he needed to concentrate and show this boy what a real B rank is. He tried to cut off his head with his huge sword, but realized that Charles's speed reached a completely different level. The boy easily dodged Edward's attack and was already behind him. When Edward realized that he couldn't resist this speed, it was too late. Charles moved closer and delivered a powerful knee strike to the jaw. Although now the most interesting part begins. Now Edward no longer looks down on this young adventurer. Moments of their fight began to be filmed on camera. No one could believe that an ordinary novice could be capable of such a thing. So far, Charles is winning the training battle against Edward, which is hard for the other adventurer in the guild to accept. Some of the other students said that there was nothing surprising about it. It was just a skill test, and Edward wasn't using his strengths. The experienced adventurer still could not hit the young guy. He began to think about possible defeat. If he doesn't win, then everyone around him will make fun of him. He can't suffer such disgrace in his guild. Edward understands that the level of his opponent is much lower than his, but why is Charles so strong? Edward probably doesn't know that Gravity Master is the strongest class you can get. With the help of the gravity control skill, you can compensate for the lack of physical strength. In short duels, Charles' mana should be enough to maximize the use of gravity skills. Let Edward have a higher level, but without using skills, it will be very difficult for him to win. Charles mentioned that David was much stronger in close combat and had very strong abilities. In addition, he did not have such a strong hatred for Charles, but these two enemies are similar in some ways. The boy understood that the time has come to act, not to think. Time is running out, and this match must be finished. So he activated double gravity and went on the attack. Edward immediately felt the strength of his opponent. He was surprised to realize that Charles's sword had unexpectedly become heavier. It seems that he is strong not only in speed. At the moment when Edward tried to strike back, he realized that his opponent had disappeared. Edward believed that this does not happen, and that this is some unknown magic. He did not yet see that Charles was behind him. After a few seconds, Charles came up behind and threatened his opponent with his sword. That's how confident he was. While Edward was attacking, Charles reduced the gravity and used this moment to be behind him. During the jump, he was in his opponent's blind spot, so Edward decided that Charles had disappeared. Everyone around was surprised and happy at the same time. It's not every day you can see how a young novice defeats a rank B adventurer. Mila looked the happiest of all. The girl was very happy to see that Charles had won. Edward thought that it was all a joke. He did not understand how he could lose to a novice and did not recognize Charles's achievements. The guy was sure that now there should not be any additional problems with improving his qualifications. But after a few seconds, he realized that it was too early to rejoice because he felt Edward's thirst for blood. The experienced adventurer was not going to lose this battle. He activated the predator's claw break and selflessly ran to attack. All his words about the rules and not using skills during the battle are now irrelevant. The battle has begun not for life, but for death. Charles managed to defend himself, but felt the true power of his opponent on his own body. The boy lost his concentration after winning the training battle. This is unacceptable for a B-rank adventurer. Edward slyly used the weapon as bait and attacked with real skill at this moment. The young adventurers of the guild who were watching this fight were dissatisfied with Edward's actions and said that this was the act of a real coward. He promised that he would not use skills during the fight. Only losers act like that. But strangely enough, this did not scare Charles at all. The boy still looked quite confident and said that he was ready to continue the battle. Edward was incredibly angry. He thought that Charles was barely on his feet and still continued to mock him. Edward wasn't going to accept this. He had underestimated his opponent due to his weak level. But now things would be different. If the rumors about his loss get around the guild, he will be in total disgrace. Therefore, Edward said that there's no point in continuing the fight, and he officially rejects the request for promotion. According to him, the last blow is not delivered during their fight. With this approach, Charles will not be able to defeat the strong demons. He said that he deliberately left many holes in his defense, but Charles could not take advantage of it. Besides, Edward didn't use skills at all, and Charles still got hurt. The people around were very unhappy with Edward's actions. They called him a stupid coward and said that he was not going to recognize Charles from the very beginning. These words really enraged Edward. He could clearly hear how they mocked him and lost all his self-confidence. Seeing Edward's anger, some of the students of the guild immediately fell silent. Few want to anger such a strong adventurer. But unexpectedly, it turned out that there are people who are ready to defend the rights of Charles. It was Jack. He said that Edward is acting unfairly. According to him, Charles fought absolutely honestly and was able to win. Edward broke his promise and used his abilities during the battle. Jack said that the adventurers on the contract had lost their honor. This made Edward very angry. Instead, Charles was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that help in a difficult situation would come from this side. Jack looked at him and smiled. He said that Charles is his best friend, and he will definitely help him. Charles appreciated the help, but the phrase about best friend was rather strange. Mila sadly watched these debates. She well understood that despite the victory of Charles, the situation was still bad. As long as Edward doesn't recognize the boy's skills, all of this loses its meaning and they won't be able to improve their skills. The difference in strength was obvious. It seems that this is what Charles angered his opponent. It was necessary to beat him even harder. Although maybe the guy just had to pretend to be a weak adventurer and lose this battle. Their conversation ended unexpectedly. Everyone around them heard strange sounds and got distracted from the conflict. Suddenly, the vice president of the guild, Michael, appeared. He said that he had been looking for Edward for a long time and asked what was happening here. Edward calmly explained that it was just a small check on which he wasted his time. Michael knew that accidents during training fights are not uncommon, so he asked Charles to leave immediately and contact the doctors. Edward said it's just a scratch that will heal quickly and it's nothing serious. Michael said that he and Edward needed to talk urgently, so the inspection was officially completed. Jack was the most angry of all. He couldn't believe that one of the best adventurers in the guild would turn out to be a coward. Mila was also upset. She approached Charles and asked what they should do next. Meanwhile, the vice president of the guild asked Edward why he arranged this fight. Edward explained that the boy wanted to apply for promotion to rank B, and he decided to show him his true place. Maybe the vice president underestimates adventurers too much, but Edward really hates them. When they entered the vice president's office, it was time to talk about the B-rank fault called the Beast Mausoleum. Controlling such a high-ranking rift is not very easy. Adventurers level up faster and find a lot of materials. The guild received a message about an unexpected change in the location of monsters in this rift. Also, the concentration of magical energy has reached its maximum, so now it is necessary to prepare for a disaster. The guild wants to completely remove all possible risks, that is, capture this rift before disaster occurs. Also, the agency wants to keep several B-rank rifts. The guild head is also not against keeping this rift. That's why Michael told Edward to close this rift in the Beast Mausoleum. There's a lot they don't know about faults right now, so it's probably not wise to jump to conclusions. Michael asked Edward to speak to the guild director and ask him to change his mind. But Edward was against it. He asked Michael to shut up and said that he always received unpleasant assignments from him. He started throwing various papers from the office and said that these are not his problems. He told Michael to look less at all these numbers because it would not help to learn more about the real faults. Edward has much more experience and there is no problem in this if necessary. He will easily close this problematic gap. Michael was very unhappy. He thought that it might be too late because they don't know where exactly the disaster will come from. He believed that they are obliged to protect this city and country and cannot allow a catastrophe to destroy them. He hoped that the worst possible scenario would not happen and nothing bad would happen. Meanwhile, Charles had already managed to go to the doctors and rested after the training fight together with Milo. The girl looked more upset than he did. She did not expect that such a high-class adventurer would turn out to be such a bad person. You can get a new rank only in the guild of your area. Probably Edward will not allow Charles to improve his qualifications. But in order to get into the mystical library, this must be done. Mila can take the exam in another guild, but her level is too low for that yet. Charles was trying to come up with a new plan, and suddenly Betty came up to him. This is such an unexpected meeting. She already heard that during the exam he had problems with the adventurer on the contract. One of her fans sent her a video of the fight. The whole world will know about the injustice on the part of the adventurer B rank. 1,000 shameful comments have already been written to Edward. Betty said that all her fans are incredibly angry and want justice. She remembered that Charles had saved her and understood that she should return the debt to him. The girl said that she wants to do everything in her power to help him achieve justice in this matter. Well, of course, the girl admitted that she would also be able to earn quite well from this business. Thomas explained that they still do not know much about the rifts, so it is quite logical that the guilds rely on experienced adventurers. In addition, it must be admitted that Edward is hardly from that cohort of people who change their opinion about others. He absolutely hates everyone else except him, so it is almost impossible to talk to him and negotiate. While Betty was agreeing with Charles, Mila was calmly and quietly eavesdropping on this conversation. Betty said that she is very worried about Charles and they don't want him to have any serious problems. At that moment, Sweetie realized that she could no longer remain silent. She asked Betty if she liked Charles. Betty immediately blushed and started laughing nervously. She said it was some kind of joke and she didn't like Charles. According to her, he is too self-confident and arrogant. Such guys are not to her taste at all. She explained that she wanted to help him because he saved her life. It would be fair on her part. Also, she considers herself an idol, so they can't meet. At least her fans won't understand. Everything Betty was saying seemed strange enough, but the conversation about her preferences ended abruptly. Mila's phone started ringing loudly. A message came that a new B-rank fault had appeared in the city and everyone urgently needed to go to a safe place. This rift is very close to the guild. It is called the Beast Mausoleum. Is there really going to be an invasion? Invasion is a disaster. When demons come out of the rift into our world, to stop this disaster, you need to destroy the rift and defeat its boss. It was quite strange because in the past life of Charles, this did not happen. I wonder if this is a coincidence or the result of his changes in this world. If this is indeed the result of the changes, then this plot becomes much more interesting. The rift is getting more and more out of control by the minute, even though it has passed all checks and the guild must control it. Betty has not been in a rift of this rank before. She is too low level to do so. Although the girl understood that in this city there are people who do not have any level at all, so she decided to go to this rift. Charles replied that they would all go together. The fault line would get out of control. It is not known what could happen if the catastrophe is not stopped. In the event of a disaster, the monsters are much stronger than they should be. One must hope that everything will be limited to an invasion. Meanwhile, other high-level adventurers also set out to stop the potential disaster. On their way was a 34th level werewolf, quite a powerful opponent for any adventurer. But Edward was much stronger than this monster and ordered him to flee or accept his death with dignity. After a few seconds, the werewolf was dead. It seems that beating monsters is much better for Edward than beating children. Edward was very angry. He did not expect that Michael's prediction would really happen. It seems that he was ashamed again. Now it seems to him that everyone around is trying to make a fool of him. Young adventurers from the guild went with him. They were amazed at how he was able to destroy a werewolf with one blow. He started yelling at the students and said that he was the strongest they had worked with and the werewolf was only a C rank. Edward understood that if there was too much destruction around, then his position could be in danger. We must immediately stop this and destroy the boss of the rift. It is a phantom fox of the 47th level. Edward is certain that he will be able to defeat the boss. If he succeeds, he will become a hero, and he will be able to shift the blame to Michael. He got ready and went in search of the boss. There was already a lot of destruction around. Dozens of people had already died. Pretty quickly, they ran into the boss of the Beast Mausoleum Rift, a phantom fox. This is not some fox from the forest. This guy will take your head off in seconds without even thinking about it. The young students were very scared. They said that this is not the monster they were told about in the guild. It is something much stronger. They were absolutely right. The Rift Boss is level 55. He looked much more convincing than the pictures in the books. It seems that this is evolution. Due to it, the level of the creature increases significantly. Also, during evolution, the monster changes its form. The Phantom Fox became a real demon spirit. He gained new skills and evolved into a completely different life form. When magical power accumulates in the portal, unusual events begin to occur. This often happens together with other disasters. The young students were frightened. They suggested Edward to run away urgently and find a safe place. These fools did not understand that if they ran away, it would only get worse. In this case, Edward's role as the defender of the portal would be in jeopardy. He turned around and started yelling at these young fools and explained that he had been in similar situations many times. He is a professional B-rank adventurer, so retreating is impossible. He will be able to destroy this monster in one hit. Young adventurers John and Flynn said that such a monster cannot be stopped. Fighting with it is total madness. According to them, Edward will die immediately as soon as he attacks the monster. He thought that he took these 2 pieces of crap with him for nothing. Edward told the boys that they doubted his words for nothing. Now he would help them gain some self-confidence. Edward used his magical power and caused the boys a lot of pain. Berserker is a magical skill of a beast warrior. It temporarily increases the attack power of a person under the influence of this skill. Early in his career, Edward used this as a decoy. It had been a long time since he last used this skill. He ordered the brothers to put aside all their worries and confidently go to battle and fight to the death. Under the influence of this technique, John and Flynn took out their red swords and began to attack the Rift Boss. It seems that this guy always acts like a real coward. He uses the brothers as bait and then wants to deliver the decisive blow. Edward always believed that an ordinary adventurer could not survive if he did not resort to trickery. He didn't care that these young talents now risked dying in the battle against a true demon. The Phantom Fox, after its evolution, is a beast of a completely different caliber. This demon spirit is incredibly dangerous. Looks like he's going to use demonic destruction now. Don't know what it is, but sounds very convincing. It seemed that the monster was mocking these young adventurers. It was obvious that he did not consider them equal rivals. The demonic destruction began to work, and huge stones began to rain down on the adventurers. It looks like a telekinesis skill. The scope of its abilities is too wide. Edward immediately recognized that this was the first time he was facing such a powerful opponent with level 55 magical abilities. If he does not do something urgently, he will be left without arms and legs. Well, at least he will not be able to beat children anymore. Only now, feeling the strength of his opponent, he realized that he should have run away while his brothers distracted the monster. But now it may be too late. The Phantom Fox is very angry and wants to taste human blood. The demon was too fast and strong and managed to injure Edward. This is very close to the end. Edward could not understand why this monster appeared here. In close combat, Edward is very powerful, but now he lost in a few seconds. Fortunately, Edward has a skill that only beast warriors can do. It is called a dead man, disguising himself as a dead body for a few seconds. The Phantom Fox approached its victim and saw that his heart was not beating. The monster immediately turned around and walked away. Now Edward has the opportunity to escape. Now he is not worried about others at all, basically as usual. It seems that while this scoundrel was thinking about how to save his life, the monster sensed him. Now no tricks of a professional adventurer are working. It's too late to call Mom. The demon seriously injured the adventurer, and now Edward cannot move at all. Edward begged to be saved. He could not believe that he would die such a horrible death in such a place. But death is far from over because the Phantom Fox has started using telekinesis again. It seems he likes torture. Now Edward will feel what real pain and darkness are now. Not even his young brothers will help him. The Phantom Fox grabbed its victim and began to inflict inhuman suffering on it, but it was even painful to watch. In India, They could not punish this scoundrel, so the monster from the rift had to do it. Meanwhile, the disaster continued to destroy the city's streets and kill innocent people. But fortunately, there were young adventurers who were ready to risk their own lives for the sake of saving others. These young adventurers channeled their abilities to destroy monsters and help ordinary people. During these few hours of the disaster, Charles had already managed to gain more than 500 experience points. Betty said that they wouldn't be able to save everyone and get everyone to safety. That is why they must do everything to clear the labyrinth, otherwise the number of victims will only increase. More than half an hour has passed since the danger was reported, but the threat is still not eliminated. Charles understood that the boss of the Mausoleum of Beasts should already be destroyed by one of the groups of adventurers. But too much time has passed, but there is no result. So you have to prepare for the worst scenario. As it turned out, Edward was still alive, but judging by his behavior, he had completely lost his mind. He began to attack a group of exorcists. They tried to stop him and say that they were fighting on the same side, but he did not hear them. The Phantom Fox has completely taken control of him in its paws. It is unlikely that Edward can be helped in any way. If such strong adventurers begin to go over to the side of the enemy, then the disaster can become even more massive. It was decided to destroy Edward. It is better than watching him fight on the side of the enemy. But he's still a rank B professional adventurer. It's not easy to defeat such a guy in close combat. He began to attack his opponents and inflict very serious injuries on them. With the help of the Beast King's strike, he destroyed the exorcists with incredible ease and speed. This was very unexpected. They all came here to find and kill the monster, not to fight against other adventurers. It was impossible to convince Edward to stop. His mind was completely controlled by the enemy. A battle to the death with a rank B adventurer is like a battle with a high-level monster. The problem is not even the anomaly itself, because it is only a side effect of the disaster. But the problem is that no one has ever encountered such a disaster. It is something completely new and dangerous. This is not at all a task that ordinary adventurers or squads of exorcists can cope with. Fortunately for the exorcists, the young adventurer Charles came to their aid in time. He activated the reduction of gravity, so Edward began to attack. He very quickly realized that Edward was under the mental control of the monster boss. Edward is not an opponent that ordinary adventurers can defeat. He is quite a powerful beast. But Charles perfectly understood that an adventurer of the B rank should be able to fight with opponents of equal strength. Although Edward fights completely differently, his movements are slower than during the rank promotion exam. Perhaps all these slowdowns are a side effect of the monster's psychic influence. Edward began to aggressively attack the boy and activated his Beast King strike skill again. Charles skillfully managed to dodge. He noticed that his opponent lost patience and began to hastily attack without preparation. Now it's Charles's turn to strike back with double gravity. He was able to severely injure his opponent and hoped that after that Edward would get rid of the monster's influence. The experienced adventurer was still as if divided into two worlds. He was still partially under the monster's control. Charles told him that if he wanted to fight, they could continue with the exam for promotion. Edward replied that he would not allow anyone to look down on him and would destroy Charles. He immediately went on the attack and activated his berserker power. It looks like he will be hard to help. Charles felt that the effect of the monster on Edward's brain had increased significantly. But even if this opponent is much stronger than him, he cannot delay this fight any longer. Charles immediately apologized to Edward for his future actions and jumped up high. It seems that I already know what will happen now. It's time for the Comet Fall technique. With the help of the double gravity strike, this technique has become even more dangerous. Charles made excellent use of his strengths and was able to cut off Edward's right arm. He also managed to cut his opponent's tendons. Now he will not pose any threat. Exorcist Morpheus was amazed watching the actions of this young adventurer. Charles fought against a B-rank adventurer, but restrained his power so as not to kill his opponent. This is an indicator of a very powerful warrior. Meanwhile, a group of female supporters ran up to Charles. They were scared and started yelling at the guy for running away. Charles quickly apologized to the girls and said that there was an urgent situation that needed to be resolved. Now they have to take all the wounded to a safe place. The situation is still very unstable and dangerous. But it looks like they won't succeed, because a much more serious problem has appeared on the horizon. The girls were very frightened when they saw that a phantom fox appeared in front of them. They had never seen such a dangerous monster. Although the young adventurers have already managed to defeat many monster bosses, they still have not met such a strong opponent. Although Charles tried to show his confidence with all his looks, it was clear that he was also excited about the upcoming battle. It seems that the boss of the Rift of the Mausoleum Beasts went on a hunt. The main thing is that he himself does not become someone's dinner. Mila was very scared. She probably didn't read the book in the guild because she didn't understand what kind of beast it was. Charles quickly explained to the girl that in front of them was the boss of the Breach of the Animal Mausoleum, Phantom Fox, or as it is also called, demonic Vaija Fox. This monster is at the 55th level. Charles analyzed his opponent and realized that the information received was different from what was written in the books. It seems that the evolution of the monster took place almost instantly from the appearance of the rift, which greatly complicates the situation. When a monster evolves, it is very difficult to predict what skills it will use during battle. To stop the destruction of the city, you have to defeat this monster, but it will not be easy. The Phantom Fox activated the beast's necromancy ability and began to attack with level 30 phantoms. This is such a fantasy awaits us, it is getting very hot, and now we will witness an incredible battle. Betty was very frightened when she saw that the fox called a large number of phantom monsters to help him. She understood that destroying the city and killing innocent people brings only joy to these monsters. Charles realized that it was time to take control of the situation. He ordered the girls to immediately take the wounded to a safe place. Betty began to worry about Charles, but the boy replied that everything was fine and he would try to defeat the monster on his own. It was hard for her to come to terms with it when Charles starts to play the role of the hero, and she wants to do the opposite even more. That is why Betty understood that she could not allow Charles to risk his own life alone. She turned back and said that they and Milo would help Charles destroy the phantoms and Morpheus should take care of the wounded. This bald exorcist was shocked by the behavior of these young adventurers who thought it was absolute madness. He understood that this monster was level 55, and if reinforcements did not arrive in time, they would all die. It seems that all these problems did not interest Charles and the girls at all. For them, risking their own lives already seemed like something ordinary. The guy said he was leaving the phantoms for Betty and Milo, a true example of gentlemanly behavior. So while the girls fight against the high-level phantoms, Charles will take it upon himself to take down the boss. The Phantom Fox activated a ghost beast roar, hardly an ability created solely for intimidation. A little later, it became clear that it helps to move other objects. Morpheus was shocked to see the area of application of the monster's skill. He had never heard of it even in books. The Phantom Fox was preparing to attack and destroy everyone who stood in its way. This is not exactly the kind of fox they tell about in fairy tales. Although danger loomed for Charles, the boy continued to remain calm and in control of his body and mind. Mila and Betty were worried about their friend. They understood that Charles could not lose this battle. An incredibly strong aura emanates from this monster, even though it is not even using its full strength to its maximum. It seems that the Phantom Fox is playing with its rivals like children. Charles wasn't going to wait until he was crushed by huge rocks. It was time to show some gravity tricks. Morpheus was surprised. He had never seen such fast movements and such a talented adventurer. He didn't know that Charles had too much experience in speed fights where people's lives were decided. Probably the boy's past life, which he spent with the thief class, benefited him. This experience is priceless. Phantom Leaf also looked quite surprised when he saw this young adventurer's technique. Charles looked satisfied. He confidently looked at the monster and said that his spells do not work on wizards. Teasing a Phantom Fox is a form of mental retardation. Charles probably didn't know about it. But he activated partial gravity and forced the monster to settle for a dinner of rocks. The Phantom Letter had never seen such insolence. He was angry that these children were not taught to respect adults. As soon as Charles realized that his opponent was able to distract himself for a few seconds, he immediately activated the gravity bomb. Morpheus continued to marvel at the boy's technique. It looked incredible. Compared to a rank B adventurer, Charles single-handedly destroyed the boss of the 55th level rift. Morpheus was sure that one day this boy would become the strongest adventurer in the world. If you kill the boss, the rift should close, and all the other monsters should disappear immediately. Betty said that they don't have time and Charles must kill this bastard for good. The boy prepared his sword for battle and promised that he would now destroy this red-haired nothing once and for all. The Phantom Fox was still alive, although badly wounded, and became enraged and began to attack the boy with stones. This beast is really huge and strong, but when it attacks, it completely loses control. Charles was certain that without control, the monster had no chance of victory. It was time to send him to hell. The boy activated double gravity and began to attack the opponent with his own weapon, huge stones. Such tricks could not please the Phantom Fox. He was losing his mind with rage at Charles. But even when the guy is in the air, he's still very dangerous with dual gravity. This skill of a true master of gravity is always useful. It seems that the fox has completely lost its advantage. Compared to other humanoid bosses, this boss is much weaker. But Through realized that he will not be able to finish this fight too quickly, although some moments looked illogical. Vija's demonic fox is level 55, although Charles is currently only level 38. Charles was starting to run out of mana. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but considering the difference in levels, he was still lucky. The boy had not yet been harmed by the monster's attacks, but if he continued to mindlessly lose mana, the fox would soon destroy him. Charles must not waste his mana level during the fight, but this is impossible because without it there will be no victory. He started thinking about asking Betty and Milo for help. They always fight better together. But the boy quickly realized that the girls are fighting with phantoms, and therefore they cannot be distracted from this process. Until now, they are busy helping the wounded and defenseless. Based on his past life, Charles learned to predict the possible endings of a fight. The boss has very similar attacks, but also a lot of health, which he can restore due to auto attacks. It will be very lucky if only he dies, although it will be sad to die in such a place. But if Charles continues to delay, no one will be able to stop the disaster. The boy understood that he could not run away and leave everyone else to fend for themselves. There was no other way for him. That is why Charles tried to concentrate and make one last attempt to achieve the desired victory. He must use his powers effectively and dodge to save others. Now is the moment when Charles must be much more aggressive and angry than before. His first attack was quite successful. He was able to seriously injure one of his opponent's heads. This angered the Phantom Fox, and he decided to activate the beast's demonic art skill again. After that, he didn't stop and continued to scare Charles with his tricks. He activated the demonic beast's growl. The Phantom Fox began to use skills too aggressively. It is not the kind of beast that only one adventurer can defeat. Betty understood that her friend could not win alone. He urgently needed help. Mila did not understand. Charles is at this moment driven into a dead end, but for some reason does not want to retreat. One gets the impression that the boss of the Rift of the Beast Mausoleum is afraid of him, although how is that possible? The Phantom Beasts have already begun their attack on the young adventurer. Now it will be even more difficult for him than before. Charles realized that it was time to fully focus on inner strength. After a little meditation, he moved forward and began to attack all his enemies as if he had become immortal. There was too much blood around. Books will be written about this legendary battle, and legends will be told to children. Morpheus has never seen such a terrible and frightening power before. This young adventurer is a real monster. Charles quickly destroyed the Phantom Beasts and turned all his attention to the main opponent. As soon as he found his weak point, he immediately disappeared from his sight with the help of double gravity. Charles realized that he had to end this fight with one blow and activated his crown weapon, Comet Fall. It was a brutal killing of the Phantom Fox, but this red-haired boy deserved such a fate. Everything around immediately began to change. The Phantom Fox disappeared into a black hole. It is unlikely that we will ever see it again. The disaster that destroyed the city for many hours was also stopped. This Armageddon is finally over. Charles was happy. It was a wonder that he survived at all, but for killing such a strong opponent, he increased his level by 6 steps. He also gained 6,500 experience points and 23 skill points for this legendary battle. The phantoms summoned by the boss of the rift immediately disappeared with the closure of the rift. The other monsters should have disappeared as well. It seems that now you can sleep peacefully, although the chances of victory were minimal. But they did it. Mila immediately ran to congratulate Charles on the victory. Now her friend is at the 44th level of combat skills. Betty was the only one who didn't look happy at this moment. She stood still and looked very gloomy. It is unlikely that it has anything to do with Charles. We will talk about their potential romantic relationship later. At that moment, the girl realized that she became a hero who protected many lives. Her father could be proud of her. Morpheus was the most surprised. This exorcist still could not believe that Charles could defeat the boss on his own. He looked at this young adventurer in surprise and could not understand who he was. A few hours later, Charles, Mila, and Betty returned to the Adventurers Guild. Jessica congratulated Charles and the girls and thanked them for their help in closing the dangerous rift. She thanked them for saving millions of lives and said that without them, the situation could have gotten out of control. Everyone around only talked about them. It was strange to hear that 3 young adventurers saved the whole city. Mila was still upset. She got the impression that Charles did everything himself and she was ashamed of it. Charles reassured his girlfriend and said that he would not have been able to kill the boss without their help because it was the girls who distracted the phantoms at a critical moment. Betty, in turn, replied that she completely agreed with this, and that they achieved victory thanks to female support. Charles smiled and said that the girl probably regrets not being able to record a video of the fight and post it on her channel. The girl smiled and answered that she was actively fighting with phantoms and could not think about the channel, especially the need to help the wounded. The vice president of the guild did not expect that the disaster would happen immediately after his conversation with Edward. Even a special group could not solve the fault problem. Fortunately, young adventurers saved the city. Without them around, the guild would hardly have been able to stop this threat, so Charles and his team deserve credit. Seeing Charles, the vice president took a closer look at this guy. He had already seen him somewhere before. A little later, he remembered that this was the same boy that Edward was talking about, a young adventurer who was trying to raise his rank. It's very strange. Thanks to such a young guy, a whole city was saved. It's even hard to believe it. Michael smiled and understood that future legends of the world of adventurers were being born before his eyes. Meanwhile, not only interesting events took place in the guild, you should also visit the city's central hospital. One unpleasant guy survived this disaster. He seems to be very angry. Edward woke up in the hospital and couldn't remember what happened after the moment when the Rift Boss started controlling his mind. Only a little later he remembered that this bastard Charles cut off his hand, the hand of a rank B adventurer. Edward was incredibly angry to hear that Charles had now become a national hero. He promised to make the boy's life hell and use his position and influence to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the exorcist Morpheus entered his room and called him an ungrateful scumbag. Morpheus explained that during the battle for the city, they wanted to kill Edward when the boss controlled his mind. But Charles saved the adventurer. Edward began to scream and said that he would never thank the person who cut off his arm. Edward got very angry and told them to leave, but Morpheus said he had to meet someone. He ordered the young man into the room. Edward immediately recognized him. It was John. He used him and his brother as bait to distract the Rift Boss, but John managed to survive. Morpheus said that he now knew that Edward was manipulating the minds of his subordinates for his own benefit. Using psychic acting skills without permission is a criminal offense, especially to save one's own life. There is no way that a B-rank adventurer who signed a military contract with the guild could not know the laws of Rift crimes. Edward was incredibly angry and understood that his situation was now even more critical than after losing his arm. A few days later, Charles rested and returned to the Adventurers Guild. He applied for a promotion again, but Jessica again turned him down. The girl explained that the rules are stricter when the rank is increased, so in case of refusal, you cannot immediately submit a second application. For this, you need to wait at least 3 months, but Charles was angry. For him, it was a shock. He is currently at the 44th level and has fulfilled all the conditions to increase his rank. The boy realized that in 3 months, the Library of Secrets will be completely wiped out and he will not be able to get the same rare item. It is 3 months that you have to wait to reapply for promotion. All this happened because of Edward. Milo interceded for the boy. She said that Charles became a hero who saved the city from disaster. She also reminded him that he defeated a rank B adventurer when he was under enemy control. Jessica explained that Edward was fired because he broke the rules of the contract. Now his opinion does not affect Charles's promotion. The guy realized that he has fewer and fewer chances to raise his rank in the near future. Despite the fact that the Ring of Wisdom can affect the future of this world, he has to come up with another way to get it. At this moment, the vice president of the guild approached the young adventurers. Michael greeted the young heroes and asked them what they were talking about. As soon as he heard this interesting and tense dialogue, he immediately decided to join. Charles also wondered why the vice president of the guild decided to join their conversation. Michael recognized this guy and, looking at Jessica, said that he supports the promotion of adventurer Charles. This was very unexpected even for Charles himself. He could not have foreseen such a turn of events. Jessica was also shocked. She replied that you can't do that. Even though the adventurers didn't agree with some of the rules before, she said that this may affect the general dissatisfaction, and the president of the guild is also unlikely to support this decision. Michael replied that they could not ignore the boy's heroism in clearing the recent breach. The vice president personally conducted an investigation into the disaster and knows what he is talking about. He also learned that the reason for the failure of the exam for promotion was not Charles's abilities, but Edward's personal hatred. That's why the guild rules won't be broken, because they should have raised his rank from the start. Although the director of the guild always follows the rules, Michael is sure that he will persuade him to take this step. The vice president will explain that it would be a huge loss for the guild not to promote the boy right now. This is his main task, to support the adventurers, because they are the defenders of the world. The disaster that threatened the city had to be foreseen and stopped by the guild before it caused big problems. First of all, the vice president would like to thank him and his team for stopping this disaster. And in this way, he would like to thank the boy for saving the city. Charles smiled and shook the vice president's hand. Sometimes justice still prevails. Thus, after a few hours, the application for the promotion of the rank of Charles was accepted and supported. Thus, the young adventurer was able to obtain rank B, an incredible achievement in such a short period of time. There are not so many adventurers with such a high rank in the guild. You can count them on the fingers of your hands. Compared to his past life, Charles reaches new ranks with incredible speed. Although you can quickly level up by fighting higher-level enemies, the results are still incredible. Mila was surprised to see that Charles looked quite upset after his promotion. He replied that everything is fine with him, but he only thinks about the difficult situations that await them ahead. The events of this timeline are incredibly fast, such as the appearance of a rank B fault. This rift could have destroyed the city, but it was quickly stopped. In Charles's past life, such a disaster had never happened. Going back in time, his actions greatly affected the events of this timeline. It's very interesting. Faults are events that do not lend themselves to logic. They appear unexpectedly. Perhaps that is why this fault appeared, even if it was not there in the past life. At first, Charles did not think that it could have such a strong influence on this timeline. It is the butterfly effect, as if small changes in the world lead to incredibly large consequences. Charles looked very excited and couldn't understand why he was so excited. It is a very bad habit to constantly think about negative options. It takes too much energy. But be that as it may, Charles and his team achieved their goal, and he was able to get rank B. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang, and he saw a new message. A new fault had appeared. The boy immediately rejoiced and realized that this crack in the library of secrets had finally appeared. The information about the rift was released just a couple of minutes ago. Thanks to the vice president of the guild, Charles can clear this rift. The boss of this dungeon will drop a ring of wisdom. With this item, you can unlock the secret of the rifts. Now it will become clear why rifts appear in the world, but to enter this rift, you need to have at least rank B. Charles looked at the Milo and said that it was time to submit an application to clean up this fault. In the meantime, you need to move to another place for a while and listen to a rather important conversation. An adult man was sitting in a large and wealthy office. He was talking to someone on the phone. He already knew that in the future there should be a B-rank rift, a library of secrets. The items that fall from his boss will be very dangerous, and they cannot allow these items to fall into the wrong hands. The person with whom this man spoke said on the phone that this fault must be captured. But the owner of this cabinet replied that then various bad rumors would start, so someone must be the first to enter this rift. This will divert unnecessary attention, and for this, there are several interesting options. You need to find the right puppet. This man was worried that his identity and intentions would not be revealed. He needs those who will not be able to manipulate him in the future. He said that as soon as the portal is opened, it is necessary to immediately call the bell of the Chimera. It is necessary to destroy the boss and all his items, as well as eliminate all adventurers in the rift. After that, pretend it's all just an accident. Journalists don't have to find out the truth. That was the end of the conversation, and someone entered the office. It was a young assistant. He reported that he had received a report from the special unit regarding the recent disaster. As it turned out, the owner of this cabinet is the president of the special unit, Master Judas. Meanwhile, Charles and Milo had already left the guild and boarded the train. The girl actively asked questions about this fault. She wanted to prepare well for cleaning. Charles said that this rift is like a huge library, and all the monsters inside use magic attacks. The boss from the Library of Secrets is at level 6, so you have to be very careful with such an opponent. Mila began to worry when she heard about the level of the boss, but Thru answered that he was sure that they would be able to win. He assured that he had prepared a winning strategy and everything should go well. But from the very beginning, he had problems soon. He heard that their application for cleaning the fault was not accepted. Such an order came from the guild, unfortunately. Access to the Library of Secrets is limited. The woman explained that the young adventurers came from another department and did not understand anything. Recently, many adventurers have died in their area, and now the rules have changed. If an adventurer finds a rift and dies, the guild president will be blamed, which is why so many bans have been created now. Charles replied that ignoring the rifts would only make matters worse, but high-ranking lawyers should prevent disasters. The registrar looked at the young adventurers and assessed their level. Charles had only recently been ranked B. Mila was still unranked. She explained that entering a dangerous rift is out of the question, but another character joined them. It was a tall man with blonde hair. He asked Charles if they really wanted to get into the library secret. It was Dr. Christopher, an adventurer who is at the 43rd level. He also has a B rank. There are very few high-ranking adventurers in this area. He said he also wants to clear this rift. If they can get a large group together with Christopher and his friends, then they can be allowed into the rift. Charles promised the sweetie that she would level up before they entered this rift. But if high-ranking adventurers go with them, he won't have to worry about the safety of the Mill. This Christopher guy looks very suspicious. Charles is not sure if he can be trusted. Mila began to smile and said that they should all go into this rift together. Christopher said he wanted Charles to join their team and they would try to clean up the rift. But that was not all. Christopher said that he wanted to clear the portal but did not want to take extra people with him. He looked at Milo and said that all the monsters in the rift use magic, so the girl will not be needed. Moreover, the more people there are, the more difficult it will be to distribute the loot they receive. Mila was upset but agreed with his words, but Charles replied that he would not go anywhere without her. Christopher believed that this stubbornness could only hinder their future cooperation. He explained that his team already has 2 first-class adventurers and they all want to clear the rift. Charles explained that the shaman class will not be superfluous for the team. Mila knows how to replenish mana with the help of her skills. For such people who are very dependent on mana, such as a gravity master or a doctor, such an ally is indispensable. Without thinking long, Christopher agreed and said that he would not mind if Milo went with them. They exchanged phone numbers, and as soon as Christopher talked to the rest of the team, he would call right away. If they all come to a common decision, then an application for access to the portal will be submitted immediately. If all goes well, they should meet at the entrance to the rift. Mila looked upset as usual. She wasn't sure that taking her with her was a great idea. Because of this unpleasant guy, she got the impression that he despises her. Drew agreed that Christopher is really unpleasant, but he can be useful for them. In any case, it's good that they said their terms right away. He looks like a leader who doesn't like unnecessary conflicts. Charles promised to protect the girl if he started saying something like that again. In any case, they are in no position to refuse such an opportunity. If there are more of them, then the chance of getting the Ring of Wisdom will decrease. But this is nothing compared to the fact that they may not enter the rift. It will be easier for them to defeat the boss with a large team. The strategy of victory will become simpler. Meanwhile, Christopher met with his team members and told them that their plans had changed. A level 40 adventurer, Leela was unhappy. She was against the idea of taking unnecessary trash with her. Christopher explained that they have no choice. Their team is short of people, and without this, they cannot get permission to enter the rift. Leela didn't understand why they needed a support wizard and a shaman. It would only help in close combat. Christopher explained that the level of this guy is quite high and his girlfriend is needed for insurance. Mila was glad that they would be able to enter the rift, but she didn't like that everyone around them was too tense. She had thought that Christopher would be the main problem before, but she had never been so wrong. Lila immediately told them that if they did not help, she would kill them personally. Charles behaved calmly as usual and replied that they would certainly help during the cleaning. It's time to ask the opinion of the last member of the team, Richard, a 45th level adventurer. The guy replied that he doesn't care if these two help to enter the rift, then he doesn't mind their presence. Charles understands that all members of the team are at a high level, but at the same time, he felt the tension within their team. In the clearing, in the first days of the rift, there are great privileges. It will be possible to sell information about the guild rift. The appearance of a new rift is always a hot topic for discussion, and the first adventurers entering the rift receive rare items. Although the team is quite unpleasant, Charles and Milo still have no choice. Christopher admitted that their team was created very hastily and they may have conflict situations. But adventurers of such high ranks rarely gather together, so they are doomed to success. There is greed, arrogance, and audacity in this team, but Charles hopes that their journey into the rift will go smoothly. The team gathered and went to the secret library. The most interesting is ahead. Christopher walked in front as the real leader. Charles and Milo were at the very end. Now it became clear to them what one of the rank B elite rifts looks like, although everything around is quite simple. Rifts of this rank are very rare. Christopher already dreamed of clearing it and making money from it. Now Charles understands that it will be very difficult to get the ring, but everything is possible. Lila reminded that Christopher called Charles and Milo with him only to get permission to clean. Mila was displeased. It seems that this bunch of fools does not understand how strong Charles is. Charles said that they have come a long way and will not leave empty-handed. This made Leela very angry. The guy said that he remembers their agreement well. If he doesn't do anything, then he won't get anything. Lila arrogantly turned away from him and said that she did not need unnecessary scenes with conversations about nonsense. Milo began to get the impression that they were getting nothing at all, especially the desired ring. Charles said that this topic also worries him, but now they should focus on the future strategy. The Library of Secrets cannot be easily cleaned, only thanks to the knowledge from the past life. Charles imagines what he will have to face. The structure of the vault can change at the will of his boss. It is very difficult to predict everything for the future. Meanwhile, Christopher took one of the library books to read. He had never seen such a language before. This book was written as if in hieroglyphs. Perhaps this is the knowledge of a race unknown to mankind. All items in this rift, with the exception of those dropped by the boss or his assistants, cannot be taken out of the rift. In the future, scientists will study the rifts from the perspective of culture and art, although little is understood from those studies. Scientists have not been able to find out what language the authors of these mysterious books use. There are many different guesses and theories about this language and culture, but these are only theories. The Ring of Wisdom in the Library of Secrets. They say that this item can answer all the secrets of the rifts. Charles was sure he could get this ring, but first he had to destroy the boss. Suddenly there was an explosion of fire. Christopher immediately began to use the shield skill. He managed to defend himself from an unknown attack. It seems that their test in this rift has already begun. The first opponent for the new team of adventurers will be the Librarian, a monster of level 40. Richard immediately got down to business and used the death grip technique. Now we're going to see what this guy is capable of. Judging by the fact that he cut off the librarian's head with one wave of his hand, we can conclude that Richard is quite a strong adventurer. Although Charles did not show too much emotion, it was clear from his eyes that he was surprised at the speed of the monster's destruction. Christopher immediately praised his friend and said that he was incredible, as always. But Richard replied that he did not need showy praise. He looked at the new team members and ordered them to do at least something. Leela started to smile and said that this is how adventurers should do their job. Mila replied that Leela didn't do anything at all. It looks like women's fights are waiting for us. Lila offered her rival to fight and find the strongest. Mila immediately apologized. Charles realized that his teammates quickly assess the situation and know how to use their skills correctly and effectively. It deserves respect, but the boy realized that it reminded him of something. He took a closer look at Richard and realized that he had already seen this guy somewhere. Mila began to worry that Charles would start fighting with other team members for her sake. The girl overestimates the guy too much. He didn't even think about fighting against Richard. After seeing the deadly rapture and the severed head of the monster, he realized that Richard has the thief class, just like he did in his past life. Richard deliberately stepped behind him because he understood that the monster was going to hit in a straight line and immediately cut off his head. If Richard wants to achieve more, he needs to improve his stealth skill. Also advised him to mix the class with the magic support class, or learn the lure skill. Charles is sure that with the help of these skills, Richard will be able to achieve a lot. Richard replied that Charles is a fool who has not been asked for advice, and he is in his own class without saying a word. If it happened again, Richard promised to cut off Charles's head. He does not understand that the thief will become an unnecessary class in the future. If nothing is done, then Richard will lose everything. Charles does not want anyone to repeat his fate, although now his words seem foolish because thieves are now in fashion. Richard is one of the best adventurers of his rank in the country, but once upon a time, Charles was also the best thief-class adventurer. But it doesn't matter now. What happened in the past remains in the past. Christopher said that this rift contained many useful items, but Richard told him to shut up. While Christopher praised his aggressive friend, something appeared in the room. This is a 45th level clockwork rabbit, frankly. It looks like a child's toy. If it didn't look like a rabbit, but this little toy has a higher level than a librarian. Charles did not understand where this rabbit came from. It is one of the rare bosses that destroyed many adventurers in the past. Charles said that it will not be easy to defeat this demon and it is better to find another way. It will not attack unless provoked. Richard replied that if Charles is afraid, then he is ready to personally destroy this little doll. It became clear from the look on Charles's face that this was a big mistake. His experience is now crucial. If Richard activates the skill of the clockwork rabbit, then he will be very difficult to defeat. If this small and fluffy beast did not look, but surely it is really a very powerful monster. Richard drew his weapon and ran to attack the clockwork rabbit. Charles tried to stop him and explained that the rabbit was deliberately luring him into his trap. It was too late to stop Richard. This aggressive boy had already started attacking the clockwork rabbit. But in a few seconds, he felt what real speed was. He wondered what kind of monster it was. Until now, Richard did not understand why a monster that only evades and does not attack at all is needed. It seemed to him that the clock rabbit decided to escape with the help of its speed. Only a little later, the boy realized that this could be a rare boss because his behavior pattern is too strange. Now that they have drawn the monster's attention to themselves, there will be no escape. It is too late. Charles understood that he would have to fight and told everyone around him that his main skill as a monster is speed, and you need to cover each other. He told everyone that losing his vigilance even for a second was tantamount to death, although so far he was looked upon as a fool. Christopher understood that the rabbit was at the 45th level, but still there are 5 of them. Together they should easily defeat him. A little later, Christopher realized that this clockwork rabbit could manipulate space. Richard replied that he was not going to listen to a guy who was several levels below him. Richard warned that the one who would order him would lose his head, but he underestimated Charles's knowledge too much. The clockwork rabbit activated some looking-glass magic. Books started falling off the shelves. Some of these books turned out to be real monsters at the 42nd level. They are called grimoires. It was at this moment that some of the team members realized that they were in real trouble. The clockwork rabbit, on the contrary, enjoyed the process and smiled. Charles once again turned to Richard and told him to retreat immediately because it would be very difficult to win. It seems that this fool does not know how to listen to the advice of others. Let's see where this will lead him. The grimoire is not an easy walk for any adventurer, especially if there are several of these monsters. So far, Richard manages to dodge their attacks and strike back, but will he last long? Leela and Christopher began to worry about their friend. There are too many enemies around him. The rabbit realized that it was his time to attack. This little toy also knows how to fight. Now, the clockwork rabbit no longer looks like a child's toy. Now it is a real tyrant rabbit. Richard began to worry. Now, this monster is not running away from him, but on the contrary is looking for a meeting. The impudent adventurer was preparing for death, but luckily for him, Charles was nearby and came to the rescue. It was very close to the end. And gravity magic is a very powerful and underrated thing at this time. Charles grew up watching Jackie Chan cartoons. He learned many tricks from it. As long as he knows how to control gravity, no one can defeat him in the air. Judging by the rabbit's face, he is quite upset. His plans to destroy the adventurers are postponed for now. Richard felt that he was close to death, but Charles was able to predict the unexpected attack of the monster and saved his life. Now Richard will take much more seriously even monsters that look like children's toys. The clockwork rabbit will never attack directly. Its tactics are incredibly simple. Attack one target and then retreat. Charles said that he would now stop the 3 grimoires, and everyone else must fight the 4th. Christopher thought it was madness, even though they showed themselves weak in the last battle, but they are also adventurers who should be trusted. Charles replied that a mistake could cost everyone their lives, so Christopher and the team should listen to what he has to say. Clock Rabbit is not only fast, but also cunning. It will always be difficult with such an opponent. It's impossible to stay calm with him, especially when you don't have enough experience in clearing faults. Richard has lost all his confidence in his abilities, and Lila begins to panic. As for the doctor and the shaman, they won't be able to help us unless everyone else pulls together. Lila thought that Charles had lost his mind. Fighting 3 high-ranking monsters at the same time was crazy. But Mila completely trusted her friend. If Charles says so, then she is sure that everything will be fine. She also decided to say a few loud words of her own. She ordered everyone to calm down and help Charles. It was not expected to hear such words from this girl, but she was absolutely right. These nasty monsters move quickly through the air. They have a long attack range and high magic damage. In addition, you can't relax your attention with them, otherwise the clockwork rabbit will immediately attack you. Now, the boy's position is much more critical than during the war with monsters in the city. This is not a battle in which Charles can afford to make mistakes or underestimate the enemy. The boy concentrated completely and ordered all the monsters to attack so that he could cut them into 1,000,000 pieces. The clockwork rabbit was only glad to hear such words from his potential victim. The toothy books also immediately began to attack. Now, we are in for a real spectacle in the rift of the mystery library. Christopher decided to be the first to help his new friend and activated the protection technique. The actions of this tall guy must be noted because the defensive technique really helps in difficult situations. After that, Lila also went on the attack What she hates most in life is when she is underestimated. The girl looked very aggressive and began to destroy her evil enemies. Her scythe is a real danger for anyone. But she mustn't forget about this devilish clockwork rabbit, because she will have to pay dearly for it. This rabbit has high attack power, magic damage, and also the ability to move freely in the air. Charles also continued his battle against the monsters. If not for the help of others, it is unlikely that he would still be alive. Although the toothed books look quite small, they are capable of inflicting serious damage. Now let's see how they stop the gravity reduction and the lightning attack of the Gravity Master. Charles skillfully switched between his combat modes and attacked with different abilities. And of course, at the end, it was time for the Comet Fall crowning technique. It was incredibly effective as always. He destroyed the first monster and received 2,015 experience points, not a bad addition for a book thief. But defeating one monster is not enough, so you must not stop and continue as Milo does. While the girl activated her power of the Ball of Darkness, Richard joined the fight and began to deliver instant blows with his sword. In this way, two book monsters were already defeated, a good joint work for a new team. Of course, the Clockwork Rabbit was not happy with the actions of his book assistants. He wanted to destroy his enemies, and that is why he used Alice's magic. The Clockwork Rabbit can only manipulate 4 grimoires. Probably he decided to call 2 more to replace the dead ones. If this continues, this battle may last forever, or until the young adventurers die. As soon as they kill the book monsters, this eared beast will immediately summon their replacement. Lila was incredibly angry and said that she would destroy all the monsters around. Charles, meanwhile, ordered to work together with the protection of Christopher. These advices of the guy made Lila even more angry. She felt that he considered them weak. The girl was sure that she alone could destroy all these monsters. But the Clockwork Rabbit still hasn't shown its rivals its full potential. He began to make the same sounds as last time during his attack. Probably he had chosen a victim for his future attack. Christopher realized that now the Clock Rabbit would take advantage of the fact that they were all too busy with other monsters. He ordered Leela to run away immediately, but one of the monsters decided to detain the girl. The toothy book bit her stomach and knocked her to the ground. At this rate, she might die soon. Charles said that as long as he was around, no one would die, and again came to the rescue. The book monster has grabbed the girl too tightly, so there was only one way to help: a gravity bomb. It was a very strong explosion that helped tear the book monster away from Lila, but the girl also felt a gravity bomb on her. She was thrown several meters back and her whole body began to hurt, but Charles still saved her. If it weren't for him, she would have become dinner for a book monster a long time ago, but now she is under attack again. Charles realized that she will not be able to stop the monster without his help. It seems that now she is the weak link in the team. Charles immediately called a doctor and ordered him to quickly save and treat Leela. The strike force of the team can no longer fight, only Charles remains, and this is a real problem. At this rate, they could all be dead in a few hours. That's what happens when you piss off the Clockwork Rabbit. Charles thought that nothing was over yet. Alice's magic was taking too much mana from the rabbit. If they destroy the book monsters one by one, sooner or later they will win. And the rabbit also understands this very well. Charles understood that they needed to be patient in this battle. He activated the double gravity and continued to destroy the enemies. The body of these book monsters is quite strong, and their mouths are protected by sharp teeth, which causes more problems than anything else. One of the monsters grabbed Charles's sword. If he can take it and break it, then the adventurers will have almost no chance to save themselves. Charles realized that it was necessary to immediately activate the gravity bomb and make the monster regret his decision. This helped to completely tear the book monster into 1,000,000 pieces, for which 800 experience points were obtained. Mila was happy with this small victory. She said that in this way you can defeat all their rivals. But Christopher replied that it was too dangerous. Also, with these actions, Charles became the main target for the enemies. Now they will focus all their attention on him and will attack without stopping. While the book monsters were attacking Charles, the Clockwork Rabbit was waiting for the perfect moment to launch a lightning attack. As soon as this eared beast began to attack, Charles immediately activated the double gravity. He once again predicted all the actions of the opponent. With the help of double gravity, Charles was able to dodge all of his opponent's attacks. Even if Charles can destroy the remaining monsters, it cannot be called a final victory. The monsters decided to use a surprise attack. They teamed up and cornered the boy, but they also have blind spots. This is why their plan failed. But if Charles continued to attack the rabbit, the book monsters would attack him from both sides. This eared beast is really smart. It perfectly chooses the moments to attack and is constantly covered by book monsters. This once again proves why he is a very rare monster boss. To destroy him, you need to act extremely fast. Charles looked very determined, but determination alone will not be enough to defeat such an opponent. The boy began to attack the rabbit with his sword, but with the help of extreme speed, the monster was able to dodge in time. Now, Charles felt what it's like when your opponent is incredibly fast. Usually, Charles's opponents feel it. The guy was trying to put all his strength into speed, which is why he was trying to attack horizontally. But it would be much more effective to strike vertically. It is very difficult to fight against a small and mobile monster. It was difficult not only for Charles, for example, Richard at that moment almost lost his arm due to the attack of the book monster. Mila and Christopher were also in a critical situation. So far, only the power of the shield was saving them. They can't delay time or they will eventually be dragged into the looking glass space and then no one will get out of there. They need to destroy the clockwork rabbit as quickly as possible, but talking is one thing, action is another. There's almost no point in running after this little creature. It is too cunning and fast and knows every corner around it. Charles activated the gravity bomb again, but the clockwork rabbit escaped again using the rabbit run. You could see how this little rascal was taunting his enemies. Was he really having a lucky day today? But even the happiest day in life ends sooner or later. Another gravity bomb is near. This time, the furry beast did not have time to dodge. It is unlikely that he will now smile while looking at Charles. It's the guy's turn to taunt the enemy. No one will be able to dodge several gravity bombs in a row. Each high-speed skill has its own weakness. The rabbit run has a short distance, and at the end, the monster becomes too vulnerable. All Charles had to do was time it perfectly and deliver the decisive blow with his skill. Although the rabbit tried to have the last word, Charles reached a completely different level of martial arts. In this way, the rare clock rabbit was destroyed. Now, Charles is level 45. He also received 2,500 experience points. Now it was all over and the team of adventurers was able to get out of the looking glass. All the book monsters were destroyed automatically. Mila was happy that everything was finally over. It seemed that this battle could last forever. But not all members of the team of adventurers looked satisfied and happy. For some reason, Lila was upset and tears appeared on her face. Did she fall in love with a rabbit? The girl started screaming and said that she was not crying at all. It was just dust that got into her eyes. While Leela was taking acting classes, Christopher approached Charles and thanked him for the win. Christopher was sure that he had assembled a powerful enough team to clear the rift. He had never been so wrong. Suddenly, the boys saw strange black smoke coming out of one book. It looks like some kind of black magic. Charles immediately picked up this book and began to analyze it. It could be something very important. As it turns out, it's a secret boss rare item, Clockwork Rabbit Skill Guide, Rank B. This is a guide to additional skills of the monster depending on the class of the adventurer. It can help a lot. It also turned out that this book costs a lot of money. Christopher already mentally began to share the profit. But then he thought about it and said that it was better to get out of this rift immediately. He underestimated the library of secrets too much. Christopher used up all his mana and also noticed that Leela was seriously injured during the battle with the monsters. It would be the right decision, but because he can't let someone else take the Ring of Wisdom. The biggest problem of this vault is rabbits. If you ignore them, no new problems should arise. Leela's injury can be quickly healed by Christopher, and you don't have to worry about mana. There is a way to fully restore it. Mila immediately remembered these painful memories of the mana restoration process. She understood what Charles was implying. Librarians often walk alone and have a huge supply of mana, an ideal target for draining energy. Richard said that he also didn't mind continuing to clear the rift. He didn't have any serious damage after the battle. He admitted that Charles is really a strong adventurer. It will be easy to clean up the rift with him, and it would be wrong to refuse it. The only obstacle was Lila. She is not as cool a girl as before. Now she is a scared little child. Lila was one step away from death and now wants to leave. Her fear is understandable. A little later, the girl said that she is not afraid at all and is ready to continue. Let's pretend that we believe her. Other adventurers and exorcists began to gather at the entrance to the rift of the Library of Secrets. A special unit also arrived. They showed their ID and said that a mysterious mission was waiting for them. After a short conversation, the special unit was launched to the crack of the Library of Secrets. Alice couldn't understand why all this caution as she made her way to the middle of the rift. Stephen explained to her that after all that had happened with the faults in the area, such procedures had become necessary. The girl still could not understand why destroy objects from rifts, even without understanding what power they are endowed with. But Stephen replied that he was not interested in these details. Their task was to fulfill the order as members of the Chimera clan. Stephen said it was time to dispel illusions, but Alice called him too boring. He explained to the girl that this is an order from the Chimera clan, and if she wants to live, she must follow this order. They need a lot of power to fight the boss of this rift, so prepare for a serious battle. The two adventurers are by no means weak boys to beat. They are real professionals in their field. Stephen is at the 54th level of training. Alice is now at the 57th level. Meanwhile, a serious battle was taking place inside the rift against a 43rd level book demon. He looked like a real Satan. This big monster with horns and red eyes would scare even the strongest warrior. Charles was very hard to fight, and he ordered Leela to activate and help him. The peculiarity of the book demon is that it can extend its arms and legs as it pleases. It is also not necessary to look him in the eyes. He only enjoys human fear, and this gives him additional strength. For Leela, this is a particularly unpleasant opponent given her weak psyche, which could be seen in the battle against the rabbit. Mila activated her abilities of the Ball of Darkness in time. Altogether, they can be a serious threat to this demon. The girl behaved like a real professional adventurer who is not afraid of anything. She definitely attacked and went forward. Thus, almost single-handedly, the girl was able to destroy the book demon and gain thousands of experience points. During this time, Mila became much stronger, and the battle against the clock rabbit went to her advantage, and the girl raised her level. Her skills become much faster and stronger, but it also causes her mana to drain faster. There are still a few opponents on the way to the boss. If Mila is tired, she can rest. Now we need to solve the main problem, the constant fear of Lila. It cannot continue at the same pace. The girl's afraid of every monster they meet, but constantly says that, in fact, she has nothing to fear. In the very beginning, Leela looked incredibly confident, but now she is nothing compared to Mila. Lila approached Charles and Milo and thanked them for saving her, although she admitted that she would have been dead without their help. Battles with monsters on the way to the boss of the split continued. It was necessary to make a final push. Christopher and Richard did a good job. They also significantly increased their experience and level during this sweep. Charles immediately recognized that the two of them could now defeat many high-ranking monsters. Both Christopher and Richard gained extra confidence from this practice. Richard tried to kill the last monster, but Christopher reminded him that one should be left alive. Charles asked for it, but Richard was so excited that it was difficult for him to stop at the last moment. But still, after all these battles, he came to respect Charles, so he was able to stop himself and let the monster live. The librarian has the largest mana pool of any known local monster, and Milo will be able to drain his energy quickly. Charles was most interested in Richard, although he is the biggest bully of the whole team, but he is a really nice person. Richard always comes to the rescue and follows all team members, covering their backs. Now the process of transferring mana begins. Mila is ready to show everyone how it works. After the mana was transferred to Christopher, the boy began to smile because he realized that he would be able to use his powers to the fullest again. With this useful ability, Mila can explore rifts for days on end without rest. Christopher said that they must catch 2 more monsters so that Charles and Leela can fully recover their powers. Charles explained that mana can be restored, but physical and psychological fatigue still accumulates. Mana transfer is a very useful skill, but it should be used wisely and activated only in critical situations. Christopher thanked for the help. It is only thanks to the shaman's skills that he can continue the sweep. Now they are very close to the middle of the rift. It's time to ask if they are really ready to go after the boss of the secret library. As it turned out, not everyone was happy with this news. Richard, for example, did not expect that he would have to fight the boss right now. Leela was also unhappy with this idea. They barely survived in the past battles, and the battle with the boss seems crazy to her. Charles said that the girl was very scared, and at that moment she immediately said that everything was fine and she was ready to fight. This girl is too easy to manipulate, but what does the doctor think of all this? From the beginning, he was gathering a group to completely clear the rift, but now they have found a lot of resources, so it is not necessary to go any further. Christopher could feel how he was possessed by greed, but should he take such a risk and continue on his way to the boss? Charles told that before entering the rift with the help of a rare item, he had already learned everything he needed about the boss. The boy explained to all the team members that with this information they would easily be able to defeat the boss. Christopher realized that now cleaning the vault looks even more attractive. They are immediately very popular after that. But there is one important condition. For this information, Charles must get all the items that dropped from the boss. And all that they collected on the way to the boss, the team members can divide among themselves. He had already discussed the plan with Milo, and she was fine with it, but if that wasn't enough, Charles could pay everyone extra. Christopher immediately thought he really wanted to get the rare items from the boss, but they will get a book with the skills of a clockwork rabbit, and they will be able to split this huge amount of money between the three of them. While this guy was dreaming of huge riches, Leela started yelling at him and told him to come back to the real world. Richard has already agreed to these conditions. It remains to wait for Lila's answer. The girl looked confused, but still, under the pressure of the general opinion, she said that she also agreed. She warned everyone that the whole team should attack the boss or the deal would be broken. But in order to get the desired result, they will have to go through real hell. And the real hell is the boss of the Rift of the Library of Secrets, the 60th level Ether. Soon, a team of young adventurers approached the entrance to the room of the main boss of this rift. Charles asked everyone to act exactly as they agreed. The local boss is not very mobile and not very mobile. If no one panics and everyone sticks to the plan, they will succeed. Christopher was sure that with the help of the plan, they would be able to win easily. After all, they were adventurers, rank B. Only Lila did not believe in these fairy tales, Charles. The subject that allows you to learn everything about the boss is just a joke. Mila reminded her that the girl agreed to all the conditions ahead of time, so there's no need to start panicking. But the panic had already started. Lila said that Charles did not show them this item, so he cannot be trusted. Christopher said that one of the rules of adventurers is not to reveal their strengths and not to show them to other people. Charles saved them more than once along their journey. It is unlikely that the information about the boss is unreliable. Richard also agreed, even if they were being tricked. It would be wrong to turn around and leave when the boss was one step away. The profession of an adventurer is full of danger. If Lila is not ready for it, then it is better for her to change her profession. The girl started screaming and said that she just wanted to check Charles, and in fact she is not afraid, so we believed her. Christopher assured the girl that she had nothing to fear. They would take all the damage and protect her in case of danger. Lila thought that she was being humiliated, but Thru explained that they only want to help and add confidence. Previously, Richard always worried about the girl. She was always like that, and he was already used to her behavior. Richard is not going to blindly trust Charles. He will be careful in the battle against the boss. Before starting, you need to distribute skill points. A lot has already been earned on this path. Charles wanted to raise the level of gravity control, but for the boss battle, it would be better to raise the gravity magic. So he did. With the help of gravity magic, his power would now become even more dangerous. He spent all his experience points on various useful things. Let's see if it helps him during the fight. Now the team is fully prepared to begin the battle against the boss of the Library of Secrets Rift. Charles opened the front door and ordered everyone to ready their weapons. Entering inside, he saw a very spacious room with high windows. He also saw the boss of the Rift of the Library of Secrets. It is a level 60 ether monster. Leela thought that this boss was too scary looking, but he really seemed sluggish. The team was ordered to act according to the plan, so the attack of the adventurers began. Ether was not going to wait until it was destroyed. The thunder attack was activated. Now we will see if the adventurers are ready for such a start of the battle. Will their plan work? Charles expected her to start using lightning and thunder magic. The information from her past life was confirmed. The magic of thunder and lightning has a small radius of action, but the power is incredible, so a special plan was invented for the first stage. Charles started to attack the monster paired with Richard. He was fast due to gravity magic. And due to the thief class, Richard could move as fast as Charles. Ether will not be able to defeat them using only thunder and lightning magic. It will also be very difficult for her to accurately attack guys due to her poor mobility and lack of maneuverability. And the main task is to hit the boss after she uses her skill, then they will be close to victory. The girls also did not stand aside while Mila used the ball of darkness. Leela was already attacking with dangerous blades. The boss of the rift began to be attacked from different sides. It will be very difficult for her to defeat such a large team of adventurers. But this made the air very angry. She even started to speak and said that no one has the right to attack her. No one expected such a turn of events, especially it made an impression on Milo. Charles understood that the monster aimed at Milo. Now she will try to attack with magic from a long distance. Charles began to order everyone to urgently protect Milo, although Richard did not like to listen to others, but this situation forces him to do so. The boss of the rift activated a wave of fire. It became incredibly hot around as if on the beach of Copacabana. Of course, Lila was the first to panic. She must have wet her pants and dreamed of running away home. It's obvious that Charles wasn't going to run away without a ring of wisdom. If you can't evade, you have to attack back. Christopher temporarily decided to play the main role in this battle. He came to the forefront and told everyone to hide behind him. After the team got behind him, he activated a protective shield against the fire wave. As Charles said, the massive skills of the boss can be easily dispelled by holy magic. Christopher said that everyone can rely on him because he will be able to protect the team from the magic of the ether. Ether cannot move quickly, but it has many powerful spells in its arsenal. That is why you can come up with many strategies against her in which she will not be able to answer the opponent with anything. The plan was simple: to wait for the end of the enemy's attack and deliver a powerful blow in return. Charles promised to cover all the team members and ordered to prepare for the attack. In his mind, Richard admitted that this guy was really smart, but he would prefer to destroy several people with the help of the boss. Richard understood that Charles was really an incredibly capable guy. But if you get rid of him, the whole group will immediately collapse like a house of cards. That was what the thief was thinking about now, although he would rather be analyzing the enemy and using his skills. The battle continued. Charles led the entire team behind him and was the first to attack. All of them need to unite and be a real team to defeat such a strong enemy. Without it, you can't even dream of victory, especially after the ether activated the Sword of Zeus. This ability of hers is especially dangerous if you don't have time to defend yourself or dodge, then only ashes can remain from you. Charles, thanks to his gravity control skills, was quite fast and flexible, which helped him dodge her attacks. Of course, this young adventurer was not going to sit on the defensive forever. It was his turn to strike back. Ether is too slow as expected. Melee is not her strong point, and this should definitely be used. She must have decided to save her ranged attacks for last. You need to hurry and destroy her and finish clearing the rift. Lila realized that this boss can be easily destroyed even by two if you attack only in close combat. And it seemed that this boss was too weak. She behaved too self-confidently for a person who feared this boss more than anyone else. At the very beginning, Christopher agreed that Charles's strategy was too simple to defeat the boss. But in real combat, his tactics work with incredible precision. Exploiting the enemy's weakness and attacking from a close range are very smart. Charles's skills and experience will allow him to defeat this monster. His self-confidence and fearlessness really raise many questions. He looks like an adventurer who has survived many battles. Charles is incredibly calm and accurate in his hands, but will he be able to defend himself against the stone rook? The boy realized that they had to change their battle tactics or they wouldn't be able to get close to their opponent. The stone rook limits the actions of the Mila, thus the ether protects itself from long-range attacks. At the same time, it will be more difficult for Charles and Richard to approach the boss. If they come out of cover, she will immediately start attacking with her magic. Charles ordered all team members to immediately hide behind a stone pillar. Now the battle is in full swing, and the most interesting awaits us. The chances are approximately equal, despite the numerical advantage of the adventurers. Ether built a big wall so that no one could approach her. Lila immediately began to make fun of this act. For this, the ether called her a stupid puppet and prepared to cut off her head, but Lila was able to choose the best position for cover. At least, somewhere, she showed her qualities. Now the ether is completely focused on the other members of the team of adventurers. This gives Charles an opportunity. He starts to pick up speed and immediately apologizes to Leela. The girl still did not understand what he was up to. Maybe he decided to give her to the monster as bait. The boy instantly approached Lila and pushed away from her, although at first it seemed that he had kicked her. It was a very strong push, but it was enough to jump over the stone wall. Now it's clear that he used Leela as a springboard for high jumps. This girl is now even more useful. Ether keeps a close watch on all the team members. She waits for them to come out of cover in an attempt to attack her. But if you use reduced gravity and attack it from above, then it should not have time to react. This is exactly what Charles did. He activated his crown weapon, the fall of the comet, and confidently went on the attack. Although the blow turned out to be quite powerful, it immediately became clear that this was not the end. The Rift Boss has too high a defense rating, even more than Charles could have expected. Meanwhile, Richard stood and thought that if he didn't do anything, this battle would end too quickly. In his opinion, Charles shows himself too well in this rift, and he does not like it. Richard wondered if this talented adventurer could defend himself against his attack. While Richard was plotting his devious plan, the boss of the Rift Library of Secrets was also preparing to attack. This girl was enraged by the constant attacks of the adventurers and wanted to tear them into small pieces as soon as possible. Charles saw that she was trying to use Elemental Blast, a mass effect spell that takes a lot of mana. But after this attack, she will be defenseless and Charles will be able to close in for the final blow. If the Ether is really trying to use an Elemental Blast, then Charles needs to act fast. Fortunately, the rest of the team will be able to defend against this attack behind the brick columns. Everything could end with one precise strike, and Charles was completely focused on that. But suddenly he saw a sword flying in his direction. The boy managed to react in time and defend himself. It was an attack by the treacherous rat, Richard. He was surprised to see Charles manage to defend himself and showed an incredible reaction. Richard immediately apologized to the angry Charles and explained that he wanted to kiss the boss. But Charles is not a fool. He was clearly aware that this guy was aiming at him. In any case, he does not have time to fight even against Richard now because the ether is preparing for a strong attack. Convinced that the monster was preparing an elemental explosion, Charles ordered all team members to hide behind the columns. Many of the adventurers did not know what an elemental explosion was, and it sounded quite scary. It is clear that Lila was more scared than anyone, but even Richard started to get nervous. Surprisingly, Mila remained calm and confident. She must have really progressed a lot during this time. Elemental Blast is a spell that fires a hail of magic bullets at enemies until the ether runs out of mana. But if you bypass all her attacks and deliver a decisive blow, you can finally get the Dream Ring of Wisdom. This was exactly the plan Charles had. He used his speed to start dodging the elemental explosion. The Rift Boss had little health left, but it was still difficult to approach. A similar ether makes everything possible so that no one enters into close combat with it. Richard watched Charles. He admitted that the boy was very strong, but not enough to get close to the boss. He decided to wait hiding behind the column. It would be wiser to wait for the boss to completely use up his mana. But when you're fighting a high-ranking Rift Boss, you can't sit back on the defensive. Ether destroyed one of the brick columns. It seems her attacks are so powerful. Even if Richard will constantly dodge her attacks, he still won't be able to hide in it for long. He believed that Charles had deliberately set them all under attack. Now they had nowhere to run. If Charles is too slow, the ether magic can hurt other team members. The guy realized that he has no time and needs to attack right now. He must get closer to the boss. Lila was nervous, as usual. It seemed to her that Charles had lost his mind and was behaving irresponsibly. So far, Mila has been calmly listening to all this discontent, but a plan has already formed in her head. She plucked up the courage and told all the other team members that they should also approach the boss. The boss of the Rift will not be able to attack them with physical attacks, and this should be taken advantage of. It was much safer to approach a monster than to stand aside, and Charles understood this very well. It seemed to Lila that everyone around had lost their minds. She could not believe that it would be safer to be next to the monster. But Christopher agreed with these words of a sweetheart. They are a team and should help their partner. The doctor admitted that they had relied on Charles for too long, and it was time to thank him. They must help their partner and do everything possible to cover his back. That is why Christopher and the girls immediately ran to help Charles. They understood that it was dangerous, but they were ready to take this mortal risk. It will be difficult for them to evade such powerful attacks. Christopher was the first to understand this. He activated his protective shield in time, which helped him survive the elemental explosion. Although Christopher perfectly understood that he would not be able to hold back such a strong magic for a long time, he ordered the girls to run quickly, and they immediately obeyed his order. Christopher realized that he had not risked his own life for the sake of others for a long time. Christopher said that he will now cover the girls completely, so killing the boss is Charles's task. The boy noticed that the doctor was able to repel the attack of the Rift Boss. This shows his strengths. Charles hoped that the girls had time to hide because now is the perfect moment to attack. You need to concentrate and demonstrate your speed. With Christopher's help, they were able to repel the ether attack, and until it found a new target, it was necessary to act. Charles immediately activated hypergravity, a gravity magic that increases the force of a target's gravitational pressure. This is one of his new abilities that he got with the help of spending experience points. Let's see what it is capable of. For an elemental explosion, you need to hold your hands above your head to aim at the opponent. But under the influence of hypergravity, this will be incredibly difficult to do. And now, the monster will not be able to attack the adventurers. Mila saw that Charles completely deprived the boss of his sorcery abilities. He chose the perfect moment for this. Shadow chains were activated. This technique has already proven itself well in past battles. Although they had never fought such a strong monster before, the ether was not going to give up so easily. This monster cannot be allowed to calmly recover lost mana, or it will be impossible to defeat. The most cowardly member of the team of adventurers decided to forget about fear and go on a desperate attack. Leela ran forward to attack the monster and used the mooncut technique. Looks pretty good. This dealt the boss a breach in the Library of Secrets, probably the first serious wound of the fight. It was a difficult injury. Seeing what happened, everyone around held their breath. Only a little later, it became clear that Lila was able to cut off the monster's hand. She probably had to immediately forget about her fear. This girl has incredible potential, but due to her mental problems, she cannot fully realize it. Charles immediately congratulated the girl on the excellent attack. Even he was surprised by the mooncut technique. The time has come to finish off the wounded beast and activate the double gravity. Now the ether must feel what real pain is. After a few seconds, only ashes and small pieces remained from her. Now Charles is at the 49th level. For 11,000 experience points and 16 skill points, this beast was finally defeated. All team members began to congratulate Charles with an incredibly effective attack. It was in this way that another high-ranking boss of a dangerous and rare rift was destroyed. Finally, Charles will be able to learn all the secrets of the appearance of rifts. He has achieved his goal and found an item that was lost in the first timeline. During the celebration in honor of finding the Ring of Wisdom, only Richard was not happy. All that remains is to get the ring from the remains of the destroyed monster. There should be no problems. A few seconds later, Charles held the Ring of Wisdom in his hands. They destroyed the boss of the Library of Secrets and got what they wanted. The Ring of Wisdom belongs to Rank B. It summons a great witch from the Library of Secrets. Charles also hopes that this ring can provide answers about the origin of the rifts in this world. Mila offered to take this ring to the special unit, but Charles replied that it was a bad idea. Of course, this is a bad idea. He fought and risked his life not to give the award to someone else. There are several reasons for this. Firstly, in the past timeline, this ring belonged to the Director of Special Forces, and then it was lost. After what happened in the past timeline, Charles can't trust anyone else with the Ring of Wisdom. Also, only a high-ranking adventurer can reveal the true power of the ring. Charles was an S rank in the past, so it's within his power. And the last reason, no adventurer in his right mind will refuse a rare item that was achieved by hard work. Watching her friend, Mila realized that she had not seen Charles so satisfied for a long time. Christopher approached the boy and began to thank him for his boundless heroism. It was with his help that they defeated the ether. As gratitude, he wants to heal the boy's wounds. After all, he is a doctor. Although Charles tried not to fall under the monster's direct attacks, he still has minor injuries. Charles thought that it would be illogical to refuse help and agreed to Christopher's offer. The regeneration process was started with the help of his staff. The doctor began to treat Charles. Christopher thought that he was so lucky for the first time. He had never met an adventurer with such outstanding abilities before. During the process of healing his wounds, Christopher began to recall fragments of the fight against the boss. He always thought only of exploring the portals and not of his allies. But this time, he was inspired by the heroism of Charles, and he is infinitely grateful for meeting such a good guy. At some point in the battle, Leela thought that they would all die today. This cleaning of the fault made her very tired. But everything is not so simple. Richard came here for the rare items of the boss from the portal and is not ready to give them to some fool. The thief decided not to wait any longer for the perfect moment and to start acting immediately. The battle was too intense, and after the victory, the adventurers relax and lose focus. Realizing that there might not be a better moment, Richard began to act and went on the attack. Thanks to the skills of a thief, he can move silently. Also, his class gives a high attack speed. Richard was sure that when he activated the shadow capture, Charles would be headless in no time. He probably doesn't know this young adventurer too well. His talent is something from another world. Even in a relaxed state after a difficult battle, Charles still remained attentive and managed to defend himself from Richard's attack. The thief was surprised. He didn't understand how this guy managed to react and saw the shadow delight. Charles has been keeping a close eye on Richard for a long time now. It's time to act and activate the double gravity. It is necessary to show this thief what real strength and power is and to discourage him from wanting to attack from behind. Richard managed to dodge the first attack. He was very lucky that he did not feel double gravity. Christopher began to panic because he did not understand what was happening. He asked the boys to stop. Charles explained that Richard tried to kill him during the battle. It was clear that sooner or later they would have to fight. Of course, Charles did not expect that the battle would still be in the rift, but one must be ready for anything. Richard barely participated in the battle, so he has enough strength, but Charles also has some mana left. Richard replied that there is no need to worry, because he already got what he wanted from the very beginning. On his hand was the watchman's bracelet, and in his fingers this rat held the Ring of Wisdom. Now it is clear that he never wanted to kill Charles. His goal was always rare items. Christopher was very scared when he saw that Richard had stolen all these important items. This bracelet is very expensive, but inside it is a lot of loot that they collected in this rift. Lila called Richard a piece of shit and ordered him to come to her so she could break all his bones. Of course, this thief started to run away. In order to beat him, you must first catch up. Richard perfectly understood that all members of the team, except for Charles, are at a fairly average level of combat training. He knows that the Charles class also has incredible speed, but can he defeat a high-ranking thief? It was hard for Charles to admit it, but in speed, in this timeline, he can't beat Richard. He could not believe that a rank B adventurer would engage in banal theft of items from his comrades. Richard's whole life was built on blackmail and intrigue. He is not used to it. From the very beginning of his career, he had a bad reputation and no one wanted to do business with him. Richard decided to go to another area in order to find new faults, but even there, everyone knew him. He was known not only for his reputation, but also for his strength. And he thought that the end of his career had come. It was at this moment that he met the stupid and greedy leader of a group of adventurers, and a goofy young guy with useful information about the boss of the Rift Library of Secrets. This is how this team was created, and now it is clear that Richard had prepared insidious plans in advance. Meanwhile, Christopher could not believe that Richard stole all their things and potential profits. Money always worried him more than anything else. Charles apologized to his friends and said that all this happened because of his inattention. They have to capture Richard and give him to the special unit, although he did not kill anyone but stole all the loot of the team. It will be difficult to prove. They are not legally formalized in any way. All this is based on an ordinary verbal agreement. Special forces are unlikely to be able to help, but Charles must immediately return the Ring of Wisdom. Meanwhile, people from the special unit entered the gap. They realized that they were late because of their slowness. Seeing other adventurers, Milo began to call for help. She believed that together they would be able to catch the thief. The girl immediately warned the two that Richard was very dangerous and it was better to run away immediately. As soon as Richard approached these adventurers, he immediately told them to disappear from his path, otherwise they would die. This fool did not understand that these are unusual young adventurers from the guild. They are elite special forces. Stephen and Alice prepared to fight, but Richard was sure that he would easily destroy these homeless people. He is a high-class B-rank adventurer, but Stephen immediately showed him his place. It was a very tough meeting. Now Richard realized that he is not the fastest in this vault. He received several powerful blows and made a hole in the wall with his face. This educational lesson was successful. Now the thief will not underestimate new acquaintances. The girls and Christopher were incredibly scared when they saw how quickly these elite adventurers beat Richard. They knocked him out with one blow. You must find out who they are. These are the same special forces that we have already seen before. Looking at them, Charles thought that he was familiar with this uniform. Alice began to mock Richard. She believed that only 2 weak adventurers could fall with one blow. With this level of training, he has no chance of getting into the special forces. Leela thought that it was all a joke. She could not believe that an adventurer rank would lose this battle so easily. He is one of the best adventurers in his guild and area. Guys like that don't go down after the first hit. After examining Richard's body, the girl found a ring of wisdom. She liked this shiny toy and decided to take it for herself. She began to ask Stephen if she could keep it for herself as a present. The boy analyzed the ring of wisdom and said that it was for him that they came here, but they must destroy this item. Alice wanted too much to take this toy with her. She said that no one would know about it. Stephen replied that she was now on duty, and if she did not follow orders, he would kill her immediately. Christopher decided to approach them. He said that his team is very grateful that they attacked this criminal, Richard. But he's not sure Richard deserves such a harsh punishment. After listening to him, Alice immediately thought it seemed that she did not understand at all what Christopher was talking about. Only a few seconds later, the girl started laughing nervously and assured me that, in fact, they had misunderstood everything. She immediately took out a knife and said that they had come here to kill all the adventurers inside this rift. Their Special Forces unit was ordered to destroy every adventurer who entered here, no exceptions. Now Christopher and the others realized that this was no accident, and the same fate awaited them as Richard. Charles immediately began to analyze these adventurers. He carefully examined their uniforms and skills. Very quickly, he had no doubt that these were Special Forces from the Chimera Squad. Alice was surprised that this unknown guy knew so much about them. This was the first adventurer who had heard of them before. As it turned out, the Call of the Chimera is not at all a fairy tale from the internet. The Chimera Clique is an underground organization that directly reports to the state and does all the dirty work for them regarding the rifts. In the future, they will cooperate with the governments of other countries, and their influence will spread throughout the world. This will be the strongest underground organization with first-class soldiers. Charles had already met one soldier of this clan once. Even in the first timeline, rumors about the Chimera Call were considered an ordinary internet fairy tale. No one particularly believed in them. They may not be as famous and powerful now, but meeting them today is the worst possible option of all. These guys are not the kind of guys who reveal their existence to ordinary people. It's not their style. So if they really decided to show their faces, then there is no doubt that their goal is to kill everyone in this rift. As soon as Lila realized that these scumbags were trying to kill them, she immediately started screaming that they had to run away immediately. But Christopher was in no hurry to run away. There were 4 of them, and they could win by sheer numbers. But Charles understood that they were not on the same level. If they did not retreat immediately, then everyone would die in this hole. Alice was already choosing her first future victim. She was interested in the guy with the sword, that is Charles. Charles saw that Alice had already put the wisdom ring on her finger. He has gone through an incredible journey to obtain this item and learn all the secrets of the rifts, so he cannot give up the ring. Charles immediately went on the attack and began attacking Alice, showing her that he was much stronger than her previous victim. As soon as Charles started fighting her, he immediately told the other team members that he could beat her. The 3 of them must concentrate all their strength and destroy another member of the Special Forces unit. Although it is madness, there is no other way to return the Ring of Wisdom, so they must all unite and defy the call of the Chimera. Christopher reminded the mill that they are only a support class and cannot act as the main attacking element. They will not be able to fight successfully against an opponent who focuses on close combat. Unlike Charles, who can calmly fight one-on-one with a melee opponent who has greater power and experience. While Charles has decided to fight alone, they are obliged to destroy Stephen, and to do this, they must rely on Leela. We must not forget that their opponent destroyed Richard with one blow. This already characterizes him as a strong adventurer. Given Charles's level and skill, they should focus all their strength and skills on the bald guy. Stephen replied that they underestimated his friend Alice too much, although this girl was much stronger than him. It was unclear whether this was a joke or the truth, but hearing this made Christopher almost shit his pants. Meanwhile, near the place where Charles and Alice fought, real lightning was flying and it was very hot there. Alice looked like a real crazy woman. She thanked Charles and said that she hadn't had such fun in a long time. She called him sweet and promised to kill him very slowly. It seems she has schizophrenia. Although Charles is good at dodging her attacks thanks to gravity magic, he is running out of strength. Alice, meanwhile, doesn't look tired at all, which just shows their gigantic difference in levels. Alice once again called Charles sweet and secretly told him that Stephen was at level 54 and she was now at level 57. She felt that her opponent's level was lower than hers and understood that with such a difference in levels, he could not win. Charles calmly replied that he thought she was much stronger than she appeared. His aggressive responses only excited her. This sick-headed woman was no gift. From birth, she was forced to level up as if her life depended on it, which is exactly the fate of the Chimera Clique fighters. After what she's been through, Alice won't let a stupid boy make fun of her. Judging by her fighting style and weapons, she also belongs to a class that operates from the shadows and relies on her speed. They don't take all the damage like other adventurers with high defense and powerful weapons do, but they are much more mobile than others and are responsible for inflicting more damage on the enemy. Charles smiled in her face and said that she was no different from him in terms of level. Without understanding what she is really capable of, he will not be able to defeat her, so all he can do is provoke her. Christopher didn't understand what Charles was doing at all. It didn't look like a fight. It was the flirting of wild maws. In response, this crazy woman started laughing like the Joker. She had to play the role of Harley Quinn. She said that Sweet Charles was a very interesting person, and he himself asked to feel her real anger. Alice began to activate her Phantom Sword Whirl skill. It must be very dangerous. She smiled again and told Charles that she would make him bite his dirty tongue. I felt that she was really very strong. The aura around her spoke of this. Phantom Whirlwind of Swords is an attack that deals a certain amount of magic damage to a single target. Simply put, her class is one of the rare and problematic classes, so she is a real problem. She invited Charles to dance with her no matter what, but judging by her appearance, it wouldn't end well. Charles sensed the danger in time and dodged the girl's attack using double gravity. She immediately appreciated his light and fast movements, his skills allowing him to strike with sufficient mobility and, at the right moment, strength. Besides, she realized that this guy dodges all her knives so easily, and that's something to be respected for. She licked her lips and became even more interested in her opponent. It was clear how much she enjoyed this battle. She told her sweet rival that he was much stronger than she expected. Now Alice can't wait to see his look of horror and despair. She probably still underestimates Charles. His sword is not exactly a toothpick, and soon she will definitely feel it. A level 49th fights against a level 57th. The difference in skills is too great. Charles is still holding on with gravity magic, but it can't last forever. If he doubles the gravity, he will lose too much mana. Even in this aspect, they are not equal. So we need to come up with something else. Also, Charles cannot count on the help of Milo and other team members right now. Realizing that Alice wasn't showing everything she was capable of, he told her to stop playing games. If he provokes her into large-scale attacks, then her mother must end it, although this is risky, but there is no other choice. He said that all these knife tricks were child's play and ordered her to show her true power. Alice is a classic illusionist, a combat class that can bring any, even incredibly perverted fantasy to life. Realizing that Charles wanted to feel her true power, the girl activated a phantom whirlwind of swords, a reflection of life. Life reflection is the ability to multiply the illusion several times, increase the attack radius and number of knives. No monster or human has ever been able to dodge this attack, and now Charles has personally encountered this force. Alice was sure she had killed her sweet rival, but it turned out that Charles had survived. The girl wasn't too surprised. She praised him, but said that it wasn't enough. Life reflection can easily be combined with other magical attacks, thus putting the opponent in a difficult position. The scariest thing about this spell is that it causes incredible fear of the unknown, of what awaits the victim of this spell. But this is Charles, and he is always ready to look fear straight in the eye like a true professional adventurer. He went forward without fearing any magical attacks, but wasn't that too crazy an idea? It seems like it's too crazy even for a girl like Alice. She was also shocked by her opponent's recklessness. Illusions are not so scary if you know how to find the gap between light and darkness. Alice couldn't believe that Charles wasn't afraid of the possibility of being left without a head. It was absolutely impossible. But how else could he get out of this illusion? Was he just lucky? Alice became even angrier, but it became clear that the initiative was beginning to slip away from her hands. Charles has already reached a completely different level. His progress has also increased during the time of clearing this rift. Now Alice realized that this guy wasn't just lucky. He had knowledge, strength, and experience. She had never fought such an experienced adventurer before, although she had defeated high-level criminals and fearsome monsters. But Charles is on a completely different level, and right now she is most interested in the answer to the question, who is he anyway? Now Alice understands that she underestimated her opponent and will fight in a completely different way. She told him that this was the first time she had met someone who was not under illusions and could break free from the surrounding fear. While Alice was wondering if Charles was human, the boy told her that now was the time to end the fight with one precise blow. Probably after he destroyed the Rift Boss of the Library of Secrets, he had extra energy. But killing this girl with one precise blow would be too easy. She deserves something more brutal. After the guy's last attack, Alice realized that she was bleeding. Even special forces are mortal. This crazy woman started laughing. Charles was already getting used to it, although it still looked very creepy. She said it was really cool because it was the first time she had felt these strange emotions. Now she clearly feels the fear of death because she understands that Charles can really kill her, and this excites her. As a token of gratitude, Alice wants to show her sweet rival her main trump card. This skill is called Shadow Clones. She actually doesn't really like using this skill because enemies die in a few seconds and it becomes uninteresting. Charles realized that his rival would finally show the illusionist's strongest trick. That is, create 3 exact copies of herself. If Charles loses his concentration for even a second, he will immediately become their personal toy. A tangible illusion is capable of reproducing magical attacks at will. These are shadow clones. This ability allows the illusionist to reproduce several identical copies. The more copies, the stronger the illusionist. The next few minutes will be very difficult for Charles. You can't envy him in these battle conditions. Because of this spell, he can't even attack Alice normally, and it causes big problems. Alice taunted her enemy and continued to call him sweet. She clearly understood that he could not attack them. Fighting several crazy women at the same time is a task for a true gladiator. Charles defended skillfully, but this will not be enough for victory, because to win this battle, you need to attack. Shadow clones can theoretically be easily defeated, but not at such a low level as Charles. The girls hoped that Charles could still fight. They didn't want to kill him too soon because they liked to enjoy the process. Charles understands perfectly well that he must take the Ring of Wisdom from Alice, but it is not yet known how to do this. We talked too much about Charles and Alice and completely forgot to look at Stephen's fight against the other members of the adventurer team. Christopher and the girls didn't look very confident. They felt they were much weaker than their opponent. But the doctor understood perfectly well that even though Richard was out of the game, they still had a numerical advantage and they had to take advantage of it. If Stephen tries to attack one of them, the other two team members will immediately strike back. He understands this and therefore fights very carefully, and if you take advantage of the numerical advantage, you can defeat this bald guy. Christopher gave the signal to the girls and ordered them to act immediately. The darkness, ball skill, and a circular cut were immediately activated. This phantom knew what he was getting into and knew how to respond to it, so he activated the fire dragon's call skill. Christopher did not expect to see such a strong aura and energy. It became clear that he had underestimated his enemy. The click of a fiery dragon is no joke. After meeting this combat vehicle, only ashes will remain of you. The girls had already begun their deathbed prayer, but fortunately Christopher managed to run up to them and activate the protection. We have never seen these fighting women so scared today. The call of the fiery dragon is real hell. Lila was furious, even though she had never seen such fighting techniques, but she wanted to strike back. Christopher also didn't understand what this mysterious force was. If he hadn't had time to activate the defense, there wouldn't have been anything left of them. Stephen hoped he could stall for time to wait for Alice and destroy all the other members of this team. But she constantly behaves like a child and drags out an unnecessary fight again, so Stephen realized that he was disgusted with playing games. He activated the path of the Blood Guardian and ordered all his opponents to surrender immediately or accept death with dignity. Lila had never seen such fighting techniques. She thought that now Stephen looked like a monster from the Rift. The Path of the Blood Guard is a skill that is available to all melee classes. It makes the adventurer incredibly powerful. All the mana of a warrior's body goes into strengthening his muscles. This makes the adventurer stronger and his attacks much stronger than those of an ordinary person. Against such a skill, no matter how many people stand in the way, no one will stop Stephen. This monster understands that this skill takes a large amount of mana from him, but he is confident that he can kill everyone before the mana runs out. The girls looked incredibly scared. Although Christopher tried to protect them, he also understood that death was approaching. Their opponent began to move much faster. Christopher decided to activate the defense for a temporary salvation. It seems that after activating this powerful skill, even Christopher's shield will not be able to protect the team of adventurers. Lila gathered courage and started attacking. She said she would make this shithead eat dirt off the floor, quite a bold statement. She certainly began to attack, confident that she could kill this bald phantom. The result surprised her very much. She delivered a powerful blow to her opponent's arm, but it felt like she had collided with a truck. Now it was time to defend. She had a moment to win, and she didn't take advantage of it. The girl was unable to defend herself confidently and was seriously injured. A little more, and she would join Richard's company. The wounded Christopher also could not understand what kind of force this was, which neither his magic nor Lila's scythe could defeat. Now, there is no certainty that Stephen is human. Maybe he is the real boss of the Library of Secrets Rift. Meanwhile, Charles fights the crazy girl one-on-one, but Stephen says he is much weaker than Alice. So things are really bad for Charles. This crazy woman keeps laughing and asks him to show her the real fear of death. Seeing that Alice decided to use shadow clones, Stephen realized that Charles would soon die. The girls silently watched the battle between the crazy woman and their leader. They were very worried. Of course, Mila has always believed in Charles, but now the situation is so difficult that it is difficult to even find a drop of faith in her heart. She soon realized that they had to unite and help him, otherwise Charles would die. Mila immediately remembered her past team. Linda constantly used her as bait to distract the enemy. But now everything has changed radically. Charles has proven to her that she can stand on the same level with him and is capable of more. After what she has already gone through, does she really need to play the role of bait for the enemy again? If she did that, she wouldn't be able to look Charles in the eye, so she decided to talk to Lila and Christopher. She asked them to listen carefully to her and assured them that they had not yet lost a little motivational lesson from Mill. There are 3 of them, which means that they will definitely be able to defeat one opponent, and this will be enough to help Charles. Stephen looked at them as a bunch of fools. Fighting him again was one of the signs of mental retardation. Probably the young adventurers did not feel their huge difference in levels and decided to go to obvious death. But Christopher, Mila, and Lila didn't look like fools. They looked like brave people who believed in their own strength. Although their opponent's technique increases his physical capabilities, they have no choice but to fight. But now we need to figure out how to get close to him. It will be difficult because they all don't have much mana left after the boss fight. At such moments, Mila always thinks about what Charles would do if he were in her place. It is absolutely impossible to drag out the battle because due to the difference in levels and mana, they can easily lose. So if you fight, you need to defeat your opponent with one precise blow, but how to defeat such a strong opponent? The girl understood that they were unlikely to be able to defeat Stephen, but what if they tried to weaken him? Stephen doesn't like to wait long and immediately attacks his enemies, giving them no time to think. Even in his normal state, Stephen looked like a monster, but with these skills, he turned into a real titan. Mila asked her friends to rely on her because with her skills, they would be able to stop him. She must have hit her head too hard during the fight, but she still asked Leela to hit him on the right side of his body. Last time a similar attack didn't work. Is it really necessary to use this tactic again? Mila also asked Christopher to cast magic on Leela, something like a blood guard. Without thinking twice, Christopher replied that he could do it and agreed to take this risk. Lila was nervous. She didn't like this risky plan. But Christopher told her to believe in her friends, otherwise they wouldn't be able to win. The plan was slightly adjusted. Christopher would help strengthen Milo's magic, and Lila would distract the enemy in the meantime. As soon as everything was done, Mila immediately activated the power of the shadow chains, which is much stronger than the ball of darkness. Even Stephen was a little surprised to see this strange technique, but he was hardly scared. Shadow chains are a rather unpleasant technique. They interfere with fighting and inhibit the enemy's strengths. Stephen admitted that for weaklings this was a pretty good plan, but it wouldn't be enough to stop such a powerful beast. Lila understood that this monster with their powers could not be stopped, but there was no choice. It was time to take a risk. She activated the moon slit and went on the attack, but Stephen is never afraid of anything. With one swing of his hand, he took the girl's weapon away. Now she will have to fight without her scythe. Lila started yelling at her partners and said that she lost her weapon precisely because of their stupid plan. Christopher, meanwhile, was preparing for his own attack, using his shield to attack and run forward. The guy activated his signature technique and ran forward, promising his opponent an unforgettable encounter. Stephen said that only fools would think this childish trick would work. He couldn't see what was happening behind him yet, but the shadow chains had grabbed Leela's weapon. Only after a few seconds did he realize that the danger had approached him too closely and managed to defend himself. It was at this perfect moment that Christopher began his attack. It was more like a structured, well-worked plan. Finally, Stephen felt real pain. Drops of blood even appeared on his hands, his own blood. But that wasn't the end. Christopher was able to repel the attack with his shield even when wounded. But Mila was already waiting for him. In recent weeks, the girl has become much more confident in her abilities. Now she can be called a real threat. The girl ran forward with loud screams. She must have watched the movie Rambo 4 for extra motivation before this fight. With the help of her new attack, she was able to deprive Stephen of his weapon. Now this battle will be much more interesting. Christopher and Mila looked very confident. They felt that their opponent was also mortal and also had his weaknesses. Mila realized that he wouldn't be able to use his skills without a weapon. Now he wouldn't even be able to attack them. This small and fragile girl had thought out the plan down to every nuance. She turned out to be much more determined than most of the others. It finally became clear what exactly she had learned when she fought alongside Charles. Mila understood perfectly well that they would not be able to defeat Stephen, but they could leave him without a weapon. Now it is unknown how this bald phantom will fight them. He is probably not as self-confident as before. She delayed him with her skills and even used others to distract him. Stephen realized that he was to blame for this. Most of all, he was to blame for underestimating his opponent. Lila started to mock him. She said that now this bald cucumber had lost his toy and would not be able to fight normally. Probably shouldn't have provoked him so much, should have seized the moment and killed this bastard while there was a chance. Stephen got angry and hit the floor with his hand incredibly hard. If I had hit it like that, I would have broken my hand. With angry red eyes, he looked at his enemies and asked, "Do they really think he can't kill them with his bare hands?" Christopher and company didn't answer him. They understood that the battle wasn't over yet, and the hardest part was ahead. Meanwhile, Charles continued his fierce duel against the crazy girl. During this time, he managed to lose his speed quite seriously. Of course, this is due to fatigue. It is very difficult for him to fight with several girls at the same time. Alice realized that Charles was trying in every way to save his mana supply, but at this rate, he would never be able to defeat her. The girl said that if he didn't make her happy, she would kill him, and this whole story would end. The weak point of every illusionist is an incredible loss of energy, so dragging out the fight will not be in her interests either. Charles must find the bearer among the copies, and then they will all disappear. But if he beats each copy individually, he will quickly run out of strength. On the other hand, he will not be able to find the main body as long as the clones are in his way. Such options will certainly lead him to death. He'll have a long time to think about this puzzle, but for now, we'll see how Mila activates the ball of darkness. Stephen wasn't too scared of all these childish tricks. He wasn't used to battles against high-ranking adventurers. It seems this guy doesn't plan on backing down even after losing his weapon. He's really special. His experience and strength are enough to defend himself and even attack, being left completely unarmed. All members of the adventurer team tried to destroy him and were ready to make every effort to do so. But this bald charlatan easily dodged and defended against all their attacks, so could he really not be killed? So far, no one could understand how this man could fight 3 opponents at the same time without any weapons. But, as expected, he cannot use his skill to its full potential without a weapon. Although Stephen is not in the most advantageous position, judging by his behavior, he does not even think about retreating. Stephen also analyzed his opponents. He admitted that he underestimated them from the very beginning, and they are not as weak as they seem. He also realized that Charles was the strongest of them, precisely because Alice had been fighting him for so long. Now, Stephen can't help her. He won't be allowed to get too close to this guy, but he has to fulfill his mission, even if he has to give his life for it. The Special Forces adventurer must carry out the order. Alice began to use new abilities and attack Charles with infernal knives. During this difficult and long battle, Charles managed to lose too much of his vital energy. Because of this, he was no longer as fast and could not dodge all of her attacks in time. Alice understood perfectly well that she had a stubborn opponent, but he would not be able to hold out against her for long. She thanked him for the wonderful battle and said it was time to end this show. Her clones began to surround Charles from different sides and close the distance. They were preparing the finishing blow. Alice said that it was time for them to say goodbye and she would never forget how much fun she had with him. The girl approached Charles and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to his ribs. It was her signature style, a knife attack, but Charles was still strong and was able to stop her hand. He probably intentionally let her get close enough to grab her, a pretty smart tactic, albeit a risky one. Charles understands perfectly well that the girl needs to concentrate for the final blow, so she will be the one to deliver the decisive blow, not her clones. He had to really loosen her guard to catch her in his hands. Now he had a better chance of winning. Alice told her sweet rival that he was great for catching her, but she already had a boyfriend. According to her, a simple hug wasn't enough to win, so she took out another knife and prepared to kill. Although she managed to injure the boy, Charles skillfully defended himself and remained alive. But the distance was broken again and the girl escaped from his net. Now everything has to be done again. He let himself be caught intentionally, understanding that she needed concentration because her class was too dependent on mana. This is all Charles could do in this situation. He understands perfectly well that due to the difference in levels, he cannot win, so he took the risk. And thanks to such a bold plan, he was able to take what rightfully belongs to him, the Ring of Wisdom. Finally, this stupid girl's smile has disappeared from her face, but at least you can enjoy her sadness a little. This didn't last long, and after a few seconds, she admitted that Charles had deceived her quite cleverly. He sought out her main body for exactly that, a good example of how his experience as a thief class came in handy. The Ring of Wisdom is a unique item that drops from the main boss of the Rift of the Library of Secrets. This ring belongs to Class B. It summons the Great Witch from the Library of Secrets. The skill of Shadow Clones is certainly incredible, but even it has its weaknesses. With his class and skills, Charles wouldn't have been able to win, but now everything is different. It's no wonder he saved his mana supply throughout the battle. Alice believed that Charles had almost no energy left, which was why he wasn't using his skills. Now she understood that he was accumulating mana to use this ring. If he had planned to take the ring from her from the very beginning, then at what point did he realize that the Shadow Clone skill was working? It seemed like he deliberately forced her to use the most dangerous technique from the very beginning. It was his cunning plan. But Alice was still too confident in herself that this little ring could do nothing against her. Charles spent many hours researching the ring phenomenon in a past life. If everything is as they say, then there shouldn't be any problems with this crazy woman. Charles put on the Ring of Wisdom and summoned the Great Witch of the Library of Secrets. If she shows up now and really fights on his side, it will be incredibly epic. Strange things began to happen around. The magic of the Wisdom Ring began to work. Soon the Witch of the Library of Secrets appeared. Let's be honest, I was expecting something much scarier. So far, it looks like some kind of small doll. Let's hope it will be enough to defeat Alice and Stephen. Alice started to get nervous. She realized that this ring summons a magical creature, so everything is not so simple. The time has come when Charles should smile. Now the initiative has completely passed into his hands. He is confident that now he will be able to defeat all his enemies, even though the witch turned out to be a dwarf. You can find many rare things in the vaults. Alice has personally seen such interesting objects more than once. Creatures summoned by items are not that uncommon. Most often they are not needed and only waste mana. But this guy really was accumulating all his life energy to use this ring. It is still unclear what he is up to, and will this witch really be able to help him? Alice said that Charles was saving his mana in vain and hoping for the help of this doll. It seems he overestimated his capabilities. Charles explained that to dispel her illusion, he first had to take the ring from her, and now he would be able to fight at full strength. Alice started laughing again and said that it sounded very good and she liked it. She asked him to show her what this doll could do against her and her clones. It should be explained that this little toy is a mini version of the real Ether. And that's why she can use all the spells that the original version of her knew, and that's really cool. In exchange for mana, Charles can use all of her skills exactly as he pleases. And he will start with the power of a wave of fire. We have already seen something like this. It must be very powerful. When Alice saw that her opponent was using a mass spell, her knees began to shake. The girl realized that she had nowhere to run, and now she would either turn into ashes or get a serious sunburn. She could only pray that the force of the fire wave would keep her alive. After this attack, the girl was very surprised. This non-classical magic could not destroy her or even seriously damage her. But a little later, it became clear that this was enough to completely dispel her own illusion. Fire wave isn't the most powerful spell weapon, but it takes up too much mana. Using summoning creature magic can result in a fatal mana drain, so this is no joke. There are many aspects to remember when using such creatures to conserve mana. Using ether powers thoughtlessly will not work. But clones are weak against mass attacks because to escape from a wave of fire, magic spells are needed. But the problem is that the illusionist usually does not possess magical protective spells. So Alice probably also spent a lot of mana summoning her clones, but now they will fight one-on-one. Alice began to think that Charles could have summoned this doll only to destroy its clones. From the very beginning, his ideas seemed quite absurd to her, but now everything has changed. Alice began to get noticeably nervous, and the smile increasingly disappeared from her sweet face. She kept thinking about one thing: would she really lose to a boy whose level was much lower than hers? She had to admit that Charles was the first to go this far and deep with her, figuratively speaking, of course. Her heart is beating so hard that it feels like it's going to jump out of her chest right now, because no one has ever been able to corner her like Charles did. But Alice still has a small amount of mana left, and she knows how to surprise her opponent. The girl activated the illusory kaleidoscope. Too much illusion in one evening. She laughed again and said that they should have fun as if this was their last battle on this planet. Illusory kaleidoscope is a skill that uses magical and physical attacks. Again, this requires a lot of mana, and although Charles is not afraid of illusions, dodging this attack requires too much concentration. Now Alice is sure that she will not take her eyes off him, and this time he will not leave her alive. Charles understood perfectly well that it would be impossible to completely avoid her attack, but there was one interesting way to escape. The guy thought about something but was in no hurry to run or hide and took the entire blow. Alice immediately began to rejoice. It seemed to her that she had finally gotten it, and now the victory would be hers. She took out her knife and ran to finish off her wounded prey, but at the last moment she saw that Charles had disappeared. She didn't understand where he had gone and began to get nervous even though her sweet rival was right next to her. Gravity reduction was activated, a technique already quite familiar to us from this talented adventurer. Only a little later did she realize that something was happening above her head. But the problem was that it was too late. Charles had already activated his best weapon, the fall of the comet. Alice managed to pull out her knife and defend herself from this attack, but it was very difficult for her. She kept repeating in her head that a guy like him couldn't beat her. But those were just words. Her sharp knife could not withstand the strain. Charles broke it in two and showed his true power. Now the thought that a guy who is much weaker than her could win doesn't seem so incredible anymore. Alice fell to the floor in severe pain. No one had ever beaten her so badly. Charles approached her and told her that their fight was over and reminded her that she wasn't the only one who hadn't shown her strengths until the very end. Meanwhile, a fierce battle between Stephen and three young adventurers continued next to them. Lila continued to attack this bald man and tried to harm him in some way. But no matter how many blows she inflicted on him, he didn't care at all, and he continued to move forward. Christopher also understood perfectly well that they could not harm him. It was not as simple as it seemed. The Blood Guardian Path skill makes the wearer more resistant to opponent attacks and also increases their physical strength. It seems that he is in incredible pain and is already on the verge of death, but for now, he does not stop using his power. Christopher asked Leela not to panic. They should continue to stick to their plan until Stephen completely exhausted his strength. Stephen also believed that he had everything under control. He just needed to hold on a little longer. His plan was simple. Wait until Alice defeats Charles, and then together they will destroy everyone else and complete the mission. Suddenly, everyone around heard loud explosions in the area where Charles and Alice were fighting, and they realized that something serious had happened. When the fire dissipated, everyone saw that Charles had unexpectedly defeated this mentally ill girl. Mila was the happiest of all. Deep down, she always believed that Charles could defeat anyone. Stephen couldn't believe it. It seemed completely impossible to him. Alice couldn't lose to this guy. Going back 4 years, the Chimera Call is a group of outcasts from the community who can do nothing but fight to the death. It was 4 years ago that Stephen joined this cohort of the Chosen Ones. It was on that distant day that he met her, a warrior girl who would never lose to anyone. And now you want to tell him that this girl lost to an adventurer who was lower in level than her? It's almost impossible to believe, but it's true, and approaching Alice, Charles said that she was too dangerous. The boy took out his sharp sword and said that he never wanted to meet her again in the future. Seeing this, Stephen became very angry. If he could not defeat his enemies, he should at least do everything he could. Christopher understood Stephen's plans and began to shout that he was preparing to attack. It seemed to him that he and the girls would be the target of this bald monster, but Stephen ran past them. His main target now is not them at all, but the one who dared to insult his girlfriend. Charles prepared to deal the girl the final blow and send her to hell, but at the last moment Stephen covered her with his own body. This was difficult to predict. It seemed that the members of the Chimera clique didn't really care about each other's lives. Only now did Christopher realize that he was wrong, and Stephen ran not to attack them at all, but to protect Alice. Stephen began to strike the boy with sweeping blows in an attempt to scare him away and force him to move away from the girl. Then he went up to Alice and took her in his arms like a real older brother, while the girl remained unconscious. An angry Charles approached Stephen. He asked him if he was really going to back down. Stephen said he would do it just this once, but he remembered them all, and their next meeting would turn out to be the last day of life for the adventurers. Charles realized that these two bastards were hired by someone for this job. He wondered who this person was. Stephen wasn't going to answer anything. He put Alice on his shoulders and said they were going home. The girl immediately activated the illusionist's magic called Mirage, and finally said goodbye to Charles. She said she had a lot of fun with him and she thanks him for this wonderful battle. She is a really sick girl. Thus, with the help of the illusionist's magic, they were able to easily and quickly retreat and escape completely. To be honest, Charles also lost too much strength and would not have been able to fight for long. He was lucky that the enemies fled. As soon as he fell to his knees from exhaustion, Mila immediately ran up to him and apologized to him. Christopher also admitted that he did not expect such behavior from Stephen, and because of this, he did not have time to activate protection for Charles. The team members thought that Charles was fighting the strongest opponent, but during the fight, he constantly thought about finishing quickly and helping them. Their team showed everything it was capable of, and without his partners, Charles definitely couldn't have won. Now the mayor's call will come out of the shadows because they lost this battle, and this incident could seriously affect their reputation. In 10 years, they will also not be able to become the most influential shadow team like they were in the past timeline. This time, no one was hurt, and Charles was able to achieve his goal, but will everything be so safe in the future? Right now, the boy is completely focused on the Ring of Wisdom, yet it is the key to solving the origin of the rifts. This item is very important. This was confirmed when the Chimera Call appeared, but now everything is in its place. In the past timeline, this item was lost, although it was in the possession of the Special Forces president. Also, last time the Chimeras did not enter the fault zone. Perhaps this time the president personally gave the order to the Special Forces. Well, now it's time for dessert. Charles and the other team members saw some people rise from the dead. Yes, it was Richard. This guy's still alive. He said it was time to run away and asked to get him out of here. His behavior angered Lila the most. She called him a brazen bastard who had the audacity to open his black mouth. If he wants to get out of there, she can personally take him to hell, and then everything will fall into place. Christopher assured the girl that Richard couldn't even stand. They would hand him over to the Special Forces as a real thief. Meanwhile, Alice still continued to remember the wonderful battle she had participated in, although she admitted that she had been close to death. The girl also asked Stephen if he was sure that running away was a good idea since Stephen could still kill all those scumbags. The bald man replied that it was a risk and Alice could die even though they lost this time, but later there would definitely be a rematch. Next time, they will ask for help in destroying Charles from a past adventurer, rank A. Alice replied that she wouldn't really like this scary man to kill her sweet Charles. After a few hours, the team of young adventurers rested and emerged from the rift. The employees of the Rift Association were surprised to hear that the young adventurers were able to destroy the boss of the Library of Secrets. Christopher said that it was a fairly simple task for them. After all, they were rank B adventurers. He continued to tell how skillfully they destroyed monsters and defeated enemies. Meanwhile, some more people arrived at the entrance to this vault. This guy said he came here to practice on this dangerous vault and didn't expect to be beaten. This is a Special Forces soldier. His name is Bart, and he is also shocked by the speed of clearing this vault. He said that civilians do whatever they want and don't think about the consequences for us. Lila immediately started yelling at him. The girl called him a stupid policeman who didn't understand anything. They are adventurers who risk their own lives to clear the rifts and protect people. In Special Forces, soldiers treat adventurers as ordinary people because they appeared thanks to civilian organizations. But Special Forces are closely monitoring the activities of adventurers. It is dangerous to associate with them because they can take away your license. In the future, Special Forces will fully control the activities of adventurers. But now is a completely different time, and they can do nothing but talk. One of the Special Forces soldiers approached Lieutenant Bard and asked him to calm down. This girl's name is Lydia. She said that the most important thing is that this rift no longer threatens other people. Charles felt this was the perfect moment to tell about the one guy who tried to take all their loot in the rift. As soon as the Special Forces soldiers heard about this, they immediately became interested in this story. Richard started to make excuses and said that it was all a misunderstanding, but Leela hit him and told him to shut up. Now his fate will be decided by the guild. He probably has a criminal record in other branches of the city. Judging by Richard's behavior, this is not the first time this bandit has committed such bad deeds. Charles is sure that other adventurers have already complained about him. At least now, justice will prevail, and this thief will never harm anyone again. Charles turned to Bart and said that besides this, something else had happened while investigating the fault. He said that they were attacked by two soldiers from the Chimera Call organization, a blonde woman and a tall, bald man. Bart immediately became very serious. He asked Charles if he was sure about this because if it was a joke, it wasn't funny at all. Charles replied that it was true and he would write a report to the guild and send it to the Special Forces for verification. Now Bart is interested in this unknown adventurer. He seems too suspicious to him. But in any case, he cannot ignore such a statement, so the man ordered Lydia to urgently report this to the administration. A few more hours later, the team of young adventurers returned to their guild. Kim had to spend a lot of time explaining in detail what happened to them in the rift. Although the Library of Secrets has been cleared, it is imperative to tell the guild all the nuances. It took a very long time, and only towards evening was the entire team of adventurers released. They looked incredibly tired after a tough boss fight. They started fighting with a chimera call and then giving explanations about it. Lila said it would be much easier if this dirty thief didn't cause them any unnecessary problems. She meant Richard. The girl didn't know that Charles had also been a thief in the past, and he wasn't very pleased to hear all this. He started yelling at the girl and said that not all people from this class are bad. There are also good and decent citizens. Christopher smiled and asked his friends not to fight. Everything ended well, and that's the main thing. In addition, he reminded them that part of Richard's loot now belonged to them. As always, he only thinks about money. Charles immediately reminded the other team members of the agreement regarding profit sharing. All rewards, except for the Ring of Wisdom, remain for Christopher, Lila, and Mila. As soon as they left the guild, they immediately went to the public transport station. They all live in different areas. Christopher said that he was very happy to have met such good and honest people. From the very beginning, he thought only about how to use labor to capture the fault. He was driven only by greed. Next time, he wants to give it his all. When a rank rift appears, he won't stand aside and will help his comrades. While Christopher was telling Charles all these tales about mutual aid, a little dialogue also broke out between the girls. Lila approached her new friend, pushed her, and apologized for her rudeness in the rift. Charles and Mila turned out to be much stronger than she thought, and without them, they would not have been able to survive the rift. If Charles wants to go somewhere dangerous again, he can always count on Lila and Christopher. On such a positive note, they said goodbye to their new friends. On the way home, Charles told Milo that the Ring of Wisdom could summon a legendary creature. They approached the playground, and he decided to show the girl how it worked. Charles did not take off his ring and immediately activated the witch's skill from the Library of Secrets. This little doll immediately appeared. It's hard to take her seriously, even knowing her power. Mila was amazed. She did not know that this ring was so important and powerful and considered it an ordinary trifle. This is the same ethereal witch, but smaller and more beautiful. That is, a weakened version of the witch. Now Charles can use her skills by spending his own mana, although they are not as powerful as the original. Although its power is much lower and takes up a lot of mana, its presence in the arsenal increases the range of Charles's abilities. So it's really useful, but can this little toy reveal the phenomenon of fault formation? Charles explained that the ether is considered one of the most unique monsters. This witch can even speak their language, which only emphasizes her power. Mila immediately remembered how the witch had spoken to her during the battle in the Library of Secrets. Summoned monsters have the same level as the one who summons them. Some monsters have a special parameter that increases depending on their level, such as flexibility or luck. Ether has a unique wisdom parameter, and this is its main weapon. If Charles continues to level up this witch, he will one day be able to ask her about the secret of the rifts. This is his plan for the future, a fairly strategic and mature decision. This doll started screaming and making strange sounds, which scared the little one. Charles explained that for now the witch cannot speak fully because her level is too low, but this is temporary. But still, she can say something. Ether looked at Charles and said that this world will soon meet its end. This is such a twist in the plot. Charles was hardly expecting to hear this when he called the airwaves. Let's give the guy a little rest and move on to Judas's office, where interesting events are taking place. He was recently informed that the Chimera's call had failed to complete its task, which made the man very angry. He got angry and smashed his phone against the wall before the Chimera call never failed its missions. Judas realized that he needed to find out about the reasons for the mission's failure using the internet. Although this old man is a noob when it comes to internet matters, it seems his grandchildren have already managed to teach him something. He learned about the large number of cleared rifts and the first adventurer in history who was able to obtain rank B so easily. He also learned how Charles saved people from a disaster and defeated 2 elite fighters from the Chimera Call Special Forces unit. Now it became clear what kind of impudent boy had taken the Ring of Wisdom. Judas realized that this was an unusual guy. He was the one who was living his second life, the life of the Gravity Master Charles. Judas promised that he would definitely take revenge, and Charles would not be able to hide from his wrath. A new day had come, and with it, new dangerous faults to clear, and Charles was ready for it. The guy activated magnetic gravity to defeat the Deep Pit Rift monster. Thanks to this new technique, he was able to destroy this demon and gain 700 experience points. Even though they were surrounded, they were able to destroy all their enemies. You wouldn't expect anything less from this guy. Betty told him that if he had a manager, she would invite him to collaborate with Charles. Charles replied to the girl to stop using him to promote her paid broadcasts. He decided to focus on leveling up, but at level 40 it became much more difficult to do so. Although they got along great together with Milo, they decided to call Betty. The girl didn't mind because she had a lot of free time now. In this way, the fault of the deep pit was easily and quickly cleared, which helped to achieve some small progress. The team of adventurers went on a well-deserved vacation. Betty thanked them for calling her, and by cleaning up this rift, she had earned some extra money and raised her level. But if Time really wants her to be happy, then he can give her this little witch to shoot a few videos with. Although it is an ordinary creature, it is very cute. If you dress it in a nice costume, it will gain millions of views. Charles was angry at such proposals and refused. Betty called him too cheerful. She didn't understand that the ether was not an ordinary being that could not be shown to everyone around. This witch is too unique and intelligent, and she still has many hidden abilities. Besides, if her video gets on the internet, their location could be found by soldiers of the Chimera clique. Also, Charles is now worried about the words that this witch said yesterday. These words about the destruction of the world cannot be ignored. If we do not understand this situation, it may soon be too late. From that moment on, the ether did not speak again. But it is the key to solving the origin of the faults. Although Charles really wants to know the whole truth about the rifts, is this world really going to end? Maybe there's a reason he didn't give it the proper importance in his new life. In 10 years, the number of faults will decrease, but inflation will increase and people can't control it. How can the world come to an end? Charles is an S-rank adventurer in the past, and he must change the fate of this world. But to do this, he needs to raise his level, although the new faults turned out to be too difficult for him and Mill. The guy realized that it was time to find a full-fledged third member of their team. They need a team member they can trust and with whom they can deal even more damage to the monsters. Although his class is versatile, he doesn't deal as much damage as others. The shaman is also a strong class, but it's more of a support class. It will be even harder for them to fight in the future if they don't find a permanent team member. And Betty isn't very interested in clearing the rifts. Lila has a class that is just as mobile as Charles, so she's not really suited for this role either. There is also the leader of the Thunder Knights, but this guy is too specific. Betty suggested that Charles look for adventurers of the same rank as him. There are many strong loners to be found. A talented B-rank adventurer with a combat class who works alone is quite interesting. Charles immediately remembered that he already had a girl he knew from a past life with similar characteristics. Their story ended sadly. She ran to save Charles and was seriously injured. She said they hadn't been in the group very long, but she was very happy to work with such an adventurer as Charles. It was with these words that their story ended. These are sad memories that hurt Charles's heart. Remembering her, the guy wondered if she was alive in this world now. Mila asked the guy what he was thinking about, but he replied that it wasn't very important. He should meet this girl in about 3 years. At least, that's how it was in his past life. Charles and Milo walked towards the underground arena. Another rift had been cleared, so they were pleased with themselves. Mila said that cleaning the cracks takes a lot of energy, but it's good that it significantly raises the level. She noticed a familiar girl and said that she had never seen her here before. At first, Charles didn't pay much attention to these words, but then he saw this girl and his heart stopped for a moment. He immediately saw her great sword and felt a terrifying aura. It seemed incredibly similar and familiar to him. Is this really the same girl he was thinking about a few minutes ago? But that's impossible. Charles immediately went forward without thinking twice. Mila didn't understand why he was getting so nervous. He approached this girl, greeted her, and asked her if her name was Barbara. The girl looked at him aggressively and asked in response who he was and why he approached her. Charles was very tense. Mila couldn't understand if he knew this strange girl. Charles realizes that he can't treat her like they're old friends, so he tells Mila that he's heard a few rumors about this girl. To be more precise, she is described as a burgundy swordsman who has never lost a battle and a very talented lone adventurer. Charles said that they were looking for a new member for their team and invited Barbara to join them. It seemed as if this proposal offended the girl. She called Charles too straightforward and stupid. The girl immediately refused and said that she would never babysit children. She is not particularly interested in helping two defenseless weaklings like Charles and Mila. Meanwhile, Mila was silent and analyzed the situation. She understood that Charles recognized this girl's talent, as he even remembered her name. But Barbara has a very bad character. It will be difficult to make friends with her or even communicate normally. Charles was upset and didn't answer anything yet. He was probably thinking about how to make Barbara a member of their team. Mila took control of the situation. She said that you can't give up when you don't know the strength of the other team members. Barbara apologized, but said that she had been working as an adventurer for a long time and could immediately tell who was worth paying attention to and who was not. Charles said that he and his girlfriend are now at about the same level of skill. They have experience in grappling and clearing rank B faults. The guy said that this is a pretty good resume for any young team of adventurers. Barbara replied that a high level doesn't mean anything. She probably doesn't like being an employee. It was evident from her facial expression and behavior. Maybe there's a reason why she always works alone. Charles decided to come in from the other side. He realized that the girl did not want to be a nanny for weaklings. Because of this, he suggested that she compete in the training arena, a rather aggressive offer, but it's interesting. If Charles can prove his strength to the girl, maybe then she can trust him to cover her own back. The guy expected an instant positive response, but Barbara replied that she was not interested in all these provocations. She wasn't interested in this group and the work. She turned around and left. It was all quite unexpected. Charles realized that Barbara didn't want to get close to anyone. That's how she was in a past life. That's how he knew her. Mila was surprised. Did time really want to fight this girl? After all, in the training arena, you can get seriously hurt. Usually, the training arena is set up for sparring adventures and an instructor from the guild. To organize a battle of adventurers, you need to get permission from the administration. This issue could have been resolved, but Barbara refused. In fact, it's unlikely that she doesn't want to work with weaklings. The matter is somewhat different. This girl's problems are much deeper than they seem. Everything she says is just a protective aura. She walked into the central hall and began watching two girls talking to each other and exchanging phone numbers. Looking at them, Barbara was very upset. Only Charles could truly understand her. Her main problem is that no one cares about her personality, which is why she refused. Everyone around only dreams of gaining her power because Barbara belongs to the rare class of Reaper. She can defeat the enemy not only with physical strength, but also with dark magic and any opponent. This class combines physical strength and magic well. Anyone would want such a person on their team. Barbara will definitely reach great heights if she can save her life. Mila began to worry that she would not be able to find a common language with such a tough girl, but Charles explained that Barbara was a reliable person, albeit aggressive. As soon as the guy calmed his girlfriend down, they immediately returned home to rest. Charles spent the whole evening at his laptop studying a lot of information that had long interested him. Next to him sat a little witch named Ether. They must have already become best friends in this short time. Barbara always chose the most dangerous faults to explore. She was the bravest girl Charles had ever seen. Barbara hates weakness and has a rather difficult character. We already understood this after they met. Also, the girl always refused to fully join the team and chose the path of a lone warrior. Also, in the past timeline, this talented girl saved Charles's life. The path of a lone warrior is full of dangers, but Charles could influence this timeline and it changes everything. As a token of gratitude for saving him in his past life, Charles must become Barbara's friend and save her life. The boy asked the little witch if she thought he could persuade this bandit to join him. At first, the host turned away and didn't answer anything. It seemed like she wasn't interested in the question at all. But then she came back and said that the power of one person can change the course of history. At first, Time didn't understand anything at all. He began to ask the witch what she meant. Apparently, he's generally stupid. The show decided not to explain all these nuances. When you're alone in your home and there are no distractions, it's the perfect time to reminisce. Charles remembered a conversation with his old friend in a past life. They needed to find a new team partner who could distract enemies and deal serious damage. Charles said that he had such a person. If given time, he would definitely be able to agree with her on a merger. But from the very beginning, things didn't go as smoothly as he thought. Barbara didn't want to contact him at all. Charles even went to a bookstore and bought a book that teaches you how to make friends, but it doesn't work that way. He made various ridiculous attempts to get closer to the barbarian, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. One gloomy day, during a thunderstorm, he went to the rift area. At that time, he already had permission to clear dangerous portals. There he met Barbara. The girl was dissatisfied and asked him what he had forgotten here and why he was constantly following her. Most high-ranking adventurers go on raids into particularly dangerous rifts. It's normal practice. Charles said that their group would also participate in capturing the Poison Blade Rift. Charles said it was a great opportunity. Barbara would be able to see him in action and would want to join their team herself. But in the Rift of the Poisonous Blade, everything was not so easy. It seemed like a real hell, even for a high-ranking adventurer. Charles felt sick from these difficult memories, although quite a lot of time had passed since that moment. After meeting Barbara, all these memories constantly come to his mind. It is not easy for him to remember that day. He saw a new message and realized that a new fault disaster had occurred not far from his house. Monsters began to attack ordinary people. It is a rare occurrence for such unstable faults to occur. The situation looks critical, as the Rift Association has begun to assemble urgent raids. This is very strange, because approximately the same anomalies should start to occur only after 3 years. But only a few seconds later, Charles was really scared. He saw the name of this dangerous fault, the Poisonous Blade. This seemed absolutely impossible to him, because this rift was not supposed to appear until 3 years later. It was in this rift that Barbara gave her life to save Charles's life, but it shouldn't happen today. Charles was incredibly scared. Now the little witch's words play with completely different colors. Charles stared at his laptop screen and couldn't understand anything. The entire news feed was filled with words about this dangerous rift. At this point it was night, so the boy decided to wait until morning and go to his guild. Mila was already waiting for him there. The guy immediately warned her about what they would do and told her the details of the disaster. As soon as the girl saw him, she immediately complimented him on his new combat suit. It looks pretty solid. She was very surprised when he invited her to go shopping together. She never thought that she would help him choose clothes. The girl said that now they could always go shopping together, but Charles didn't answer anything. Right now, he was completely focused on the news about the Poison Blade because this rift was not supposed to appear for only 3 years. The guy was visibly nervous. Now you can guess what he was thinking about. In this rift, Barbara gave her life for him. I know her character. She will take part in cleaning the rift this time, too. He now has much more raiding experience than in his past life, but his level is now much lower than before. The boy immediately thought that even with a high level, he had failed that day in breaking the Poisonous Blade. Barbara is much higher level than him, and she definitely won't listen to his advice. Charles won't be able to stop her, although with his current equal, going on this raid would be suicidal. This rift is too dangerous. Charles is not only risking his own life, but he is also risking Milo's life. So it's better not to take her with him. The guy seriously thought about what to do next. He had to make a very difficult decision that would affect his future. Mila started to worry and asked Charles what happened. He had become very pale in the last few minutes. The guy assured the girl that everything was fine, but looking at him, it was clear that something was bothering him. She approached Charles, took his hand, and said that if anything was bothering him, he could share it with her. It was quite unexpected. It seemed like the girl was too worried about Charles. Was it really love? As soon as Charles called this girl to the team, he immediately told her that he needed her strength. Hearing this, Mila was very happy, but she hated herself for not always being able to come to his aid when he needed it. So now the girl could no longer remain silent and told Charles that she was really asking him to rely on her. She has already managed to confirm that she can be trusted and that she will always support him in a difficult situation. Charles listened to the girl and thanked her for these warm words. He was truly pleased to hear it. He soon told her that he was really worried about one raid and wanted to take part in it. Mila said that she had already read about it in the news, but she didn't understand why Charles wanted to take part in this particular raid. The guy also mentioned the girl they had recently met and said that Barbara would also be participating in this raid. He also said that the girl would die in this raid. Mila didn't understand anything, but she was very surprised. Charles understands that this is hard to believe, but right now he is focused on making sure Barbara is safe. Mila couldn't understand why Charles thought Barbara would die and why he thought she would participate in this particular raid. The guy asked Mila to wait and listen to him carefully because what he was saying now was very important. All this time he said that he had a special item that helped him learn about new portals and items, but it was all a lie. It's true because he can see the future, even though it sounds like the words of a madman and Mila may not believe it. But it's true. At first the girl said that this couldn't be happening, but then she fell silent and thought about it. Charles also made up a very serious story, analyzing his facial expression. You can see that he is not joking. Soon, Mila said in a quiet voice that she believed him. Sometimes it seemed like she was ready to follow him to the ends of the world. Charles had proven it twice already. He knew every portal they cleared like the back of his hand. Besides, Mila has always trusted him. She doesn't think he would start deceiving her in such a stupid way. Charles was pleasantly surprised that this girl believed him so quickly. You don't often see that. Although her blind faith confuses him a little, it's nice to know that she immediately believes everything he says. The young adventurers headed to the nearest station. Their task was simple: to board the train and travel to this rift. Charles warned that this raid could be the most dangerous battle they had ever participated in. You have to be extremely careful not to die while clearing this vault. According to the news posted by the Special Forces soldiers, the level of the boss in this rift is approximately 65. Although it's not much different from the Ether, this boss will evolve during the raid and reach level 80. They must defeat him before he completes his evolution, because then it will be very difficult to do so. Hearing about level 80th, Mila was immediately scared. They had not only never fought such opponents, but had never seen them with their own eyes. Honestly, Charles wouldn't want to participate in this raid and fight this boss, but he needs to protect Barbara from this demon. At least 3 groups must participate in this raid. They must coordinate with each other and come up with a plan to kill the boss. Mila felt that her friend didn't want to go into that rift at all, and she realized that he was only doing it for the sake of the barbarian. She looked at the boy carefully and asked, what exactly connected him to the barbarian in the past? Charles immediately saw images of that day before his eyes. These memories pained him. After a few seconds, he explained that Barbara had saved his life, and now it was his turn to repay her debt. Mila was surprised to hear that Barbara saved Charles's life. Now everything is falling into place. The train was approaching the entrance to this vault, and soon the most interesting things would begin. An hour later, Charles and Mila approached the entrance, where they were met by an employee of the Fractures Association. She thanked them for coming to the rescue in time. Now, too few adventurers have decided to take part in this raid. Before Charles and Mila arrived, only 5 adventurers had visited the rift. This means that there will be 7 people in total in the rift. But first, Charles must talk to Barbara. This girl unexpectedly appeared again and greeted them. She thought they were following her and reminded them that she didn't want to fight with them on the team. Charles replied that they just wanted to participate in the raid. They had enough level for that, and they didn't necessarily need it. Barbara replied that she didn't remember seeing them in the last raid in Kanto, so it was strange to see them today. Mila looked at her and didn't understand how such a girl who hated weakness could save Charles. Seeing that Mila was looking at her, Barbara made a remark to her. It was in a rather harsh tone. At this moment, another guy with glasses approached them and greeted the new raid participants. This guy said that even weaklings like them can still help in some way. These guys aren't from a guild and they don't look like special forces adventurers. The patch on their clothes is quite familiar. Charles looked at this guy carefully and tried to remember. It all seemed very familiar to him. Black Steel is a commercial company in the entertainment industry. It enhances its image by maintaining overall security. This is a company of adventurers who undergo special training to develop a business using class skills. They will achieve a lot in the future, but for now it is just a startup that few people take seriously. The guy with glasses was named Hans, and he was reminded that they were representatives of an important force and should behave more politely with potential clients. This was all said by the chief of the Cherokee. He is also from this detachment of adventurers. He apologized to Milo for his friend's rudeness. Hans sometimes behaves like an old grandfather, but his character is not that bad. Mila thought that even if someone has a normal character, this clearly does not apply to a barbarian. Chirac approached Charles, gave him his business card, and said that he would be happy to go through this raid with them. He is a representative of the Black Steel Company. Chirac is the president of the Adventurer Department. Charles carefully took this business card in his hands. He already had a lot of experience as an adventurer, more than 10 years. All this vast experience tells him that everything is not as simple as it seems and one must be very careful. Chirac said he was inspired by such a young and talented adventurer as Charles. He smiled and said he hoped they could become good friends. Entering the Poison Blade Rift, they immediately encountered a bloodsucker. This monster is at level 44. These demons attack not one by one, but in whole groups. They are quite intelligent monsters that know how to plan attacks. This rift has caused many anomalies in the city, which means that the monsters can be much stronger than those the adventurers have fought before. But now there are 7 adventurers in the rift. If you choose the right strategy, everything should be fine. Shiraki turned around and asked the other team members not to panic and to cover his back. Experienced adventurers used deadly attacks and began to destroy the monsters one by one. I must admit that they worked very well together, like a real team. Later, one of the girls began to activate the power of life extraction. It looked quite cruel, even towards the monster. Charles noticed their successful teamwork. Black Steel knows how to train skilled adventurers. Hans and Pamela are an offensive force that can destroy a large number of enemies in a short period of time. Flynn covers them all and distracts the attention of powerful enemies to himself. The leader stands behind all this time and watches his comrades. If the situation is critical, he will enter the battle and protect the others. The main thing in teamwork is not only to effectively distribute roles among themselves, it is important that the leader can cope with his comrades. While Mila activated the Ball of Darkness, Charles destroyed his enemies with a sharp sword. The Bloodsucker is a monster that is at level 44, nothing extraordinary, but quite dangerous. Although this is an ordinary monster, looking at its characteristics, you can see that it has a lot of health. There were too many monsters. Mila suggested killing them all with one blow using gravity. Charles replied that this was a bad idea. He would spend too much mana on such an attack, so it was better to destroy the enemies one by one. Ahead of them awaits the Rift Boss. They need to conserve their strength as much as possible. Meanwhile, Barbara also took up the case, and what Charles had said about her turned out to be true. She activated the Crimson Sword and immediately destroyed the huge monster. This girl looked simply incredible. All her movements were graceful, and years of hard training were immediately visible. This was expected of a barbarian. Charles had yet to meet an adventurer who could destroy such a large monster with one blow. This girl's class is endowed with incredible power that can destroy everything around. At the moment, among all the adventurers in this rift, Barbara is the strongest. The monster turned out to be still alive, but its health was only enough for one hit. Charles immediately decided that Mila should drain all of this monster's mana. Mila immediately ran to carry out this order, but she was suddenly stopped. It was Hans. He ordered her to stop and activated the Sky Rift. It seems like this guy with glasses is always full of energy, although his character will be difficult to make friends with. It seems that he didn't just decide to hit this monster. His goal is to increase his level. The person who dealt the last blow to the monster is awarded the most points, so Charles was very unhappy with Hans's action. This cheeky guy replied that there were many monsters around and there would be enough for everyone. Charles understood that Hans had deliberately pushed Mila away to take away her experience, but Hans replied that he should not be taught to live by small children. This monster was needed alive to drain mana from it, and of course this made Charles very angry. For adventurers, level is an indicator of skill, so there is an unofficial rule that the one who deals the most damage to a monster finishes it off. After such an act, Charles will never again go to rifts with such people. Even though this is a one-time raid, there will definitely be no trust after this, because how can you cover up for someone who intentionally takes away your experience? Chirac approached and asked what had happened. Hans explained that the little children had started to take offense at him over various little things. He said that there would be many more monsters for these kids to kill, so it was better to think about the future and stay positive. Chirac approached Charles and apologized for his friend's behavior. He understood that there had been a misunderstanding between them. Charles said that everything was fine. He probably reacted too harshly to Hans's behavior. When they continued the cleanup, Shiraki said that he wanted the whole world to know about their feat in this rift. Special forces are beginning to spread their influence across the rifts, preventing lone adventurers from reaching their full potential. Chirac believes that the future belongs to corporate adventurers. They also want to achieve security for ordinary people. This guy's very ambitious, but there is one big problem: to level up. Their team can't level up that fast, so they fight for every opportunity. The higher the rank of an adventurer, the harder it is to earn experience, especially if you are in a team of 4. Conflicts can arise in every team about the unfair distribution of experience points, which is why moments like the one with Hans arise. The path of corporate adventurers is also not very easy, so they fight for their opportunities as best they can. The Special Forces unit was unlikely to have explored this dangerous fault. It quickly became clear. Shiraki said that they couldn't stop for long because their duties also included creating a fault map. That is why their journey continued constantly and they almost never stopped to rest. But still, Charles felt uncomfortable. He knew something was wrong. During the battle, Chirac perfectly controlled his subordinates. All actions were brought to automatism. But now he says he can't control their behavior in the rift, referring to Hans' behavior. It turns out that he is a bad leader if his subordinates do not listen to his words at all. Charles feels that this is all very strange, and that is why he is so tense. The fault anomaly turned out to be not as scary as people said. Corporate adventurers were matched to this rift according to their rating. This rating of corporate employees is compiled every 3 quarters. Flynn thought it would be much harder because there were tough selection criteria and many applicants. Shiraki said he hopes the hike along the fault will be just as easy, but he doesn't want to let his guard down. They were sent on this raid as representatives of companies, so they have no right to fall face down in the dirt. Mila only now realized that all these people turned out to be the strongest among the other employees of the company. This raid is unlike anything these guys have seen before. The fault anomaly is only progressing. In the future, they will face serious consequences. In the past timeline, Charles came to the boss in the middle of his evolution. It is possible that the same thing will happen now, but the goal of this expedition is research, as well as the rescue of the barbarian. All Charles needs to do is make a report for the guild so that the special forces will pay attention to this rift. Thanks to this, trained soldiers will handle the poison blade as is necessary. Everyone around wants to defeat the boss, but you need to convince them not to fight this monster, although it will be difficult to convince Barbara of this. For this, Charles must be confident and eloquent enough because a lot depends on it. Charles saw that the group leader was trying to talk to Barbara. That was interesting. Shiraki said that he had heard a lot about the girl. She was quite popular among single adventurers. He also knows that she would have recently gained a rank, but has already managed to participate in raids in many high-level rifts. It's an honor for him to meet such a legendary adventurer as she is. Barbara is incredibly talented. The girl, in her own style, replied that Shiraki should shut up and stop talking all this nonsense. If he has something to say on the matter, let him say it right away, without unnecessary compliments. Although it was strange to hear from such a sweet girl, the general took it normally. He said that he wants Barbara to become his right hand and a member of Black Steel. He is sure that she is perfect for this. If she joins them, her talents will help them grow their company faster. While this guy was encouraging Barbara to protect the country from the rifts together, Mila watched him and thought he was very eloquent. As expected, Barbara calmly replied that she was not interested, briefly and directly. The guy started shouting and told her not to worry. If she became his right hand, he would gather many adventurers around him. Barbara asked him to shut up. She doesn't want to join any group and she doesn't want to talk to him anymore. The girl explained that she chose the path of singlehood because she always wanted it. Recently, she has been meeting more and more determined guys. She explained that she had joined them only for the duration of this raid and that they would go their separate ways later. Shiraki tried to explain to her that the higher her level became, the harder it was to continue her career as a lone adventurer. At high levels, going into dungeons of rank A and above will be too dangerous without support. But Barbara did not change her mind. She said that she would follow this path for the rest of her life. Charles listened silently and calmly to all her words. He truly worries about this girl. Mila noticed that Barbara constantly does things that make the atmosphere in the air get very heated. Suddenly Hans turned to them. Probably this fool wants to create a conflict situation again. He had already noticed that their leader was being too nice to these children and asked them not to get tangled under the adults' feet. While Hans tries to show his qualities during the raid, his boss tries to recruit another employee to their team. It turns out that Hans is not doing his job very well, and the man got angry when he heard this. He started screaming and ordered Charles to watch his tongue or he would tear it out. He tries to quarrel with everyone again. Hans constantly creates conflicts out of thin air. This fool is so impudent that he doesn't even care about the words of Chirac. Although this blonde-haired guy is not a leader at all, everyone only listens to him during battle. They are only afraid of him. The team leader didn't like these words very much, and he immediately lost his good mood. Mila also did not understand Charles's words. She could not understand why the other members of the team were afraid of Chirac. He is kind to strangers and constantly apologizes if his subordinates do something wrong. But he never yells at them because he tries to create a friendly atmosphere. And as soon as the battle begins, everyone around immediately obeys him, and it seems quite strange. The Shiraka is unable to lead others out of fear because he needs to save face and good relations with unfamiliar adventurers. Therefore, Charles decided to immediately say that everyone around him could obey the Shiraks like obedient dogs, but he would not do that. The group leader smiled and said that there had been a misunderstanding between them. They needed to calm down and work together during the raid. Charles replied that they would work together, but he would not try hard for their company to get high scores after the raid. We are facing a real mental conflict, something we haven't seen in a long time. There are only fights around. Soon the conversation was over, each person remaining with their own opinion. Mila wasn't sure it was right to argue with the group leader in such a place. Charles agreed that it was quite daring, but he was tired of feeling manipulated by Chirac. The team leader believed that he was doing an excellent job as captain, but it's as if he became the mother of 3 small children who only know how to fight and don't know how to behave in society. For some reason, it was in this raid that a smart guy appeared, publicly showing his discontent. He is smart, quite experienced, and strong. He is not afraid to tell the truth to your face. Shiraki agreed to this raid only because he would be able to quickly raise his level and also earn the respect of the company. But he won't be able to last long with small children and this smart guy. Charles understood that one had to be very careful with people like the Chiracs. But now we should think about something else. In fact, they are still in a dangerous rift. It soon became apparent that a new wave of monsters had arrived and it was time to warm up a bit. Chirac smiled because he realized that the perfect moment had come to deal with their understanding. It seems this sneaky guy wants to show Charles his true place. Level 47 killer mantises began attacking the adventurer team. The Black Steel team was ready to fight. It's the one thing they're great at. Seeing the level of the monsters, Charles realized that the deeper they entered the rift, the harder it would be for them. They had encountered low-level monsters before, but these guys were much stronger than the previous ones. They have powerful claws that are sharp as a blade and strong bodies, so this is no joke. Although monsters have no magical skills at all, they compensate for them with their physical advantage. The best way to defeat them is to hit them in the stomach. Only a barbarian is capable of such a strong blow. Charles tried to stop her and say that it was dangerous to attack them alone. He asked to give them a chance to prove themselves as well. But this girl never listens to anyone. She took out her axe and ran forward quickly. She didn't care that she was fighting alone against a pack of monsters. For her, it was something ordinary. She never listens to anyone and gets into dangerous situations. She's always been like that. There is no choice. They will have to fight. Mila must help Barbara, and Charles will attack the mantis from behind. The battle promises to be incredibly exciting. We are waiting for interesting duels. It's not just battles between monsters and humans. You also have to watch out for Chirac. He's too unpredictable a person. He wants to teach Charles a lesson, and he keeps remembering the moment when this young boy disagreed with him. Now let's move on to the training complex and the events that took place before the clearing of this vault. It was commonplace for Chirac to beat his teammates. No one could stop him because he was too strong. He believes that being a leader is not only a great responsibility, but also a leader must educate his subordinates. He beat them until they admitted all their mistakes and begged for salvation. It was hard for the other team members to watch, but no one could stop him. Chirac believes that fear is the best teacher for such fools, and now he wants to show Charles that he can risk his own life for the sake of others. Shiraki said he would control the situation in the center and ordered the others to attack the beetles from the right flank. Hans immediately said that he would carry out this order. After the events at training, he would not dare to disobey the boss. Also, Chirac was constantly looking at Barbara. Probably he was upset that she refused him. The girl knew that this guy was very strong and fast, but his attacks were too unprepared. But now it's time to fight the monsters and not think about each other. After all, they are in a dangerous rift. Barbara prepared to follow the monsters one by one, but unexpectedly she was outpaced by Chirac. He ran around the girl and started attacking the monsters first. She was unlikely to like it. The guy turned around and said that fighting alone was very dangerous, so he decided to cover for her, and now she didn't have to worry. Of course, Barbara responded harshly to him. She called him stupid and ordered him to never get into her fight again. In response, Chirac only smiled, probably starting to understand what kind of girl this was and how to talk to her. Standing in the center, Shiraki can watch Charles and come to his aid at the right moment, figuratively speaking. Charles, meanwhile, continued to fight dangerous monsters, although they should not pose a serious threat to him. He attacked them in the company of Milo, the girl helped by activating the ball of darkness. This distracted the monsters and gave the guy room to maneuver, and it was at such moments that he attacked. Charles jumped on the praying mantis to cut off its legs. Now we are witnessing an example of great teamwork. First, Charles activated double gravity. This skill is most often used by him in battle against monsters. Well then, the fall of the comet was used. As we know, this is one of the most powerful techniques of the Gravity Master. Mila saw that Charles was spending too much mana and extraordinary monsters. She needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Charles couldn't trust Chirac, and Barbara was busy with other bugs right now, so he didn't have time to drag out the fight. Monsters kept appearing. Sometimes it seems that these praying mantises are fearless, at least until their heads are cut off. Charles needs to be more careful because Chirac is constantly watching him, even during a difficult battle. Charles's attacks were incredibly fast and powerful. Chirac had never seen anything like it. He shouldn't underestimate this guy. His class gives him incredible mobility during combat. In addition, his fighting skills are also very strong. If he joined Black Steel, their company would reach a new level. Chirac had long ago organized a special corporate unit of adventurers. Many might have laughed at his idea, but there was a man who agreed to pay for it if there was a good result in the next mission. If Shiraki successfully completes the raid, he will show his true abilities and earn respect. He won't let Charles take all his glory. This rift is too important for him. He called Pamela and reminded her that this fight was coming to an end, and he wanted her to do something for him. The guy asked her to injure Charles during the battle, but to make it look like it was an accident. Of course, the girl didn't understand anything yet. She thought the boss had lost his mind. During the battle in the rift, people are most focused on the monsters, so Charles won't realize that this was intentional. This is the only way Chirac will be able to teach this smart guy a lesson, which is why he asks Pamela for it. The girl found it hard to believe that she had to follow these treacherous orders, but she had no choice. Charles, meanwhile, paid no attention to anything and continued his battle with the monsters. He was happy to destroy these bad guys and felt that this battle was almost over. Meanwhile, Pamela approached him. She didn't want to do this, but if she didn't follow the order, the boss would kill her. The girl wanted to shoot him in the shoulder so as not to cause serious injury and kill the guy. At the last moment, Charles felt the approach of another adventurer behind him. Pamela activated a laser shot. If she were to get hit in the shoulder with such a thing, it would be unlikely that Charles would be able to continue fighting. She was sure that from such a distance, this guy would definitely not be able to dodge her attack. No one at the training camp could dodge her laser attacks, so the girl is absolutely confident in this skill of hers. Charles has a difficult dilemma. On one side, he is attacked by a monster. On the other side, he is attacked by Pamela. She was sure that he wouldn't be able to deal with both of them in one blow. She probably knew Charles well. The guy chopped off the mantis's head with one swing of his sword. It was incredibly fast, like lightning. After that, he activated the shadow chains and imprisoned the girl in them. It was a martial arts masterclass. While Pamela could not move, Charles thanked Milo for his help in the battle against the monsters. The girl was angry because Charles wanted to stab her in the back. She considered this behavior unworthy of an adventurer. She approached Pamela and said that only real cowards who are afraid to attack in the face behave like this. Pamela started screaming and said that she aimed her attack at the monster, miscalculated the power of the laser, and therefore almost injured Charles. Meanwhile, Chirac realized that no one could be entrusted with such a simple task. Despite their young age, Charles and Mila are incredibly experienced and ready for any situation. Charles told all the adventurers that the battle was not over yet, and they all had to stay focused. The monsters were still approaching and attacking. They weren't low-level demons, so you had to be careful. Now the mantises began to activate the Ice Needles skill, although from the very beginning they had fought without using magic. If you don't defend yourself skillfully and in time, these icy needles can make a huge hole in you. Pamela was seriously wounded. It was a big mistake to approach the enemy so closely. Chirac ordered Flynn to immediately cure Pamela and also told Hans to help him. Hans could not be distracted because he continued to fight the dangerous monster. But Charles came to his aid in time and at the last moment saved Hans's life. He said that, Now he will take on the monsters. He will be able to destroy them, so everyone else should help Pamela. This illustrates Charles's character well. Even after Pamela tries to hurt him, he still wants to help her. Against the background of his broad shoulders, he looks like a real sociopath with an icy heart. They are too different. Meanwhile, Flynn managed to get close to Pamela and began the process of helping and healing her. It shouldn't take too long. Charles destroyed another monster, for which he received 2,000 experience points and rose to level 50th. Barbara also continued to destroy the mantises. She was ruthless when fighting monsters. She destroyed them one by one and didn't even show any signs of fatigue. It seemed like she could fight like this all day. Mila said that this girl doesn't need help. Is he sure that she really needs to be saved? They risked their own lives because of the mistakes of others and Pamela's carelessness. It could have ended badly. If they had been distracted and lost concentration for even a second, Charles could have been seriously injured. Chirac approached them and started laughing. He said that there had been another misunderstanding. Pamela had not wanted to hurt Charles at all. The guy replied that he didn't need these fake apologies because he understood that all team members carefully obeyed the commander during the battle. So Pamela would never have made a similar mistake in her life with such strict control from the leader. But Charles will understand that they are not to blame. They are all under the boss's control, but you can't always turn a blind eye to this. Even if Charles tries to tell the guild about this incident, it will be very difficult to prove that it was not an accident. Therefore, Charles has no other choice, although someone may suffer because of such antics. Pamela was very lucky that she was not seriously injured, but this cannot continue. A boss fight awaits them ahead, but Charles has spent almost all his mana due to the mistakes of the other adventurers. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he wants to complete the study of the fault right now. Barbara approached them and said that she was tired of both of them. She wanted them to conflict somewhere else. Barbara said she won't leave this rift until she defeats the boss. She doesn't know that Charles came here just for her. The barbarian has a very difficult character. She is almost crazy. But leaving her here alone would be wrong. The girl said that everyone around her was only hindering her and that she could easily defeat the boss herself. Suddenly, Charles said a phrase that changed this dialogue. Barbara doesn't work in the team because one day her friend died because of her. The girl's face immediately changed. She took out her sword and swung it to cut off Charles's head. At the last moment, the girl stopped her blade and asked Charles how he knew about it. She was very angry. At such moments, it's better not to joke with her, although it's better not to joke with her at all. She told Charles that if he wanted to finish the investigation, no one would stop him. But she is not going to stop, and will definitely continue her journey to the boss. Everyone around her is only hindering her. Chirac realized that he could not allow her to separate from the group in such a difficult situation. In the past timeline, Charles learned about this from the words of his comrades with whom he went on raids. He always thought it was just a rumor, but now, step by step, everything is falling into place. Charles looked at Milo and said that he had to marry Barbara. That was his personal destiny in this rift. If he lets her go to fight the boss alone, then her past life story may repeat itself. But not everything was so simple. Charles approached Chirac and stopped him. Is a new battle really waiting for us? He explained that they couldn't be separated in such a situation, and reminded her that Pamela wouldn't be able to fight anymore. They are all required to stick together, and if Barbara and Charles leave, the raid will automatically fail. There was indeed logic in these words. Charles thought about it, and still didn't know what to answer. If Chirac can convince the boy to stay, they can continue cleaning the rift. Chirac cannot return from this rift without victory. Too much is at stake for him. Therefore, he once again reminded that the girl could not continue fighting. She urgently needed to be escorted to a safe place. This battle with the praying mantis took a lot of her health away. She will remain alive, but she will not be able to fight yet. If Mila, Charles, and Barbara leave, this raid will automatically end. Chirac cannot allow this to happen. If he returns without a victory, he will not receive important funding. Therefore, he tried his best to convince Charles to stay and reminded him that Barbara had made a personal decision. You can understand why Charles is worried, but if the girl decided to move on without them, then that's her problem. Now they need to forget about Barbara and stick together for their own personal safety. Charles said he didn't want to listen to words about security after Chirac ordered Pamela to attack him. The boss replied that it was a simple misunderstanding, and if Charles didn't want to deal with him, maybe he would at least agree to a good deal. He promised to pay each of them $200,000 if they agreed to continue cleaning the breach together. So far, Charles hasn't answered anything, although he understood that there was really big money at stake now. Charles probably understood long ago that Chirac needed to clear this rift at any cost, and he would do everything possible to do so. He said that Charles and Barbara had not met before today. So there was no point in taking such a risk when there was an opportunity to make easy money. Hans believed that the boss only lacked money, but if they could close the breach, the company would receive additional funding. If the guy can prove that his team is capable of handling such difficult tasks, his project will receive a lot of money. After that, he will have not only money but also power, and it is difficult to give up this dream. Being literally one step away from the goal, he cannot turn around and go back because he has gone too far. Chirisi believes that everyone can be bought, especially young and poor adventurers who always need money. He said that Charles has incredible skills and he would be happy to work together after the rift is cleared. With his connections and Charles's skills, they could stand at the top of a powerful corporation. Charles may have the money and power, but he refuses because he doesn't want to work with a guy like Chirac. He asked not to stop him and said that he was going to look for the barbarian before it was too late. He reminded the other team members to accompany Pamela to the exit. She definitely needed to go to the hospital. Chirisi approached Charles again. It seemed to him that the guy did not hear him or did not understand that $200,000 was at stake. If this is too small an amount for Charles, then Chirac can pay several times more. The main thing is the result. Unlike him, Charles became an adventurer to help people. Money, power, and connections don't really interest him. His answer has not changed. He refuses this offer and asks not to waste his time. Chirac found it difficult to accept the refusal. He was not used to giving up easily and decided to move on to Plan B. He asked Charles to at least leave some soap so they could clean up together. If Charles wants to save Barbara, even though she didn't ask for it, then he can do it. But as a leader, Chirac cannot let Mila go, because if she is let go, great danger awaits her. Charles looked around very dissatisfied. He understood that this guy was too cunning. Shiraki said that he must be a good leader. As the head of the Black Steel, he is responsible for the safety of every team member. Even Mila has already realized that this is all nonsense. He doesn't care about her at all. He just wants to keep Charles. He asked the guy what his current level was. Charles replied that he was at level 50th. Chirac replied that this coincidence was quite interesting because he is now at the same level. He suggested that Charles make a bet and fight for the right to be the team leader. The loser will have to obey all orders from the winner until the end of this raid. Hans was surprised by his boss's suggestion. Fighting inside high-ranking rifts was very dangerous. But no one could stop Chirac. If this guy really wants something, he will definitely do everything to win. He said that a conflict had arisen between the team members, and to stop it, the hierarchy in the group needed to be sorted out once and for all. Mila thought that she had never seen such a fool. If they fought in the rift in front of the boss, they would only waste their mana. She was very surprised when Charles agreed. Although no one forced him to do so, he could have easily married Barbara. But the guy decided to end this problem forever so that no one would bother him anymore. Hans had never met a person who could beat his boss, but this young fool with a very rare class, that's something interesting. Whoever wins, both will suffer greatly in this battle, and both sides understand this. It is unlikely that Chirac intended to fight honestly. He called Hans and Flynn and ordered them to help him. The two boys immediately activated their abilities, Hans using super strength and Flynn activating super speed. They also later applied Iron Skin and increased magic. These are quite rare and powerful skills. This energy seemed to begin to flow into the Shiraka's body. He smiled and immediately became more confident. It was a wonderful feeling of power, a power that could destroy even the strongest enemy. Now Chirac smiled and said that it was time to begin their honest duel. This angered Mila the most. She started yelling at this guy and said that this fight could no longer be called fair. He forced his subordinates, using their abilities to enhance their own characteristics. All this was done to preserve his own mana for the fight against Charles, and this cannot be called an honest way. At the very beginning, the Shikar had 42 magic points, but thanks to the reinforcement, its magical and physical indicators doubled. Now he completely outmatches Charles in key components and suggested the guy accept defeat before it's too late. Although they have the same levels, after strengthening, going into battle with Chirac is not wise because you will have to spend too much mana to win. Fear shackles the human mind. The Chiracs understand this and manipulate people through fear. He significantly forced him to strengthen his characteristics and suggested that he surrender before it was too late. These are his classic methods. Charles decided to say a few words too and reminded them that the Shikari could do nothing without the help of others. Charles reminded him that he was in too much of a hurry, so he needed to finish this fair fight faster. Now Chirac is also angry. These words offended him, and he prepared for a tough fight. Hans didn't understand what Charles was thinking. In front of his eyes, the boss had strengthened his characteristics in every way, but the guy wasn't scared at all. After such an upgrade, Chirac should easily win. Charles will not be able to withstand these attacks. Shiraki belonged to the Paladin class. It is the perfect class for a leader, and that is why he chose it. Paladins have a good base attack, high defense, and can cast spells, but to be honest, this class is not suitable for the Shiraks at all. The boss didn't believe that the guy would be able to defeat him, but after strengthening his characteristics, his confidence in his abilities increased significantly. It seemed to him that it was unwise to agree to this battle because he was too clear a favorite. Charles asked him to shut up and start fighting. If he didn't hurry, all his improvements would stop working. It's always nice to hear this young adventurer put arrogant, smart people in their place. Shiraki called the boy an arrogant fool and began his attack. Finally, this fight began. It should be noted right away that the chef seemed pretty fast. Even Mila was surprised. He instantly approached Charles and prepared to strike with his sword. There was an explosion of aura. It was quite powerful, and it is still unclear what it led to. Soon the fog cleared, and everyone saw that Charles was still alive, so he was able to successfully defend himself. Hans looked at Mila and assured her that Charles wouldn't be able to last even 2 minutes in a battle against the boss. He said that even without reinforcements, the boss is too strong. Everyone in the Black Steel Company knows this. Hans is sure that with these enhanced characteristics, the only one who can defeat the boss is the Rift boss. It was a pleasure to watch this battle of the Titans. The only thing missing was popcorn and Coca-Cola. Charles has a very mobile class, and with the help of gravity, he will be able to dodge and stop Shiraki's attacks in time. At least Mila wanted to believe it. The girl was very worried and prayed for her friend. The boss has already noticed that his opponent has been successfully dodging all of his attacks so far. Not everyone can do that. Charles probably decided to evade to wait until all of Chirac's reinforcements were over. The chief assured him that as soon as his strength diminished, his team members would immediately help him again. So Chirac is absolutely sure that Charles will not be able to defeat a well-organized team on his own. Strength is found in numbers. The boss understood this when he was still an ordinary school student. He was always a gifted child. He could devote little time to studies and sports training and still remain the best. When others saw such a perfect guy, they began to envy his talent. One day these fools all got together and beat him badly after school. They laughed at the Shiraka and said he was too weak to even beat up ordinary school children. Although if they fought one-on-one, none of them would be able to defeat the Shiraki. At that moment, the guy realized that a person would not be able to defeat the crowd and began to study human psychology. He decided to become an adventurer and recruit a team, but realized that to make a lot of money, he needed to go into business. It was then that he joined the Black Steel Corporation, and now his task is to create a new generation of corporate adventurers. So if Charles hadn't tried to dodge and run, it would still all end in one blow. Charles always remained calm, even when he was staring death in the face. He replied that Chirac talks too much and activated double gravity. Classic. The boss did not expect this at all. He immediately felt severe pain in his stomach and ribs. The guy doesn't understand what just happened, and he also couldn't understand why he was in so much pain. Charles replied that it was just a blow at the back of the sword. If he had really struck, then Chirac would have been dead long ago. Hans couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed completely impossible because they had strengthened the boss as much as possible before the fight. Chirac also couldn't understand how Charles was able to attack him. Maybe it was some kind of forbidden magic? Charles explained that the boss's body was not adapted to such a large number of reinforcements. Even though he has become stronger and faster, it is of no use because his body cannot handle so much force. Charles gave him a chance to attack so that he could personally see that even after getting stronger, he still remained a weakling. So the boss was weak from the start, and Charles knew it before the first blow. Hans only now realized that they had not helped their boss at all. They had only made him weaker. Chirac smiled and admitted that he had lost concentration, but assured that it would not happen again. He became angry and said that Charles should have attacked him with the blade of his sword, but now he had missed his chance. The chief understood that he had to win this duel, otherwise he would not show his strength to others. No matter how much he tries to weaken Charles's resolve, this young man still remains very calm and confident. Chirasi began to give in to emotions, which is why he may lose now. There are 3 minutes left until the end of the activation of the enhanced characteristics, during which time he must win. His hope is in the paladin's magic and the strengthening of his team members, but will that be enough to defeat Charles? Charles said he forgot to mention that Shiraki could no longer ask for help from his subordinates, because it's ridiculous. From now on, Charles won't even let anyone hit him anymore. Chirac had never seen such impudence before. He became even more angry and prepared for battle. It's time to observe Flynn's thoughts. This guy constantly stays in the shadows, but he's also interesting. For the first time, he sees the boss losing to someone, even despite all the increased characteristics. After the transfer of power from the team members, Shiraki, on the contrary, became slow. Only strength cannot win such a battle. But the enhancements extend not only to his physical strength and speed, but also to magic. Shiraki remembered that he could use magic and decided to put all his strength into one precise blow. He activated the Divine Punishment skill and prepared to send Charles to the afterlife. This is the boss's most powerful spell, but you also need to remember that it costs a lot of mana. Charles could use gravity reduction to dodge this blow, but he doesn't want to waste any extra energy on this fight. He decided to adjust his plan a bit and activated double gravity. He also used the monster's tooth as a shield to repel the divine punishment attack. Shirax didn't teach such tricks in his guild. This is real old school from a past timeline. Shiraki's magic is not dangerous enough to be dodged using gravity. The leader of the Black Steel team lost his temper in rage and ordered Charles to fight not for life, but for death. It's time to use one of your favorite tricks, using gravity to get behind your opponent. Charles enjoyed doing this almost as much as he enjoyed using the Comet Fall skill. He activated double gravity and almost in a flash approached his opponent. No, he didn't cut off his head, and he didn't even seriously injure him. Charles just touched him with his finger. But strangely enough, this turned out to be enough for Chirac to start experiencing a severe headache. He couldn't understand what this guy had done to him, honestly. It was a pretty strange technique. The human body is very sensitive to any changes in space, and Charles took advantage of this. It is enough to change the gravity of his body just a little for him to completely lose his orientation in space. Shiraki couldn't understand why this kid was so strong. Was he really the son of Zeus? Now the boss must finally understand that there is no point in continuing this fight. His comrades strengthened every possible characteristic of him, but even that didn't help. Charles was able to defeat the crowd, so the truth that Chirac lived by can no longer work. Hans looked at this impudent boy and could not understand anything. It all seemed like some kind of joke. They are all at about the same level now, rank B, but this guy is a head and shoulders above all of them. There are people to whom life teaches nothing at all, and Shiraki is one of those people. He couldn't accept his own advice and believed he had to be a leader and show the company what he was worth. He must have completely forgotten that his time was up. 3 minutes had passed. Upon sensing this, Shiraki immediately fell to the floor. A large number of his stats immediately halved. All he had to do was touch him with the back of his sword to end the fight. Only now is he beginning to understand that he really lost this battle. It must be hard for him to accept it. Even with doubled stats, he couldn't defeat this young adventurer. That's saying something. Basic enhancement magic lasts for about 500 seconds, so his defeat was inevitable. Thus, the fight, which promised to be incredibly spectacular and effective, turned into a beating without intrigue. Charles calculated even such small nuances, so the time for change has come now. He will be the leader of this group. He ordered all team members to rest, and once their strength was restored, they should all exit the rift. Because of the selfish desires of the past leader, Charles lost too much of his mother. Considering that the other team members will no longer be fighting monsters, it would be right to take their mother for yourself. Mila had already fallen in love with this process, although it was not part of Charles's plans, but he decided not to interfere. The process of extracting mana had begun, and the first to give up his strength was the Shirax. Rightly so. This duel took too long. Now they urgently need to catch up with the barbarian. Charles and Milo prepared to go in search of her, but they were stopped. It was that fool. Again, he reminded me that Charles could take Black Steel to a whole other level, but the boy reminded him that he had not become an adventurer for money or fame. In the past timeline, he did not encounter corporate adventurers made of Black Steel. Shiraki doesn't need comrades, but tools, although a group without trust between its members is doomed to disintegration. With this approach, the boss will never be able to achieve his dream. He must admit this and change his strategy. It's always hard to accept personal mistakes. It's always hard to listen to the advice of others, but that's the only way to progress. Charles is a pretty good person. He let the other team members go and showed them the way home. Although after everything they've done, these bastards don't deserve similar treatment. But Charles believes that even bad people deserve a second chance. He wanted them to return home safe and sound, and all these thoughts reminded him of the events of the past timeline. Then their team lost a lot of strength and was incredibly tired. Everyone wanted to go home. But time replied that they had gone too far and could not return. He had mana left, and he wanted to defeat the Rift boss. In his youth, he was also incredibly ambitious and did not think that the opinion of each team member played an important role. It seemed to him that there was only the leader of the group and everyone else had to do whatever he wanted. He only thought about the result. Perhaps because of this, his paths with his former comrades quickly parted ways. Mila listened carefully to this story. As a young adventurer, she must learn from the mistakes of past generations. The girl smiled and said that all this was in the past. The main thing was that Charles had now become a completely different person. Charles reminded that in the first stage of the rift, the boss is just starting to evolve, so Barbara shouldn't have been hurt much. But we still need to hurry up and find her. We need to stop her fight before it's too late. Barbara went even deeper into the middle of the rift. It was a completely different level. Although this girl is not afraid of anything, she will have to fight against real high-ranking demons, and this is truly dangerous. Barbara is now level 46, and she has encountered many raid bosses and higher levels. But what awaits her now is something potentially dangerous and powerful. The Poison Blade Rift boss appeared in front of the girl. This monster is called the Cursed Queen, level 80. Meanwhile, Charles continued to follow Barbara's trail. They were getting closer to their goal. There were many magical fragments lying along the way. These fragments drop from local monsters after they are killed. So Barbara went this way, but it is unclear why she did not take the magical fragments with her. Magical shards are stones that hold a monster's mana. These stones are very valuable even now. In 10 years, they will become the most environmentally friendly sources of energy. Although even now, they can be sold to the guild for a large reward. Although, knowing Barbara, she was never interested in money, so she probably didn't take the stones with her. Mila was interested in the story of how Barbara lost her friend, a story Charles had heard from other adventurers. He didn't expect it to be true, but rumor has it that in her first year as an adventurer, Barbara lost her close friend while cleaning a rift. That's why she now works exclusively alone. It's not hard to understand. Judging by her reaction, she still blames herself for that situation. It still hurts her to remember it. Mila didn't understand why Charles kept all this information about Barbara. He explained that he wanted to get closer to this girl and therefore tried to find out more information about her. Barbara saved his life. It's no wonder he wanted to know more about her. But now Mila was scared for some reason. She probably thought that Charles had fallen in love with Barbara. Meanwhile, they were already able to understand that Barbara had entered the deepest part of the rift. That's where the rift boss lives, so if they want to save her, they need to hurry. They were absolutely right. It was at these moments that Barbara encountered a huge monster. He turned out to be much more powerful than she expected. She probably wouldn't refuse outside help now. This monster won't wait for someone to come to her aid. He's going to eat her alive right now. Of course, you have to dodge his attacks to start with because it will be difficult to fight him without a head. She immediately felt his incredible strength and speed, which is exactly what you would expect from a level 80 rift boss. There are no other monsters around, so this means that the boss will begin the evolution process very soon. Mila realized that she couldn't defeat him, and she had to run away and tell everyone about the danger. But if she starts running away, the boss may chase her, and then the other team members risk dying as well. That's why she walks into the rifts alone, because she doesn't want anyone else to die because of her. If you can't escape, you'll have to fight, although in that case the barbarian is almost guaranteed to die. Although her class only reveals its full power one step away from death, it can help even the odds and try to win. Suddenly she heard a voice that was very familiar to her. It was a girl. She asked Barbara if they would really meet soon. It was the same girl who had died a few years ago. Very difficult memories for Barbara. Now is not the time to cry and doubt. We need to focus on the battle and try to win. The Rift boss was already approaching her. This guy likes to eat young, beautiful girls. The Cursed Queen began to attack with poisonous larvae. Even the name of this technique shows how disgusting it is. At first, Barbara wasn't surprised. An attack with 4 poisonous larvae was much less than you'd expect from a Rift boss. Now he should be defenseless and can be successfully attacked. As soon as Barbara sensed an opportunity to attack, she immediately realized that this was her chance. But at the last moment, the Rift boss disappeared. This monster only specializes in attack. But then, how was he able to dodge so easily? He very quickly found himself a few meters away from the girl. At such speed, it would be difficult to catch up with him. It seems that this monster is openly playing with the barbarian, stalling for time to complete its evolution. The girl got angry and called him a coward. If he was the real boss of the Rift, then he should fight her one-on-one with dignity. She went on the attack again. There is no choice. We can't wait until his evolution is complete. The boss felt quite comfortable. He understood that he was at home and was fighting only one opponent. Barbara did not know what fear was. She always attacked skillfully and did not stop until she killed her opponent. Now she prepared to show him her true power and activated a bloody lunge. This class skill helps her retrain her life force into a powerful slashing attack. Yes, it takes a lot of mana, but in return you get a really powerful weapon to fight any enemy. The girl approached the Rift boss and told him that he wouldn't be able to kill her easily. Barbara spent a lot of mana, but still can't break through the monster's defense. This scumbag is like a real wall. Although his strong point is attack, he also knows how to defend himself. For now, it's time for the barbarian to defend herself. She still has the energy for a few powerful attacks, but what if she fails? The demon began to attack. He senses his opponent's weakness well and wants to press on it. It began to seem to her that he had become even faster. Could the processes of evolution really be developing so rapidly? Barbara managed to use her sword to defend herself, but the blow still pierced her armor. She missed a powerful blow to the stomach and started coughing up blood. An unpleasant situation. If she doesn't change her position, she will soon become a tasty lunch for this large predator. But judging by her reaction to the missed blow, she has expended too much energy and will now have a hard time attacking. She is in incredible pain. Barbara cannot move her arm or leg normally. She started to feel like she was losing consciousness. To be honest, it's a wonder she's still alive, considering the difference in their levels. It is unclear why this monster still hasn't cut off her head, even though he has the opportunity. In the moments before death, your entire life usually flashes before your eyes in a matter of seconds. Barbara remembered an interesting moment from her childhood. It was a gloomy, rainy day many years ago. She was secretly following 3 men, and she was not at all distracted by the bad weather. Suddenly, a guy noticed her and started shouting. He explained that she couldn't be here because there were a lot of monsters around. He said that it was too dangerous here now, and therefore it was better to find a safe place to hide. At first, Barbara didn't answer anything. This guy even thought she was shocked because of her fear of monsters. But a few seconds later, she said she wanted to enter this house and didn't pay any attention to this guy. He tried to stop her and started screaming, but no man could stop a girl like Barbara. It was her house. He asked her not to look, but the girl didn't listen to him. She thought about her father and mother, and when she went inside, she finally saw them. These were difficult memories. It was that day she became an orphan. These vile monsters always take what is most precious from her. At that moment, strange things started happening around her, as if some kind of dark aura had appeared. The monster was already preparing to strike the final blow. He was tired of playing with this girl. He tried to do it, but it was as if he went through her, which was quite strange, because at that moment it was easy for her to finish him off. As it turns out, this is the Reaper's last wish, a skill that activates when mana is reduced to 10% or below. This skill can be active as long as the barbarian has mana left. It increases attack power and removes all debuffs. She hates these damn monsters with all her heart, so their fight is not over yet. Even if this monster can restore its strength using racial skills, it will not be able to restore its limbs. Now Barbara will tear off all his damn paws, then we'll see who's the strongest. The battle continued and the girl went on the attack. She felt a second wind opening up inside her. But the demon was able to defend himself from her attack. The Reaper's last wish quickly takes away the remaining mana. That's why she can't stop. She has to put all her strength and skills into the attack until her mana runs out. The Rift Boss started activating the poisonous larvae again. He felt that he needed to seize the initiative. This time his attacks became much more powerful and faster. It was immediately clear that the process of evolution does not stop. There were too many attacks Barbara could dodge at the very beginning, but it became more difficult to do so over time. She had a hard time dodging the repeated attacks, but as long as she had mana left, she would fight until her last breath. With blazing eyes, she began to attack this beetle. He had probably never seen such angry opponents. The girl wanted to get at least a minimal victory. Breaking his blade would already be a success. She soon managed to do this, which could help curb his attacking potential. But suddenly Barbara began to feel like her body stopped obeying her. Strange sensations. She soon realized that her mana supply was probably exhausted. Now it was truly the end. She fell to the ground and lay defenseless in the face of her death, history repeating itself. Is she really going to die that easily? Is it true that Charles couldn't change history, even though he really wanted to? At that moment, she remembered the past again, remembered the journey with that girl who had died many years ago. Her name was Lisa. She was very tired and asked to rest for at least 10 minutes. Barbara explained that the monsters don't care if you're tired or not, and if Lisa can't withstand the pressure of the rift, then next time Barbara will go without her. She didn't understand why Lisa was constantly following her. It seemed to her that it was just an extra burden. Lisa caught up with her and said that it was because of her that she died, and she doesn't understand why Barbara is still alive. She approached her, grabbed her by the neck, and asked when they would finally meet again. Lying on the ground, Barbara replied that Lisa shouldn't worry. They would see each other again soon. The monster prepared to strike a decisive blow. This story is truly terrifying. But suddenly the monster realized that it couldn't move. It was very similar to activating the Shadow Chain skill. And so it happened. Mila captured this damn demon and restrained him with the help of her magic. Charles immediately thanked her for her help. He was already next to Barbara. This guy will always come to your aid, even at a critical moment, even when it seems like everything is over. He dealt a serious blow to the monster with his magic that should hold it back for a while. Charles immediately approached the barbarian to help the girl and move her to a safe place. He realized that she was still alive but had lost a large amount of mana and needed help. They arrived just in time and were able to save the barbarian, but the main battle was still ahead. Things are not going very well. Barbara has almost no strength and health left. Her body is very weak now. If she is not taken to a doctor urgently, she will die, but the boss of the rift stands in the way of all this. At first they managed to hide, but soon this demon would find them, so it wouldn't be easy. The rift boss is very strong even without evolution, and now he has also stood near the only exit from the cave. He is not only strong, but also very smart, so now he will not be able to go unnoticed. Barbara woke up and asked Charles why they had come after her at all. Even the three of them wouldn't be able to win. That's why Charles didn't want to fight the boss, because it's all too dangerous. They were able to save Barbara, but she can no longer fight, and the difference in levels between Charles and the monster is too great. Mila is on a completely different level, so there is almost no chance of winning. The peculiarity of this monster is its high defense and speed. In the current situation, it is almost impossible to defeat it. Charles said he would distract the boss and give Milo and Barbara a chance to escape. But Barbara asked him to keep his heroism to himself. She had been a loner all her life, and she would die that way. When she chose this path, she was ready for this ending to her story. Now, she wants to preserve her pride and die with dignity. Despite all her injuries, she has not lost her determination, but the pain of the past does not allow her to accept help from others. The girl didn't want anyone else to die because of her weakness, and Charles allowed her to remain in the rift. But there is one caveat. He said that they would also stay and defeat the monster with her. Mila replied that they would not be able to defeat the boss. Barbara was badly injured, and the two of them were too weak for this demon. Charles asked her to use mana transfer. It would help Barbara for a while. Mila can restore her mana, but Barbara has almost no health left, and using this skill takes time. Charles realized that the moment for decisive action had come. He said that he would buy time for the girls and went to fight the boss alone. Barbara thought it was a real suicide. She knows what she's talking about because she personally fought this monster and knows how strong he is. But Charles knows much more than she can imagine, so he asked her not to worry and assured her that he had a plan. The poisonous larvae skill has been activated again. Now the boy will feel this unpleasant attack on his own body. The girls realized that Charles could not be stopped, so they had to try to do everything he asked. This nasty bug kept screaming throughout the cave. It was time to silence it. Charles came to him and said he was ready to fight. This guy is fearless. He was not only ready to fight the Rift boss, but he also gave him the opportunity to attack first. At this time, the mana transfer was activated, which should return the barbarian to normal. The girl was very worried about Charles and said that he was completely underestimating the boss. This monster is stronger than it seems. Barbara is sure that time will not be able to defeat him one-on-one. He is literally heading for 100% death. Charles has repeatedly shown that for him the word impossible does not exist. He does not care about the laws of physics because he is a master of gravity. The fight with the Rift boss has begun, and now we will see if this young adventurer's tale continues. The monster immediately demonstrated its intelligence. He tried to corner Charles like a professional boxer. Charles was forced to activate reverse gravity to protect the world from this villain's attacks. Although it was not easy, he managed to dodge. He skillfully used gravity skills. Within seconds, Charles was on top of this infamous bastard, and that was just the beginning. Now Barbara realizes that she underestimated not only the Rift boss, but also this young adventurer. Somehow he was able to strike a blow at the Cursed Queen. To do this to a level 80th boss is some kind of fantasy. Charles is a predator on a whole other level. He sees the Rift boss through and through. Now he's showing her what a former S-class adventurer is. A different level of thinking and fighting skills. The monster immediately began screaming in pain throughout the cave, but no one could hurt him yet. But now he will feel that he also belongs to mortals, and fear will begin to creep into his head. Now he is very determined. He looks concentrated and attentive to all the details. Barbara has no idea how much he's been waiting to meet her since that very day. He not only dreamed about it, but also thought through all the options in his head, options for destroying this monster. It was this horrible scoundrel who took Barbara from him in the past timeline, and he must pay for it with his own life today. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and that's exactly how Charles intends to take revenge. Calmly, measuredly, and coolly. It seems that the level 80th boss did not surprise Charles at all. He expected much more resistance from this scumbag. Mila believed that Charles could defeat the monster, but Barbara replied that it was impossible. She admitted that Charles was indeed strong, but due to the large difference in levels, his blows did not cause enough damage to the cursed queen. He'll run out of mana sooner than he can kill this boss. But nevertheless, he was able to attract Barbara's attention to his person. She became truly interested in him. He intentionally forced Mila to give her mana so Barbara could fight alongside him. What does all this mean? If Barbara starts fighting, it's not a fact that she will be able to survive after activating the skills. Charles, meanwhile, was feeling great. He had been waiting too long to avenge his girlfriend's death. He asked the queen to have fun with him. In response, she reactivated the poisonous larvae. But then something strange started happening to the monster, something no one had ever seen before. It seems this Rift boss recognizes the threat in Charles even though they have a huge difference in levels. The guy said he expected more than poisonous maggots. He had waited too long to be held back by such a weak attack. Barbara didn't understand why this fool didn't run away. He was taking too many risks and playing a dangerous game. They all underestimate Charles too much when he fights. Probably only Mila always believes in him because she knows what he is capable of. She knows he can cause a real disaster for any Rift boss. There is no law for this guy. He remembers the battle with the cursed queen that took place 10 years ago as if it were yesterday. The memories of that day give him strength today. He is incredibly focused and extremely determined. The Rift boss doesn't stop attacking and trying to cut off the guy's head, but so far it's not bringing any results. Charles skillfully activates gravity skills at the right moments and avoids danger. He not only skillfully dodges his opponent's attacks, but also instantly counterattacks at the right moment. Now, Barbara couldn't believe that this young guy was a rank B adventurer. Although Charles was able to damage this monster, it was still not enough. He needed something more to win. The cursed queen is too strong. No matter how much he beats her, she still restores her health with magic. To win, you need one precise blow. Only a barbarian can do that. She must go and help him before Charles dies, but her mana is still not fully restored. Mila started to stop the girl and said that she didn't have enough health to fight. But like I said, no one can stop this girl. The Reaper's last wish has been activated again. This is a unique skill of her class, allowing her to use her body's resources instead of health to the maximum. Charles deliberately asked his partner to restore Barbara's mana, all so that she could start fighting again. The girl is now absolutely sure that this time she will not lose. It is time for revenge. She had flashbacks again. Lisa said that when Barbara relies on someone, they always die. Lisa asked the girl if she was sure that this was really the right decision. Barbara apologized to her and said she couldn't ignore this young man's determination. He risks his own life for the sake of others, and this is respected not only in the world of adventurers. Charles continued his battle with the monster. Probably deep down, he was sure that Barbara would soon join him. Suddenly, he saw the monster being attacked by two forces at once, a ball of darkness and a crimson sword. Barbara approached him and asked if he really knew about her abilities and had deliberately asked Mila to restore her mana. Charles replied that only through the Reaper's last wish skill could they kill the cursed queen. Barbara was scared. She had already tried to kill the monster using this technique, but nothing worked. The Rift boss was able to dodge and almost killed her. It was just recently. Charles asked the girl to calm down and trust him. He promised that they could kill the monster in 5 seconds. These words seemed like absolute absurdity. You could do a lot in 5 seconds, but it was unlikely to kill the Rift boss. But there was no time for distrust. Only general cooperation would help us get out of the rift alive. Barbara saw that a monster was attacking her. She was scared and realized that she would not be able to dodge. But suddenly she felt Charles's hand on her shoulder and her heart immediately began to beat more calmly. He not only grabbed her, but also activated reduced gravity with her to escape the monster's attack. There was a huge explosion, and Mila was immediately scared that her friends might be dead. But everything was fine. With the help of reduced gravity, Charles and Barbara successfully defended themselves from the boss's attack. Barbara was amazed that this guy risked his own life to save her. No one had ever done that for her before. Now that the girl has been saved, Charles can continue the battle with the monster and finally kill it. He asked Mill to help him and activate the shadow chains, which was done almost immediately. The monster couldn't move normally and use its weapon. This was the perfect moment to attack it with a sword. Barbara watched this battle and recalled her own personal duel with the Rift boss. Charles activated the Comet Fall. If anything can destroy this demon, then only such a technique. But Barbara understood perfectly well that only she could destroy this boss, so she needed Charles and Mila to help her. To win, she needs to use her full potential, and after Mila adds to her mana supply, it is possible to do so. She concentrated and prepared for her decisive battle. She would either die or become a legend. To use this skill, you need to gain maximum speed. This is the only way to deliver a powerful blow. You also can't let other monsters attack you at the moment of impact, as this can cause the energy to dissipate. Seeing that Barbara was preparing for a decisive attack, Charles told her that everything would definitely work out. She approached the monster and activated the Blood Vengeance skill. A snake spirit was formed near her. There was a loud and large explosion comparable to the explosion of an atomic bomb. At first, it seemed that the cursed queen had died, and the barbarian, although injured, remained alive. The girl had used up almost all her strength and could not move at all. She needed time to regain her energy. It is still unclear whether they were able to kill the Rift Boss. At first glance, it seems that everything worked out. But at the last moment, it became clear that this demon was still alive because the cursed queen opened her eyes. The boss of the Rift Mine has a special talent, pretending to be dead for a while in order to distract the attention of enemies. As soon as her opponents lose concentration, she releases a poisonous sting into them, which instantly kills the victim. The poisonous stinger was released, and this time, by the time the adventurer team noticed it, this deadly weapon was already approaching them. The cursed queen chose Barbara as her victim, the girl asked herself. Will she die soon? At a time when it seemed that there was no escape from death, it turned out that death could be protected. Charles covered the barbarian with his body. He risked his life for her, and now he is trying to redirect the trajectory of the sting. This can only be done with reduced gravity, but whether this will work is still unclear. Charles drew his sword and touched it to the cursed queen's weapon, filigree precision. He looked like a real samurai. Will he still be able to avoid all the troubles and save his friends? The cursed queen, seeing this, immediately widened her eyes in fear. She couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. At this moment, Charles remembered the situation at this rift in his past life. It was with this poisonous sting that the cursed queen killed Barbara, and it was in this way that she took Charles's girlfriend. But now history will change. Charles already knows the future, and therefore knows what to do. He activated all his mana reserves and gravity skills to protect his friends. He understands that he must put an end to this, and to do this, he must kill this demon. He activated the Grant skill and destroyed the monster. Now Charles is at level 58. He received 30,000 experience points and 28 skill points. It looks like they really did win and kill the damn queen. It wasn't easy, and now it's time to rest. Charles was pleased, although, as usual, he didn't show it on his face. Despite the difference in levels with the monster, neither of them died. Now this is the main achievement. Barbara's death had a profound effect on him in his past life, and it was because of her death that he decided to become a high-ranking adventurer. But now he saved her, and the girl still can't believe that she was able to survive this hell. She looked at Charles and saw that the spirit of Lisa was standing next to him. This girl was always there, in times of death and danger. Lisa asked Barbara why she was able to survive and why didn't she come to her. Lisa constantly dreams of her in nightmares and comes to her in moments of danger. This girl always calls her to her. Barbara can no longer live with thoughts of her, and she must let go of these emotions, or they will kill her from the inside. Barbara's head hurt so much that she fell to the ground. Mila immediately ran up to help her. Barbara replied that she was fine, but looking at Charles, she remembered one unpleasant person. So far, it has been unclear why Lisa is associated with Charles. Perhaps this will become clear later. Barbara is sure that Lisa hates her because she literally destroyed her entire life. In these nightmares, Lisa constantly scares her and asks for them to meet as soon as possible. It is because of what happened to this girl that Barbara cannot join other groups and is constantly putting herself at risk. Even in the past timeline, she behaved the same way. Barbara hates herself, and being an adventurer is looking for a way to get out of life. Charles decided to approach this girl and talk to her about her problems, at least try to help. He said that if this girl really hated Barbara, she wouldn't have risked her own life to save her. Barbara was very surprised that Charles decided to start this conversation. It seemed that she needed such words. Charles heard the story that Lisa died as a result of clearing the fault. Barbara survived only because Lisa saved her. Charles said it's easy to hate yourself, but you have to face the truth. Barbara survived for a reason. Mila asked Charles to be more careful with his words, not to be so rude to Barbara's feelings. All these conversations once again reminded Barbara of the past, those very moments when her journey as an adventurer was just beginning. It was at school. She decided to leave the educational institution, and Lisa found out about it and decided to talk to her. Barbara told her that the number of faults only increases every year. Because of these monsters, she has no one left, although they pay money as a victim, but this money is not enough to study at university. That's why she decided to drop out of school and start the adventurer's path because it doesn't require a university degree. Barbara won't be able to go to university due to lack of money, so there's no point in staying at school. Lisa replied to all this that she would also become an adventurer and would cover her friend's back. Barbara was very surprised by such frankness from her and her friend. She did not expect such words. Many years passed, and they both became professional adventurers, and then that very day came. Lisa said that it was very dangerous in the rift and it was better to return, but Barbara replied that Lisa was not made for this job. Barbara said that next time she would go alone and not take anyone with her, at which point Lisa took her hand. She asked her friend not to say such words. She is not alone in this world, and Lisa wants to always be there for her. After that, the problems in the fault began. Lisa was seriously injured and had to be urgently taken to the hospital. Barbara carried her in her arms and begged her not to lose consciousness. She stayed a short distance to the hospital. But even at this critical moment for herself, Lisa continued to think only about Barbara and her health. That's why Barbara still believes that Lisa definitely hates her. But he explained to her that she could not know the thoughts of the dead, and that she should never even think about it, even to preserve her own peace. She risked her own life to save her friend, and Barbara continues to take risks, hate herself, and seek death. It's unlikely that Lisa wanted all this, and it's unlikely that anyone would be upset if Barbara died in a battle with monsters. Charles is sure that Lisa wanted the best for her friend, which is why she risked her own life for her. All these frank words made an impression on Barbara. For the first time in her life, she seriously thought about the other side of this difficult issue. She remembered once again the moment when Lisa, one step away from death, checked on Barbara to see if she was okay and was happy to hear that she was healthy. At that moment, Lisa's spirit appeared next to her again. The girl said that she hoped that Barbara was doing well and that she had friends. She said that they wouldn't meet soon. Barbara shouldn't worry because Lisa would always look after her. It's too early for Barbara to die. She should live a full and happy life for both of them. This whole story is difficult to understand and feel as much as it brings pain to the barbarian. But she must take a step forward and leave the past in the past. Life is like flowing water. If it stops, it becomes stale. Now the worst is behind us. The cursed queen has been completely destroyed, so the rift is officially cleared of monsters. Barbara acted too risky, but it was all done out of guilt towards Lisa. Charles understood this perfectly well. He immediately remembered the moment when Barbara died in his arms in a past life. He explained that Lisa always cared about her friend and put her life above her own. So if Barbara dies so easily, then all of Lisa's efforts will be for naught. Charles got down on one knee in front of Barbara and asked her to give him a chance to be her friend, or he could make a marriage proposal. But even this was enough to surprise the girl. She replied that she needed to think about it and asked to give him time. Charles understood that this was a difficult question for Barbara, so he treated her answer with understanding. That's not bad for a start, but it's time to return home and take the injured girl to the hospital. Barbara had lost too much strength and could not move normally, but Charles was not difficult. At this moment, Mila looked at them displeasedly. She probably didn't like all this romance. If we could look into her head, we would understand that she sees everything in a similar way. But Mila always supported her friend. She smiled and said that she was very happy for Charles and Barbara. Of course, the guy didn't understand what she meant. Now he's thinking about the fact that the faults are constantly becoming more dangerous. Starting with Class A, it will be very difficult to advance into the rifts without a support class. But you need to understand that monsters are not always your biggest rivals in the depths of the rift. We need to find a person who can restore health at a critical moment. Or, at the very least, it will help you find a rare item that will restore health when used. Now this is Charles's next goal. As his level increases, he needs to prepare to clear more serious rifts. Meanwhile, Barbara also had something to think about. She had been working alone for a long time, and this was the first time she had been able to rely on someone. The girl admitted that it turned out to be much more pleasant than she thought, and it's not just about the fact that Charles is now carrying her on his back. She thanked Charles for his help in saving her life, and the guy only smiled faintly in response. He realized that this time he had managed to change the future, although it was not easy. Although he is still the same Charles as in the past, with the help of new experiences, he has also begun a kind of evolutionary process. You could even say that this guy is much stronger than Charles in the past, even despite the difference in levels. They seem to help each other. Without the experience of the past, Charles would not be able to be so successful today. The young adventurer successfully returned after clearing the rift, and Barbara was immediately taken to the city hospital where she was helped to regain her strength. The next day, Charles and Mila met to discuss their next plans. Mila immediately decided to ask the guy if he had already called Barbara to make sure she was okay. Charles immediately began to look more gloomy, as if the subject was not very pleasant to him. He showed her correspondence with Barbara. The guy wrote to her several times and even called her today, but she doesn't answer. Mila realized that Barbara was ignoring Charles even though the big guy asked not to talk about it. He understands that she has a very difficult character, but he hoped that he could get closer and become her friend. Mila calmed the guy down and said that Barbara was too tired. That's why she wasn't answering. She needed to be given time. While the adventurers were talking, the little puppet witch began to drink cold coffee. Charles still looked upset, but agreed with his friend's words. Maybe Barbara would really call him later. Although she is very strong in physical abilities, she is too proud and has a difficult character. Despite the difference in levels, she dared to challenge the cursed queen and survive. If Charles were in her place, he would have died from the first blow, so he wanted to protect her from risky actions in the future. But for this to happen, the girl needs to start trusting him at least a little. Suddenly, something very unexpected happened. Barbara approached Charles and Mia and said hello. She said she wasn't surprised at all that they were sitting here now. It was such an unexpected meeting. Mila immediately began asking the girl about her injuries. Barbara replied that they didn't need to worry about her. She was used to serious injuries and knew how to take care of herself. She also said that she had never been strong in communicating with other people, so she decided not to respond to Charles's messages. That's why she came here in person to meet them, because then the issue should be discussed in person. Barbara said she wanted to join their team, and we could even end this story on such a positive note. Charles smiled sincerely and said that they would be very happy to welcome her to their team. Thus, Barbara joined her team and will now clean up the rifts together with Charles and Milo. Meanwhile, a very interesting meeting was taking place between Special Forces soldiers, with Alice and Stephen participating. Also sitting with them were still unknown fighters. Donald didn't want to deal with all this shit. He was tired of killing adventurers and cleaning up the rifts. Sandra replied that she hid him from the rats who rule this country, so he has to do her work sometimes. Their client is a very important figure in the ruling structure. He has made it clear that he will not tolerate any more failures. That's why they decided to give this task to Donald, even though he doesn't understand what's so complicated about it. To him, the task of killing a rank B adventurer sounds like something very uninteresting. He didn't want to clean up the mess for Stephen and Alice. They didn't kill this guy, so let them deal with it. Stephen was unhappy with these words, but Donald was absolutely right. They were the ones who let the guy in and failed the task. Unlike them, Donald received the best military training and fought on the side of the heroes of this world. He used to be one of the strongest adventurers, and these tasks make him want to vomit. These adventurers are used by the state as meat in the battle against the monsters from the rifts, and these fools are only happy to go to certain death for the sake of stupid heroism. That's why such stupid characters especially annoy him. He doesn't understand that all his words annoy Stephen and Alice. But now Stephen and Alice have failed their mission, so they must stand aside and not interfere with him. First, you need to check what this guy is capable of and only then move on to serious action. Of course, we were talking about Charles. Now we know that he is in mortal danger again. In the meantime, let's move to the Adventurers Guild branch to the licensing department. Now they are welcoming another adventurer who has officially received Rank B. It was nice. The girl was very happy when she heard that she had been promoted for her help in clearing the last fault. If you look at the percentage of adventurers, you can see that only 1% of adventurers in the country are rank B. And Mila is one of these special people. It's very nice for her to understand this and to know that she's progressing so quickly. Charles also congratulated her on her professional development, saying that all of this was made possible by her hard work. But we know Mila, even in positive moments, she will always find something negative. This time is not excluded. With all her strengths, the girl understands that compared to Charles and Barbara, she is not so useful. She decided that she had to make even more progress and train harder. She couldn't lose to Barbara. Meanwhile, Barbara said that she actually believes this is the only right decision from the guild. Mill's level is significantly higher than that of an ordinary B-rank adventurer, at least 8 levels higher. It was only thanks to her services to the city that she received this promotion. But Barbara believes that this is not something to be proud of. Mila agreed with these words, although Barbara is too harsh in her statements. Mila really needs to work harder. Charles said that Barbara should support Milo at such a moment and not say all these unpleasant words to her. Barbara is just trying to be objective. No one except her teammates will tell her the truth. After that, Barbara said that we should forget about this conversation because she had something for them and asked them to follow her. Charles and Mila didn't understand what it could be, maybe some kind of gift in honor of joining the group. Charles believed that it was not necessary to give gifts, but it was Barbara's personal wish. The guy was curious about what she could give them because they didn't buy her anything. Barbara said that if it weren't for them, she would have died that day, so this can be considered gratitude for the rescue. She also admitted that since the loss of her friend, she has not been able to be friends with anyone normally. The girl assured that this was the most ordinary gift possible, but she hoped that her new friends would like it. All this time, Mila had only thought bad things about Barbara, but now she felt ashamed of it. It seems that Barbara is not as bad as she seemed from the very beginning. She turned out to be a good girl. She used a large box to store the gift. Was it some kind of weapon or equipment? When Barbara finally received the gift, everyone was immediately surprised. It didn't look like a machine gun or a protective shield. The girl explained that this huge bear was made by a famous German brand. It was a limited edition in honor of the company's 5th anniversary. Barbara always seemed serious, pragmatic to the bone, a lone wolf, but she turned out to be completely different. Charles was unhappy. This was not an ordinary gift at all. It must have cost a lot. Mila was happy and said that she would take this gift home with her because Charles definitely didn't need it. At this sentimental moment, the guy received a message on his phone that the sea fault had opened not far from them. Recently, the number of faults has increased significantly, and this cannot but worry adventurers. This happened in the village of Miyagi, quite close to the city, so you can get there quickly if you leave now. If this rift really belongs to rank C, then there should be level 40 bosses there, and they are easy to fight. The appearance of faults is no longer uncommon, but this is the second urgent call in a week. Why don't the special forces begin an investigation into the anomalous activity? What Charles saw next shocked him. This fault is called the Fairy Garden. It seems he knows something about this fault. The Fairy Garden is a level 40 rift. Logically, judging by the name, that plant monsters live there. But the biggest problem with this rift is its boss, the Tree of Life Gao Karen. He is not very difficult. But this monster cannot be allowed to go beyond the rift. If that happens, it will be difficult to defeat. So support is needed. Of course, he immediately wrote to Betty saying that he had a request for her today. After that, the team of adventurers set off to meet new adventures. They were so busy and excited that they didn't notice anyone watching them. It seems like it was a girl. She was trying to disguise herself, so it was hard to notice her. Donald was already aware of the new fault. He was surprised that they were able to cause an artificial disaster. The government rats have ways of creating an artificial catastrophe by causing a rift, all to lure Charles into a trap. Donald called an adventurer friend and made sure that she was already heading to this place. They agreed to meet at the rift, and Donald hoped that everyone would enjoy the surprise he had prepared. This surprise will be addressed personally to this second-rate adventurer named Charles. A team of adventurers had already visited this rift and began to fight the Earth Monitor lizard. This monster is only level 24. It should be easy to kill with the Crimson Blade. Meanwhile, Charles also couldn't rest. He was constantly attacked by other monsters. But this time, he decided to use his new weapon, a little puppet witch, in this rift. The ether began to attack the monsters and use the power of a fire wave. It looked quite powerful. Mila also helped her friends destroy these plant monsters. She was good at it. Some of these monsters were too weak. They weren't even interesting to fight, so adventurers didn't feel the drive. Suddenly, Mila realized that this was a good opportunity to suck extra mana out of these little monsters. This was far from the first monster she had sucked mana from. Now she would be able to help her friends with this. At such moments, sometimes you feel sorry for the demons. You look at them and don't understand why they receive such a fate. Meanwhile, Barbara calmed the children who were scared when they saw the monsters. Once upon a time, she had been in their place. Compared to the past disaster, these monsters are too weak even for B-class adventurers. Mila is confident that they will be able to clear the city by the time the Special Forces soldiers arrive. But because I immediately said that the boss battle will not be so easy, the Tree of Life of Gaukurin is a real challenge for anyone. This tree is able to create monsters in huge quantities and also moves very quickly, which makes it extremely dangerous. If the Gaukurena can escape the rift, even they won't be able to catch him. In this case, monsters will quickly overrun the entire city, and disaster will no longer be avoidable. Then the logical question arises, how can they find the monster and destroy it before it emerges from the rift? Charles said that this tree is very cautious and timid. It tries not to approach opponents who have a high level. It won't be that easy to catch this monster, although if you do catch it, it will be easier to defeat it in battle. Charles couldn't understand. He had long ago written a message to Betty, but the girl still hadn't replied. Barbara suggested splitting up. Given their level, they would be able to deal with the monsters on their own. Thanks to this, they will be able to survey a larger area, and Barbara will be able to deliver the little girl to a safe place. Although the idea seemed quite clever, Charles had a bad feeling about the whole situation. In the past timeline, this rift was a common task for beginners, but now it could be the beginning of a new catastrophe. Charles feels that this is strange, but cannot understand what exactly is wrong. Even if they split up, there's no guarantee they'll be able to take down the boss on their own, but time is running out, so there's no choice. Charles agreed to these conditions, but warned that if anyone saw anything unusual, they should immediately tell others about it. Meanwhile, Donald was preparing a delicious meal before new adventures. He made himself a delicious double hamburger with double cheese. I want one too. He loves family restaurants that offer customers delicious food at cheap prices. A double hamburger with a double portion of Gouda cheese is an incredible taste. Donald behaved quite freely after the rift arose. This restaurant was abandoned by other people. That's why he came here to have lunch and get some extra energy before the mission. But as soon as he decided to try this delicious hamburger, the window next to him seemed to explode. The entire plate of his delicacies fell to the floor. It seems like someone doesn't want him to eat this dinner. A tall man appeared in the restaurant. He was looking for Donald, who was known by the codename Collector. Donald is a serial killer who hunts other adventurers. He is unhappy that someone didn't let him eat this delicious hamburger. Realizing that an unknown warrior was hunting him, he began to choose which skill to use today. A tall man with a large sword was already preparing to attack him. His name was Kenneth. As soon as Donald realized that Kenneth was using a magic sword, the restaurant immediately used explosion magic, purple fire. This immediately interested Donald. He realized that Kenneth was a sorcerer who used melee attacks. So Kenneth is a war wizard. I wonder how he will be able to stop the gargoyle demon that Donald summoned. Kenneth, on the contrary, smiled when he saw this monster. He realized that Donald was really a collector, as they say about him. Kenneth received a report from his subordinates about a suspicious man in a mask, with rings of different colors. He built his career killing trash like Donald because Kenneth is a Class A adventurer and a bounty hunter. Donald knew that being a bounty hunter was not an easy job. He asked his opponent why he didn't decide to become an adventurer. Kenneth explained that the job of an adventurer is very thankless. The maximum you can achieve there is a C rank. But by killing guys like Donald, you can gain much more experience and fame than an ordinary adventurer. Donald replied that it wasn't an interesting life getting up early in the morning and chasing thieves. He asked the Kenneth to get away before it was too late, but bounty hunters don't run away from adventure. Kenneth understood that his opponent was spending a lot of mana summoning other monsters, so dragging out the battle was not in his best interest. Kenneth understood that he needed to keep his distance and try to end this fight with one blow. But Donald remained incredibly calm and focused. He said that now he would teach this hunter some tricks. And one of these tricks is the skill of an unexpected attack, which Kenneth immediately felt on his own body. The bounty hunter could not understand how he could be attacked from behind. It seemed impossible to him. Before entering the room, he carefully inspected everything, and you didn't see any more monsters. But the collector managed to summon another monster. This is the executioner Kildall. From the very beginning, Donald knew he was being watched, which is why he was so confident that everything would go according to his plan. As expected from a battle wizard, due to his multi-class, he has high defense, so he cannot be killed with one hit. Kenneth began to beg to keep him alive and promised to pay any amount of money for it. Donald reminded his horned friend that if the hunter talked too much, he would smear it on the wall. The collector doesn't understand why people keep offering to keep them alive in exchange for money. Because of this, he feels like a scumbag. But suddenly everything didn't go according to the collector's plan. He certainly couldn't have predicted this. A huge fiery arrow was coming at him, although it also looked like some kind of explosive. The collector stood next to his monster, but managed to see the danger in time. He was able to defend himself and dodge this attack, but his gargoyle didn't have time to do so. Because of this, the demon was destroyed with one blow. The collector will not like this very much. Whoever did this wanted to end this fight with one blow but missed. Donald realized that the real hunting season was open for him, and now the fight would begin. I think you recognized our old friends. Lydia activated her wind superpower and began to attack. It wasn't just the wind, fire joined it, and together they formed a real threat. Donald was furious and said that because of them, he wouldn't be able to make himself another serving of his favorite double cheeseburger. In addition to the bounty hunter, a special forces unit came here. They launched a fire arrow for a reason. This was a plan to spread the fire and roast the collector alive. With this attack, they were able to save the headhunter. Now, Donald can't see anything because of the smoke. Only one person from the Special Forces unit could have staged such an ambush. Lieutenant of the 2nd Special Forces unit, Bart. Not every adventurer you come across is accepted into the Special Forces. You have to be not only strong, but also follow strict rules. Many cannot withstand working in such harsh conditions, but he is the youngest and most talented lieutenant. They say that Bart passed the exam to enter the Special Forces on the first try. Donald has long dreamed of killing such a talented idealist. But now is not the best time for battle because his subordinates will interfere too much. Although the collector managed to dodge, because of this and the unexpected blow, he lost the gargoyle, and if he tried to fight, he would lose a lot of mana. He still has another job to do. If he fails this task, this old woman will quarter him. This time, Bart got lucky, but Donald is sure they will have more fun next time. That's why he decided to leave quickly and continue with his main task. The Special Forces immediately informed their leader that the collector was trying to escape. Bart immediately took out his weapon and prepared to deliver a hellish blow to the enemy. It was a fire arrow shot. We had already seen the effect of this weapon a little earlier. At first, Lydia thought that everything had worked out for them, but the lieutenant replied that it only seemed so at first glance. This is a regular slime. He disguised this slime with his cloak. After that, the collector calmly escaped through the emergency exit, a smart move. There's no point in chasing him because the Special Forces' goal is to stop the disaster, so they'll waste too much time looking for the collector. First, they need to stop the flames because it could lead to additional problems. The lieutenant will interrogate this bounty hunter later once they finish other processes. The city was still at risk of a full-blown disaster due to the fault. It looks like Barbara came across something really interesting, and it's not about little monsters. I mean the boss of the Fairy Garden Rift, the Tree of Life of Gaukurin, level 38. The girl tried to catch up with this huge, vile monster, but the rift activated the summoning of fairy tale creatures. That's when Barbara realized that all this would not be so easy to do, but it should not become a threat to her. These monsters are at a fairly average level. They can be easily destroyed with the help of the Crimson Blade. There were many rivals, and the girl understood that she did not have time to fight them all. But if Barbara does nothing, the Tree of Life will escape again, and it will be very difficult to find it. So the girl decided to use one of her basic skills, Infernal Destruction, which takes a lot of mana. This power takes the adventurer's life energy and transforms it into dark magic to enhance attacks. Using this technique, Barbara was able to destroy the small monsters and began to catch up with the boss. She was preparing to destroy the monster with one blow, but suddenly a huge monitor lizard appeared in her path. She couldn't understand where he came from, and he was much larger than the other monsters in this rift. There was no choice. It was necessary to act urgently and destroy this monster. Using the Crimson Blade technique, Barbara was able to kill a huge monitor lizard. But the rift boss summoned several more monsters to help and managed to escape during this time. If only the girl hadn't been so close to destroying him, but still she had missed her target. Meanwhile, Charles also continued his search for Gaukurena, so far without success. He thought it would be nice to see the whole city from a bird's-eye view, but a little later, he rejected this idea because it would take up a lot of his energy. Meanwhile, a message came to his phone, and in their team's general chat there was a message from Barbara. It told me that it had dropped the boss into the rift and showed me on the map where it had last seen him. Charles replied that this was great news because this data would make it easier to find this monster. Barbara was incredibly motivated to find and destroy this slug. Now it's a personal matter. But to find the rift boss, you need to destroy a bunch of other monsters that are protecting it. It was no problem for Charles to destroy low-level demons, but it took a lot of time. In a few minutes, he gained 50 experience points, but now a huge monitor lizard stands in front of him. This monster wasn't used to standing still and doing nothing, so it immediately activated a fire attack. Charles was able to dodge, but that was only the beginning of his battle with this monster. The lizard started attacking him, so it was time to activate the gravity skills and show him who Daddy is. Varan died very beautifully. At least he did something beautiful in this life. For this, Charles received another 56 experience points. It was a rather modest victory. The whole problem is that Charles and Varan are on completely different levels, which is why defeating such monsters gives few additional points. Although this rift is quite ordinary, there are too many demons in it. They have already managed to harm the city. Only after killing the rift boss will the other monsters disappear, but it is very difficult to find the Gaukurena. Suddenly, Charles heard an unknown boy calling him. He was amazed that the adventurer could kill these monsters so easily. This guy's name is Joseph. It's the first time he's seen such a strong adventurer in person. Charles reminded him that it was dangerous to be around, that only adventurers were allowed in the disaster area. Joseph replied that he was also an adventurer, the same hero as Charles who protects ordinary people from monsters from the rifts. But he only has rank E. His class is Redneck, a not very serious class about which little is known. After reaching level 10, an adventurer can choose a class which depends on their starting characteristics and abilities. The characteristics depend on how you distributed them at the first level. There are very different classes among adventurers. One of them is the Redneck. This class can be obtained by evenly distributing all the characteristic points, but the Redneck does not have any special skills or abilities. Yet this class of adventurers is considered the weakest of all. The guild doesn't even tell newcomers about this class. Everyone is advised to develop 2 or 3 characteristics to get a useful class. This guy probably didn't know how to properly distribute stat points, and that's why he became a redneck. Joseph recognized Charles. He knew that this guy had the rare class of a gravity master. As it turned out, Charles is a true legend of the city's Adventurers Guild, and every newcomer knows about his achievements. Joseph learned all this from a video on the internet. Of course, he means Betty's channel. Charles was unhappy that this girl was talking about him in her videos. But Joseph is very jealous of Charles. Beautiful women talk about him, and there are various rumors. It's very cool. He would also like to be as popular and have such useful skills, but Charles said that he didn't have time and he had to go. But suddenly Joseph stopped him and asked him to go with him. Such a chance comes only once in a lifetime. Charles knew that rank E was the maximum Joseph level, so these monsters would be too difficult for Joseph. The guy explained that he was trying to destroy the boss, and if Joseph wanted to help, he should find the people and escort them to a safe place. This strange guy just smiled in response and took something out of his pocket. It was some strange object, similar to a huge crystal, and Joseph immediately activated the splitting of objects. It wasn't just splitting items, it also activated a healing skill. Redneck has the item splitting skill, which allows him to transfer the characteristics of a destroyed item to others. So Joseph's strength can help in finding and destroying the boss, but time can do everything alone anyway. He needs to catch the boss as quickly as possible, and he doesn't have time to team up with someone he doesn't even know. Suddenly, the guy received a message. Finally, Betty replied something. The girl greeted him and told Charles to start the stream to find the Rift boss, who looks like a small slug. She shared a broadcast she was broadcasting from the epicenter of the Rift disaster and says that the area is overrun with monsters. She asks to help her find the monster and to leave photos with the monster and the hashtag. The girl would be very happy if she was helped, and soon people started sharing photos of the boss. The appearance of this monster should not relax the adventurer. This snail is very dangerous. With Betty's help, Charles will be able to track Gaukerin in real time. Now he won't be able to hide. This photo shows the place where this snail was last seen. Although Charles now knows the approximate route of the boss, he is still very fast, so he needs to come up with a tactic to catch him. You also need to write a message to Milo and Barbara. They are located near the place where the boss was last seen. While Charles was engaged in this process, Joseph was still next to him. This was already starting to annoy our main character. He doesn't like newcomers he doesn't know. He turned to this guy and explained to him that he would now go to the place where the boss was last seen. Charles still believes that Joseph should not be found with him. But if this guy wants to join in and help so much, then he can try. Happy Joseph ran after Charles. He was pleased to be going to clean up the rift with the legend. He was sure that now all the monsters in the city would be destroyed because they would not be able to hide from this powerful duo. Charles said that Joseph shouldn't help him. Now the guy had made an approximate route for the Fairy Garden Rift boss, and based on this data, he understood a few things. Firstly, the Rift boss is constantly moving north, and he also likes to be in the shade, that is, in trees and bushes. Charles has a theory as to why the Rift boss intentionally avoids sunlight, because he's afraid of being dried out in the sun. After analyzing all this, Charles realized that they needed to immediately attack the boss. And as soon as this snail tries to escape, it must be directed to the right street, from which there will be no exit. Joseph fights the Rift boss for the first time. He has never seen professionals work in rifts before. Charles came up with a plan to win in an incredibly short period of time, which means he's really cool, at least in Joseph's opinion. Charles resembles his older brother Joseph. He was incredibly strong, intelligent, and had a great sense of justice. Joseph was constantly compared to him, but he was never able to reach similar heights. Charles stood silently and didn't even know what to say to that. Meanwhile, another message came to his phone saying that there was another danger in the area. It talks about an unknown thief named the Collector. This does not apply to the Rift boss, but you have to be careful. Serial killer Donald, he kills only high-ranking adventurers and collects their loot as a trophy. He was once one of the strongest adventurers. His class is based on summoning familiars. This thief fared badly even in the past timeline, and even the special forces couldn't catch him. Those who fought him didn't return alive, and now this guy's here in the city of disaster. Charles understands that this cannot be an ordinary coincidence. He must have been hired by people from the Chimera clan. There can only be one reason for this, to take the Ring of Wisdom from Charles. So one of the strongest adventurers in the past awaits him. Will Charles be able to stop this monster? Joseph asked his new friend if everything was okay because Charles looked a little confused. The guy replied that everything was fine, Donald was unimportant now, we needed to find and quickly destroy the Rift boss. He explained to Joseph that a serial killer had been spotted in the area, which really scared this weirdo. Apparently, he was seen at a family restaurant not far from here fighting with the special forces, but he managed to escape. For an adventurer like Joseph, this opponent is too dangerous, so if they meet, Joseph must flee. All these thoughts about a serial killer guy, he had never even heard of such a thing before. New information has arrived about the location of the Rift Boss. It turned out that this snail was quite close, so Charles decided to send this information to the general chat. Meanwhile, Joseph continued to be scared. He already wanted to go home and see his mother. Charles admitted that to defeat the Rift Boss, he would need Joseph's help. Even Joseph himself did not expect such a plot twist, but you have to take advantage of such chances if you want to change your life. Joseph pulled himself together and said he was ready to do anything for the sake of victory. Charles explained that their plan was simple. If the boss hated sunlight, then they should take advantage of it. They will deliberately change its route in order to use this moment to their own advantage. Charles will scare the boss and he will try to hide. He will run to the very place where Joseph will be waiting for him. Of course, ideally you should kill the boss, but if Joseph can't do that, then it will be enough to capture the monster. Although the task was not easy, the boy agreed and said that he had an item that would help capture the monster. Joseph felt that it was his time to shine. He was sure that the Galcarena would certainly fall from his power. If something unexpected happens, Joseph shouldn't be afraid or worry about Charles. It's better to immediately run to a safe place. But before the adventure began, Joseph decided to ask one last question. Why did Charles decide to become an adventurer? Adventurers risk their lives every day. It's not the most lucrative job, and it also doesn't get much recognition. That's why Joseph became curious. Why did Charles choose this particular path? Although Joseph is very strange, this is a really good question that is not so easy to answer. At first, Charles wondered how far he could go before he met his own death. But as he developed his path, the higher he climbed, the more he realized that with this power, he could save many lives. When Charles said all these words, he immediately remembered Barbara's death in the past timeline. A sense of responsibility came over him with great force towards all the people who could suffer from monsters or from other people. Having said this, Charles looked at Joseph. The boy did not expect such an answer, but continued to remain silent. Charles said that should be enough. He had never been asked about such a thing, so he didn't think twice. Joseph smiled and replied that this answer was quite sufficient. It characterized Charles well. He was happy that Charles shared his thoughts with him. This guy's very strange, but it will be interesting with him. It's time to catch the big slug. The boys have no time for idle talk while this monster is still on the loose. Although the snail was seen in different corners of the city, with the help of its extraordinary speed, it constantly changed its geolocation. This led to many problems within the city. This rift must be closed immediately, and the city returned to normal life. Soon Charles was able to track down and catch up with Galcarin, and they finally met. The guy was closing the distance and preparing his first attack. The main thing was to act according to the plan and hope that luck would be on their side. It's time to activate the Grant skill. This is one of the new skills that Charles received by using his experience points. Stones began to fall on this huge snail, and it immediately began to feel uncomfortable in these conditions. The monster immediately changed its route and turned onto another street. Now its goal is to get away from Charles. He doesn't understand that this is all part of the adventurer's plan. The monster turned onto the exact street Charles wanted to go. Now it's Joseph's turn to take the stage. This is his prime time, and he must seize his chance. The guy looked pretty calm and determined, but when you face the boss of the rift, all your calm can disappear in an instant. For now, Charles continued to chase the huge slug. Although he couldn't touch it yet, he was still close. This nuance should be paid attention to because Charles has reached a new level of speed. In a past life, he would not have been able to catch up with this snail. The Rift Boss wasn't going to lose this battle so easily. He decided to activate the Nightmare skill. This immediately spawned additional monsters that had to stop the pursuer, so it's not that simple. Charles was not at all surprised that new obstacles appeared in his path. In such a case, reducing gravity always helps. Galcarena was surprised to see how easily his opponent coped with all the obstacles. There's no stopping this young adventurer with such easy tricks. Now he's on another level. So Charles quickly destroyed the monsters in his path and approached the main demon of the rift. A huge snail never gives up. It can use its children as living protection to hide unnoticed from the enemy. Barbara wrote about this in the general chat. Thanks to this message, Charles was ready for such a turn of events. At such moments, you need to ignore all the monsters that appear and calmly continue chasing the boss. That's exactly what Charles did. The ability to activate the force of gravity at the right moments made him extremely fast. But even that wasn't enough for now. The Rift boss activated the rapid escape skill and sped up again. He activates this skill in moments when he feels extremely dangerous or is injured. After activating the rapid escape, the boss tries to find the safest place and hide from his pursuers. But there is one caveat to this technique. It takes too much mana, and it takes time to recover, so Galcarina will not be able to escape Joseph's attack. So far, this snail doesn't understand this. It seems to him that he easily broke away from his pursuer and is enjoying life. But only a few seconds later, he realized that another adventurer was standing in his way. What I was saying is, when the Rift Boss runs at you, all your confidence and calm immediately disappears and panic sets in. But Joseph tried to calm down. This was his chance to become a hero, just like Charles, if of course he caught the slug. Joseph prayed that his plan would work and took out of his pocket the very object he had been talking about. He activated his object-splitting skill and hoped it would work, otherwise his life path would be over. He told this stupid snail to taste this object and throw it at the monster. It was a small flask of liquid, but it was an unusual liquid. It turned into a real fire. I bet the giant slugs hate fire, so the Galcarina immediately started screaming in pain. Charles was absolutely right. The Rift Boss is not only afraid of fire, but can freeze from fear of being roasted. Joseph began to rejoice and shout that he had finally caught this slippery monster and had not failed the task. He started calling Charles, and the guy appeared a few seconds later. Now the boss of the rift had nowhere to run. The huge slug had almost no mana left. It spent all of its supply on calling its children and escaping. Now I wondered how this monster would act next. Would it try to escape somehow, or would it admit defeat? It seems like admitting defeat is not the style of the Rift Boss. He activated the Nightmare skill again and summoned his children. But that's not all. The system immediately notified Charles that the boss had entered combat mode, and now it's better not to joke with him. Instead of running away, the Tree of Life decided to spend all its mana on its defense, an interesting decision. The snail began to scream loudly, which scared Joseph, and the boy immediately suggested that he step back. Soon other monsters began attacking the boys. It was like a classic monster fight, not a Fast and Furious style chase. It was at this point that Joseph began to panic even more and said that they absolutely had to run away. He should take an example from Charles. He remained calm and said that all these attempts would not affect the final result. He activated the gravity skill and began to show these monsters what true martial arts are. It was the first time Joseph had seen someone so skillfully cut demons into pieces. It was a filigree technique and incredible power. After all the monsters have been destroyed, it's time to take the Rift Boss seriously and show him his true place. Charles quickly approached the snail and told it that it had finally fallen into a trap and had nowhere to run. The rapprochement was so fast that even Galcarena didn't have time to react and escape. He immediately tasted Charles's blade. The Grant skill was activated. It's probably now one of the guy's favorite techniques. It was so powerful that it began to fill the Rift Boss's body with incredible gravitational energy. Within a few seconds, the huge slug exploded and was completely destroyed, for which Charles received 1,100 experience points. Joseph is incredibly happy about this victory. He was pleased that he was able to help destroy the Rift Boss. While they were all rejoicing in their victory, no one noticed that Charles was being watched by all of them. It was an unknown man in a hood, maybe a collector, but maybe someone else. This man watched Charles during the battle, but this young adventurer did not impress him at all with his skills. Joseph couldn't calm down for a long time. Yesterday he was an adventurer everyone laughed at, and today he's helping a true legend defeat the Rift Boss. After the slug was destroyed, Charles immediately wrote to his team that everything was over and it was time to meet. He thanked Joseph for his help and said that without his help the boss would have been able to escape, so it was their joint merit. The guy started laughing nervously. He never even dreamed that the legend of this city would ever thank him. He felt awkward. From the very beginning, when he got his class, the guy didn't even hope that he would be able to defeat the boss at least once in his life. But after defeating Galcarin, Joseph began to think that he might have potential, and he could become better, and also save people like Charles. But according to Charles himself, there are no bad and good classes. These are all fictions. Each class has its own positive and negative aspects, and each class is useful in completely different situations. Class Redneck, for example, can split objects and use their skills, its mobility, and help destroy the boss. If you develop your strengths, no one will pay attention to your weaknesses. Charles assured Joseph that he could achieve more, especially after challenging a boss who was much stronger than Joseph. Finally, Joseph decided to ask his teacher what the Gravity Master's strongest point was. Charles thought about it. He wasn't ready for this question and decided to speak for the whole class and only talk about himself. His strongest skill is the ability to strive for more, a pretty ambitious statement from an ambitious guy. Even Joseph did not expect such a cool answer. He was amazed by these words. He really liked them. You wouldn't expect anything else from a legend like Charles. Joseph is confident that Charles will be able to achieve anything he wants. It's time to return to your friends, and don't forget that there's a serial killer in the area right now. Charles doesn't want to face the collector again. This guy has too many powerful strengths. It will be very difficult to defeat him. He warned Joseph that if the collector came, the boy should immediately run away and look for a safe place. But there's one problem. This adventurer hunter has already found them, so it's too late to hide. As soon as Charles finished the battle with the Rift boss, he immediately had to accept a new challenge. Charles was surprised because he didn't even notice the collector's presence. Such guys are the most dangerous opponents. Donald activated the play of life and death. Judging by the title, you can expect something very interesting. He ordered one of his familiars to attack Charles. This creepy doll has already killed a bounty hunter today, so it is very dangerous. Charles realized that now it would be very difficult for him. He knew who the collector was, and he knew how dangerous this opponent was. Donald was incredibly fast and had already managed to get behind the guy, preparing to cut off this young head. It should also be noted that Charles is also an extraordinary adventurer. He is already at a fairly high level and has an incredible amount of experience. Charles demonstrated his extraordinary speed and was able to disarm his opponent. But it was too early to rejoice. It soon turned out that it was not a real collector, but a slime. The same trick as in the family restaurant. The real Donald decided to sit in the shadows all this time and wait for the perfect opportunity. He wanted to see what Charles was capable of, and only now was he ready to really fight and finally kill this young adventurer. Donald said that his hands were incredibly itchy because he hadn't killed anyone in a long time, and it was time to fix that. The collector went on the attack to kill the boy, but Charles sensed danger, turned around, and managed to defend himself with his sword. Defending himself, he was able to push the collector back a few meters. It was spectacular. Donald smiled and said that Charles had a pretty good reaction for such a loser. Here they finally met. A personal meeting between Charles and the serial killer of adventurers, Donald, also known as the Collector. Donald was able to launch an unexpected attack, even forcing Killdoll to attack Charles and distract the guy. After that, the Collector personally joined the attack but was able to defend himself from all dangers, so this is a very interesting prey for Donald. All this time, the Collector was very close to the guy. Charles must have been very scared after his appearance. But Charles said some unexpected words. All this time, he knew that Donald was hiding behind the identity of Joseph. Donald is a legend among adventurers, although even in the past timeline, no one knew anything about him. His relatives, his face, and his past were unknown. Even his class was hidden from everyone else. But the Ring of Wisdom is capable of showing the class of anyone Charles points to, but for this, you have to spend a lot of energy and mana. Redneck has a special skill that revealed Donald's personality, which is why Charles understood everything. The Collector said that this whole theory seems pretty strange. Even if Charles knew that Joseph was a collector, why did he team up with him? Charles replied that he did it to catch the boss. He needed someone to help. That's why he used Donald. He also understood that the Collector would never attack him as long as he was somewhere nearby or from the rift. It was beneficial for the Collector to gain the guy's trust and kill him after destroying the boss, without any unnecessary witnesses. Charles knew he was taking a risk by going with Donald, but he decided to go for it to kill the boss. This is incredibly cool, and killing people like that is much more fun. So it's time to have a real battle of the Collector and Charles. This whole cunning plan of the Collector failed, but it's never too late to do everything the tried and true way with a sharp blade. Charles hasn't fought an opponent one-on-one in a long time. It will be difficult for him to predict Donald's movements. The Collector is an adventurer killer who is much higher level than Charles. It should also be noted that in addition to physical abilities, Donald has greater combat experience. Charles spent a lot of energy fighting the boss and fending off the Collector's first attack. In such a one-on-one situation, completely unaware of the opponent's skills, Charles is powerless, so it's better to run away. Donald definitely didn't expect this. He was told that Charles was a very talented adventurer who never runs away from a threat. But now he saw this guy running at full speed trying to hide from him. The Rift boss has been destroyed, so the guy needs to find a crowded place and other adventurers so he will have a chance to win. Meanwhile, when the shareholder ordered the Killdoll to catch up and kill this brazen guy, the race was on. Killdoll is a puppet that can kill with strings. They are impossible to notice at first glance. But Charles not only sees all these attacks, but also dodges them without even paying special attention to them. This prey is too smart, and it is of great interest to the adventurer killer, so the race will be spectacular. If Charles wants to show his speed, then Donald is ready to accept this challenge. But don't underestimate the young adventurer. Charles immediately demonstrated how fast he could be in a critical situation. After just a few seconds, Donald lost his opponent, and he thought that Charles might be hiding among the trees. Although he's probably not stupid enough to hide in such obvious places, he needs a high fall speed to land a strong hit. And this means that Charles will try to climb something high and strike from the mountain. Although the collector understood the boy's intentions, it was too late. Charles had prepared his crowning skill, the fall of a comet. The guy was already preparing to cut off the head of his new rival, but the reindeer appeared with his huge hand. This was another of the collector's tricks. With the help of this skill, he was able to block Charles's blow. Now it's clear why Charles started running away. Donald had the advantage on the previous street, so he had to be taken out into the open. Simply put, Charles was trying to take the advantage away from his opponent, although Donald is sure that this will not help the guy. The collector immediately summoned 3 familiars, but this is not the limit. There can be much more. He probably spent all his skill points on summoning items, which is why the familiars level became the same as Donald's. It turns out that Charles will have to fight 4 high-level opponents at the same time, and this is too much. Charles won't be able to relax even for a second. All these monsters are extremely dangerous. They are not inferior in strength to B-rank Rift bosses. The guy was very interested in how Donald learned to summon 3 familiars onto the battlefield at once. Donald, meanwhile, continued to smile and show that he was having a lot of fun fighting Charles. This guy's always been like this. Even in the past, he enjoyed causing suffering to others. He could perform a prohibited technique in training and hit his opponent in the neck. His training partners didn't like this very much, and they constantly complained about Donald to their teachers. But Donald only laughed in response. All this brought him immense pleasure because it was fun. He enjoyed the opportunity to break the heroes of humanity and drive them into the ground, which is why he wants to show Charles how empty a place he is. Charles decided to ask him why he had come. Was it because he was summoned by the Chimera's call? The guy began to suspect that this disaster was deliberately created. Everything was done to lure Charles into a trap. We must expel this young adventurer. His brain works well. He was able to easily understand the intentions of his enemies. Donald replied that he didn't understand what was going on and explained that he hated being the one to blame the old woman. So it wasn't personal. The familiars continued to attack the boy. It would be difficult for him to defeat even one monster, and there were several of them against him. The collector promised the boy something. If he won this battle, Donald would tell him one secret. Meanwhile, Kildall has activated the life and death performance skill again. Now it will be fun. Now this girl's attacks are becoming much more dangerous than they were before. It's unlikely that this has anything to do with the evolution of familiars, but it also adds additional problems. Charles is now fully focused on Kildall. If this doesn't change, it will be difficult for the collector to kill him. The young adventurer is completely focused on one goal, to survive at any cost. In such cases, when a shareholder understands that he needs to use his entire arsenal against his opponent. So within seconds, another familiar appeared, a gargoyle demon in his own right. The 4th monster that Donald summoned. It's not funny anymore. When will it end? But the collector wasn't going to stop there. He said that this wasn't all he was capable of, and he was ready to show more. Thus, the 5th familiar appeared. The Jose curse was activated, another unpleasant attack. This all looks really bad. I can't even imagine how Charles will be able to defeat all these monsters together. Only the truly strongest opponent Charles has ever fought can summon 5 familiars onto the battlefield. But not everything is so bad. Thanks to the fact that Donald showed all his strengths, Charles had a chance to defeat him. Starting a battle without knowing the powers of your summoned monsters is very dangerous, so you need to understand their characteristics. Charles decided to choose a waiting tactic and escape for a while, but Jose turned out to be extremely fast. Charles activated the gravity skill and delivered a powerful blow to this monster. This should have been enough to destroy at least him, but it turned out that this demon was almost completely unharmed. Charles definitely didn't expect this. If these demons can't be killed, then there's no point in fighting at all. The guy continues this battle to see if he can hurt his opponents. The demon Jose continued to attack the young adventurer, and other familiars may soon join him. Although it is very difficult, all Charles can do is try to understand the weaknesses of his opponents. To do this, you need to attack less, defend more, and be as attentive as possible. So far, the boy had succeeded, but the number of his enemies around him was extremely large. The gargoyle and slime surrounded him, and we can't forget about the Kildall threads because it could cost him his life. Charles tried not to lose concentration and be attentive, but it's hard to do that when there are so many monsters around you. All this distracted the guy from analyzing their weaknesses because he had to defend himself and constantly repel their attacks. And of course, we must not forget that the collector is also nearby. He is just waiting for the perfect moment for the final blow. Donald approached and finally tried to kill this guy, but Charles turned out to be really strong, just like that old woman said. Donald admitted that if he fought Charles one-on-one, he would certainly lose to this young and talented adventurer. But Charles will be unable to do anything against all his assistants, so he is doomed to death. That's why the guy realized that he had to run away again. It wasn't fun at all. There were too many monsters. Charles used gravity reduction when attacking the demonic Roki, but it did not save him from damage. Despite the fact that Donald summoned 5 familiars to the battlefield, he doesn't look too tired. Also, despite the number of monsters, he skillfully controls them. They act as if they are an extension of his hands. A fan who loves fights, not for life, but for death. He has invented the perfect battle tactic that makes him almost impossible to approach. But there are no invincible opponents, although there are some points that Charles still cannot understand. But the only thing he understood 100% was that the collector was trying to kill him as quickly as possible. Although judging by his face, he wants this fight to last forever. Charles decided to test an interesting hypothesis and throw ordinary stones at the monster. Oddly enough, the stone using gravity magic passed through the demon, and this cannot but interest him. Now Charles understood everything. It was time to act and try to win. It seemed that this was exactly what the collector had been waiting for. He smiled and said that it was finally time to kill this impudent guy. He summoned the gargoyle monster again. This one-eyed monster capable of crushing all your bones with one blow. The monster swung and tried to destroy the boy. I hope Charles managed to dodge and didn't take the blow himself. The gargoyle was confident that he could kill the adventurer and fulfill his master's task. But within a few seconds, his only eye felt the foot of the young adventurer. With the help of reduced gravity, Charles was able to get out and break the distance with the monster. Donald was impressed by this defense technique. With every minute of the fight, he respected his opponent more and more. But the collector was absolutely certain that he could destroy Charles, especially with his current position. The guy, meanwhile, remained calm and focused, continuing to analyze his opponent and watch for his weaknesses. Thinking during a fight is not the best thing to do, especially when the demon Jose is sneaking up on you. In an air battle, only 2 familiars will be able to attack Charles. This means it's time to activate a new skill, Gravidea, which increases gravity in a selected area. Charles waited for his opponent to approach and activated this ability to show him what true cruelty was. Only now did the collector realize that all this was a trap for Kildall and Jose. But it was too late to run and help them. With the stone that Charles threw at the demon, he realized that direct attacks would not work on Jose. It was a kind of analysis of the opponent. The force of gravity continued to harm some familiars because it was able to impose its own rules of the game on them. Kildall's threads can injure Jose's body, so it's very important to keep an eye on her attacks. Charles understood the weaknesses of the collector's 2 familiars, all of which he did in such a short period of time. Donald no longer looked as confident as before. He realized that he needed to retreat and restore the strength of his monsters. In this interesting way, the enemy's force disappeared in a few moments, a good example of the adventurer's analytical training. 2 of the 5 familiars are now completely removed from the game, making things much more interesting. This damn doll is completely disoriented due to an accidental attack on a teammate. It is now, when the collector's strengths have lost their power, that the real battle will begin. Familiars are extensions of their master's hands, but Donald relaxed too much and allowed them to attack the victim at the same time. To defeat such a smart and brave opponent, you will have to rely not on familiars, but on yourself. Donald was sure he would finish the fight with this little shit very quickly, but now he himself could become its prey. No wonder the old woman was so afraid of this young adventurer. Now it becomes clear why she was so nervous. Suddenly, the collector saw a small ether doll approaching him. She activated the sword of Zeus and began to attack. You could say that ether, in a sense, is also a familiar of Charles, so everything is according to the rules. Now Donald has completely lost his usual smile when he is attacked with his own weapon. It ceases to be funny. Now it's time to hope for Irvis. While this giant hand is still alive, Donald is confident that he can defeat Charles. He told the ether that nothing would help its master soon, so they had better run away or beg for rescue. In response, the broadcaster only smiled. Who else but her should understand that everything could turn out to be completely the opposite? Meanwhile, Charles was fighting Slime, this ugly, disgusting slug that somehow resembles Gaukurin's Tree of Life. He is not easy to fight, and it is not entirely clear how to defeat him, but his attacks do not pose a serious threat. Slime is not affected by any physical attacks, so you will have to use magic to completely destroy it. But in order to activate magical skills, you need to stop the huge monster standing behind you. Charles had already tried to incapacitate him by hitting his head with the double gravity of a falling lantern. But this monster didn't care at all, so Charles called up the ether for exactly 30 seconds. The task of this action is simple. While Donald is distracted by the doll, Charles must destroy all the other familiars. So it's time to seize this opportunity and put this plan into action. Charles combined the force of a comet's fall with double gravity. It should make a very serious cocktail. And it really worked. Now the reindeer can hardly see anything with its huge red eye. It's time to deal with another monster. The gargoyle is also waiting for its turn. It would be impudent to deny it destruction. Charles activated the comet fall and prepared to destroy this demon and tear it to pieces. It wasn't hard, and Slime was watching all of this. It's unlikely this guy wants to be Charles's next victim. The guy prepared to deal him a decisive blow and send him to hell. A huge explosion sounded. The forces of gravity are no joke. With the right technique, you can destroy monsters with incredible ease. This is exactly what Charles did, and it can be filmed and shown as an example of the work of a gravity masterclass. Meanwhile, the airwaves had ended, and Donald was happy that this doll had finally gotten rid of him. He spent too much strength and energy fighting her, even though the ether only worked for 30 seconds. What the collector saw shocked him. All 5 of his familiars had been defeated in this short period of time. He was shocked to see what had happened, so shocked that he didn't even notice his enemy approaching. To give the collector credit, even without his monsters, he's still an incredibly talented and strong adventurer. This thief was able to defend himself from Charles's attack, but was still in a state of shock. It was hard for him to believe that all his monsters could not help him now. They were totally destroyed. If he hadn't called on Irvis, Killdoll, Slime, Gargoyle, and Jose, none of them would have come to his aid. Charles killed all his assistants before meeting this young adventurer. Donald could not even imagine such a scenario. Meanwhile, this young, cheeky boy was taunting his rival. It seemed like Donald's toys were over and only he was left. The collector hadn't been this angry in a long time. He was already regretting coming to fight this guy today. After Charles defeats the familiars, Donald will not be able to summon them for a while. They need time to restore their energy, so now the collector is completely defenseless. This assassin had some mana left, so he decided to strike the final blow, and Adoran, the embodiment of holiness, appeared. Charles realized that he had another familiar in front of him, but she didn't seem too dangerous. Adoran is a support familiar. She can heal wounds and add mana to her master. With her help, Donald plans to escape, hide, regain his strength, and attack the boy again. But if you run away right now, the collector may no longer have a chance to kill Charles. Donald specializes in unexpected attacks, and Charles will be ready for it the next time they meet. So his second attempt could turn out to be an automatic defeat, and Donald doesn't want that at all. This young adventurer may not show it now, but he has also lost a lot of energy and mana. Donald will never be able to face him in such a precarious position again, so it would be wrong to waste this chance. A lot was going on in the collector's head right now. He had to make a very important strategic decision. And Donald made this decision. He called on Adoran to immediately heal him with the help of the holy prayer skill. He decided that he would not run away from this little fool. His face reminded him too much of something familiar. Reminiscent of a genius who is not used to working hard, this has always incredibly angered Donald since his school days. All these geniuses always got what Donald could only dream of, and now it's time to teach such a genius to accept defeat. The collector urged Charles to fight, and as we know, this guy doesn't need to be persuaded to have a real mortal combat. Donald surpasses his opponent in combat experience, and Adoran will also be able to enhance his characteristics at a critical moment. Also, Charles's weapon is much heavier than the collector's weapon, so the young adventurer loses in all respects. But Donald can't understand why Charles doesn't show his fear at all. Does he know something that Donald doesn't? With his classic confidence, Charles not only defended successfully, but also counterattacked instantly and sharply. Donald tried to calm himself down, saying that Charles was much weaker than he seemed. He had to expend a large supply of mana, and his body was tired from the constant manipulation of gravity. Charles also not only fought, but also analyzed his opponent. Donald always likes to use magic during battle, but he specializes in surprise attacks. He is not used to sword fighting, and his movements show that he previously practiced kendo. Charles is adept at reading his opponent thanks to a large number of battles in the past. He must concentrate and anticipate Donald's future movements, and then everything will be over quickly. Although Donald's movements became much faster, he became more cautious overall. Did he really get angry? The collector must have felt real excitement, that feeling when you risk your own life that you can't confuse with anything else. A sorcerer who knows how to fight in close combat. It's amazing that he still continues to hold out. Donald could have easily retreated and Charles wouldn't have pursued him, but he didn't seem to want to lose to the young adventurer. He doesn't care about life or about others, he's only interested in winning. He cannot lose to people who were born with talent, who were given everything, loving parents, good looks, and a sharp mind. In the moment before the decisive battle, Donald remembered a fragment of his childhood when he left the football section. His older twin brother was upset by this event because he wanted to cheer for him in future competitions. At the same time, his twin brother Donald was able to take third place in the competition. His father was very proud of him and praised his son. The twin brother's name was Joseph. He was the pride of his parents, and that's why Donald decided to use his name when he met Charles. Joseph had a birthday coming up next month, and his father asked his son what kind of gift he wanted. Joseph reminded him that his brother also had a birthday that day, but Donald didn't care about the holiday and asked to celebrate without him. Joseph was the most amazing boy he knew, extremely intelligent for his age, capable of anything, and yet without doing anything to deserve it. Meanwhile, Donald was thinking about what to do next. After leaving the football section, he had too much free time. Suddenly one day, an acquaintance of his approached him at school and offered something. It was an offer to join the school's kendo club. Without high school students, this club could be closed. So the teacher is recruiting everyone who wants to join. Donald decided to give it a try and agreed to go to a few training sessions. For as long as he can remember, he has always had a talent for kendo, and from the very beginning, he showed good results. It was the only place where he wasn't compared to his older brother, so Donald devoted the following years to kendo training. When it was time to enter high school, his parents completely distanced themselves from him, pretending he didn't exist. But that only made Donald feel better until something happened in the second period of high school. His older brother Joseph left the football section and decided to also join the kendo club. He decided to touch on the only thing that set them apart, and Donald couldn't possibly like it. In the summer of my last year of study, I had my last chance to prove myself because there were competitions. If the school takes a worthy place, its students will be able to participate in national competitions. Ironically, both brothers were nominated for the role of captain of the school's kendo team. To decide which of them would participate in the competition, the teachers arranged a sparring match and Joseph won in one round. Donald worked hard for 6 years to achieve the role of captain, and his older brother did it in one damn year. That's why he hated his own brother. That's why he hated all naturally talented people. After that, the event that Donald recently mentioned occurred. The moment when he fought with his older brother and delivered a forbidden blow to the neck. He was very angry and used this forbidden blow, although he fully understood that he was breaking the rules. He apologized to the judge and promised that it would never happen again. At this moment, Donald was smiling. He was about to hit his brother in the neck and realized that it was now painful for him to even breathe. That same day, he defeated Joseph for the first time. He didn't care how. He defeated honor and nobility. All these paths to quality that are talked about in movies, the characters can shove up their asses. Donald realized that this was not his path and began to hate those who were born with special talents. A year after graduating from high school, Donald seriously thought about what to do next. He decided to try to become a professional adventurer, but was told that his class was not suitable for the job. He accepted this rejection with understanding because he never really wanted to become a national hero. The guy decided to go to a computer class and look at different ways to become stronger on the internet. It was there that he first heard about the ring that could summon familiars to the battlefield. Then he realized that he could improve his skills by drawing on the power of his familiar. He understood that in order to obtain powerful familiars, he needed money, and he would not be able to clean up the rifts due to his weakness. It was then that he decided to try his hand at ordinary thefts. Donald didn't think there was anything wrong with that. He never dreamed of being a good and righteous hero with only good intentions and a pure heart in his head. This boy was absolutely sure from childhood that he was capable of achieving more, and for the sake of this goal, he was ready for anything. It was then that Donald realized that even if he had to build a road from other people's corpses, he would still do it. In moments like these, when he killed others, he felt sick at the thought of what kind of person he had become. But he didn't want to turn back. He had once chosen his path, and he wasn't going to give up on the way to his goal. One gloomy day, he killed an adventurer inside the rift again, and his actions did not go unnoticed. The guy realized that now criminals are caught even inside faults. In those days, it was a novelty. Joseph came to him. He could never believe that his younger brother was capable of killing ordinary adventurers. Joseph, meanwhile, has become a special forces soldier. He understands perfectly well that his younger brother will not give up without a fight. Donald could never believe that they would fight again, but fate is too unpredictable. At that time, Donald already controlled some familiars. He immediately called upon the gargoyles to help him. But his brother was no ordinary man. A Special Forces soldier wouldn't be intimidated by a mid-level demon. Joseph easily destroyed the monster with his sharp blade. It was a kind of martial arts lesson. He destroyed not only the gargoyle, but also the reindeer. If this continues, Donald himself will soon die. The younger brother did not expect that Joseph had become so strong in all this time. Joseph always carried out Special Forces tasks, and if he received an order to destroy a thief, he would do it even if that thief was his brother. Donald started crying and asked his older brother to give him another chance. He explained that he always wanted to be better than Joseph, at least in something. That was all he wanted in life. Why did the older brother think about these words for a moment? Deep down, he understood Donald. Thus, his younger brother became even worse than he himself could have imagined. Of course, all this was just a trick to distract Joseph in order to buy time to activate Kildall. His brother had proven too easily deceived, just as he had been in his childhood when they were still too young. There was too much blood in the rift that day, not only the blood of monsters, but also of people. Now Donald has finally surpassed his older brother. Now he is the best in their family. No one would have believed before that he could defeat this genius. But now, Donald is ready to kill anyone who prevents him from achieving his goals. From that very day on, he became much stronger, smarter, and he also had many familiars. That's why he can't understand why this little young adventurer beats him in battle. Donald is sure that he will never lose to such an inexperienced guy. He tried to calm down and follow his opponent's movements. The main thing was not to lose concentration. Charles continues to look too confident, and if Donald doesn't start attacking, he'll die soon. They both began to close the distance to launch their own attacks, each wanting to win. Donald struck first. He could not kill his opponent, but he wounded him. Minor injuries cannot stop a talented adventurer. It is not enough to win such battles. Joseph realized that he could still predict his opponent's moves, and this gave him an advantage. If he continues to stay focused and anticipate Charles's upcoming attacks, he will definitely be able to win. Charles also admitted that his opponent's attack was quite dangerous. But now, he has mastered Donald's fighting style, and this could seriously affect the course of their battle. As soon as Donald gets into a fighting stance, he immediately tries to counterattack, and if Charles tries to escape, his opponent will predict it. His class specializes in magical items, and if time starts to run out, he will be immediately stopped and killed on the spot. Knowing this, the only thing left to do is fight one-on-one. Neither of them has the right to run away. None of them really want this battle. They fight because they have no other choice, and Charles has never had such an experience. As soon as Charles meets a strong enemy, he immediately feels his blood boil in his veins. Now he wants to experience the maximum of his abilities, show everything he is capable of, and win. Donald realized that his opponent was finally starting to enjoy the battle, which was exactly the kind of enemy he needed. An enemy who will enjoy the battle and risk his own life. But Donald is not going to give in to this battle. They both want to win, but there is always only one winner in such battles, and the moment came when Charles struck back. It was an unusual wound to the neck or abdomen. Charles was able to cut off his opponent's arm. At the same time, Donald realized that he had spent all his mana. His affairs were really bad. Now he can't move at all, but strangely enough, he doesn't feel tired at all. Finally, he understood. He understood that all this time he wanted to find a place where he would be better than his brother. But the problem is that his brother was constantly following him not to show his superiority and better skills. Joseph constantly pursued his younger brother so that he could finally defeat him. And only now was Donald able to understand this and mentally apologized to his older brother. He looked at Charles and saw the spirit of Joseph next to him. This was a very difficult moment. Although not in this world, these two twin brothers were spiritually united once and for all. Charles approached his enemy and presented his sword to his neck, threatening death. He reminded him of their agreement that if Charles won this battle, Donald would tell him something. The guy is interested in hearing the answer to the main question: who exactly is hunting him? Even at this moment, when it seemed that the entire city had hidden due to the danger of the fault, and there was no one around, they were still celebrating. It seems like Charles is a magnet for all sorts of disasters and problems. It was a girl. She was incredibly surprised because she could never have thought that Donald would lose to anyone. Her name is Osaka. She uses the camouflage skill. It helps make a person invisible and blend in with the environment. Her boss asked her to watch this battle from a distance. Now, she knows everything she needs to know, the strengths and weaknesses of the adventurer. She understands how tired Charles is after this fight. Now, he can be easily destroyed. Donald ended up in this place by chance. This whole disaster is a big trap for Charles. All this was done in order to take away the Ring of Wisdom from him. But the boy feels that behind the Chimera's call is someone else, someone who can create artificial disasters. He has definitely never met such a person before in his life, and Donald also does not know who exactly wants to kill Charles. The collector explained that he did not know who asked the old woman to plan Charles's murder. Donald has his own ideas about a very vengeful person who will not stop until he kills anyone who crosses his path. Donald said that Charles should also start to guess who this is about. This person is connected to the Special Forces. He is not some ordinary soldier, but a very respected person. Charles was silent for now. He had thought about it before and began to remember some details. In the past timeline, the Ring of Wisdom was lost in a Special Forces research center. This organization studies portal disasters, and if Donald isn't lying, Charles is going to be in big trouble now. One of the directors of the Chimera Clique Special Unit worked with political organizations in a past life, so all of this seems to be true. Charles still has a lot to think about. This is a difficult situation that could get out of control at any moment. Osaka was right there all this time. She realized it was time to end this conversation before Donald said anything unnecessary. Osaka belongs to the Magical Gladiator class. Her priority target is Charles because he is the biggest threat to the organization. She prepared to use the magic charge at the moment when Charles was calmly talking to the collector. The young adventurer said that all this was empty talk. Real evidence was needed to believe it. Donald was thinking about what to answer, and suddenly he saw that someone on the bridge was getting ready to start shooting at them. Donald instantly pulled out his knife and got to his feet all in less than a second. Charles didn't understand what was happening. At first, he thought the collector was trying to escape, and at that moment a shot rang out. The bullet hit Donald's body, more blood appeared on him, and he immediately fell to the ground. Charles guessed that it was a shot from a magical weapon aimed at him, but Donald covered him with his body. The collector was still alive. He said that if Charles wanted to find evidence, he had to find this same old woman. She would tell him everything. And in order to find her, you need to keep the girl who just shot at them from getting away. After these words, Donald died immediately. He lost his arm and was wounded with a magical weapon. There was almost no chance of survival. Charles gained 17,000 experience points, 16 skill points, and rose to level 61. Thus he realized that the collector was finally dead. It was strange to get progress when you didn't kill a person, but only wounded him. But now this is not a key problem. If you continue to stand still, you can go after Donald. The Magical Gladiator class is a long-range fighter. They use magical weapons that are charged with their mana. This is what causes the magical shots, so the situation is completely against Charles because he doesn't know where the sniper is. He has almost no mana left, and the only thing he has is the direction Donald pointed. Charles decided to try to trick his opponent into retreating. Osaka began to worry. She didn't understand why her opponent was running towards her. Did he really have the strength left to fight? It seemed absurd. He must be tired after a hard fight, so she should concentrate and not believe in provocations. The girl prepared to fire a few more shots, but shadow chains appeared on the scene. This technique belongs to Mila, so this girl is already here and ready to help her friend. She turned to Osaka and ordered her to stand still. If it weren't for Mia, Charles could be dead. The magical gladiator was not going to give up easily. She began to try to break free from the shadow chains. She partially succeeded and was able to fire her magic weapon again. This shot almost killed Mill, the bullet flying a few centimeters from her head. The shadow chains helped thwart the sniper, but Osaka is still extremely dangerous. Osaka was informed that the lovely member of Team Charles, despite her appearance, is a very serious opponent. Osaka realized that she needed to hit a new target quickly, otherwise she would have problems. Suddenly, she heard someone else approaching her. Was this really what she thought? Of course, it's Barbara with her Crimson Blade technique. Finally, a team of young adventurers assembled. Charles was happy to see that the girls had finally found him. He had missed their support so much. Before the boss battle, he sent them his location on the map, so they arrived on time. Osaka was surprised that she was caught off guard. At this rate, she would start having problems. There was a huge explosion. Perhaps it was one of her hidden abilities. Mila began to suspect that this girl might be from the Chimera cliques. She thought Barbara was able to defeat this thief, but it turned out that Osaka was able to escape. Charles thought that the fact that she was able to escape made them even better off. Mila and Barbara are also tired after a hard battle with monsters. Charles has lost a lot of mana, so if you chase Osaka, someone will suffer badly. Charles approached the girls and thanked them for their timely help. They would probably have many questions for him now. But Charles warned that there might be other magical gladiators around, so he would tell them everything when they reached a safe place. Meanwhile, Osaka calmly broke away from her enemies and found a safe place to rest. To save her, she used the Shadow Step skill, a technique that allows the wielder to move in the shadows, unnoticed by others. This monkey named Barbara ruined her entire hunt. Next time, Osaka will try to kill her first. But next time will have to be postponed. Her shoulder is injured, so she can't complete the task right now. Her class specializes in destroying a single target, and the arrival of Charles's comrades destroyed all her chances of success. The girl remembered a conversation with an old woman named Sandra. It was she who asked Osaka to ensure this crazy man named Donald. Sandra was sure that the collector would be able to do everything without the help of Osaka, but it wouldn't hurt to be extra careful. She explained that their client could not afford another failure. If they failed the task again, it could be the end of their organization. So now Osaka is very upset because she understands that Donald is dead and she still hasn't completed the task. All's well that ends well. After all these events, Charles and company returned to celebrate the victory. Betty came to them and congratulated everyone on clearing the breach and stopping a potential disaster. All of this celebration was postponed to the following week, after the Fairy Garden Rift incident. After completing her volunteer work in the Miyagi area, Betty suggested that everyone get together and celebrate the completion of the work. The girl was already familiar with Milo, so now it was her turn to make friends with Barbara. Betty had already heard about her and her beauty, but as you know, Barbara doesn't really like meeting new people. Betty didn't know this yet and tried to invite Barbara to star in her video. Of course, she received a refusal in response. I wouldn't have believed it otherwise. Barbara also became interested in who exactly said she was beautiful. Was it really Charles? The girls were immediately frightened by such a question. Mila said that she guessed that Charles was in love with Barbara. But Barbara replied that she would never date him because there was only friendship between them. Well, we'll see about that later. They continued to sit in the restaurant and quietly celebrate their small victory. Betty said she was going to get an extra portion of food. She was in a great mood today. Charles thought that all this could be because of her online broadcasts, for which the guild gave her a special award. Mila believes that thanks to Charles's achievements, Betty's popularity is growing. Betty only posts videos of the adventures of the team on her channel, and these videos get the most views. But Charles never asked anyone to tell him about it. To be honest, he hates attention to himself in general. But if Mila wants to become famous, then Betty must definitely help her with this. Thanks to Betty's online broadcast, they were able to not only find the boss, but also evacuate the residents of the Miyagi area. Because of this, her popularity on the internet increased even more. Betty became a YouTuber to inspire other people and talk about the dangers of faults. She was very happy that her broadcasts helped save many lives. Also, the subscription to her channel has become more expensive, which means that the girl has started earning more. So there are various reasons for her joy. Whatever the case, the girl's really doing a good deed, so there's nothing wrong with the extra money. Soon Betty returned with a lot of goodies. No one had seen her so happy for a long time. Mila wasn't sure they would be able to eat it all, although Betty said that her family would eat such a portion in a matter of seconds. It seems that the girl has a lot of money due to additional followers, but she understands that followers came easily and can go away just as easily. That's why, as long as she has money, she wants to set aside one day and not deny herself anything. In the future, she will become more careful with finances and take care of her large family, although it will not be easy. These words from the girl made Charles think, too. He probably also needed to be more careful in the future. He remembered Donald's last words that Charles was being hunted and that he was an unusual man from the Special Forces. Charles has strong allies and his level is quite high, but he still doesn't feel safe. Someone purposefully desires his death, and this is always dangerous and uncomfortable. Even if Charles decides to resign, which of course he doesn't, they can still hire a hitman like Donald. Although this guy could have let the organization kill Charles, he gave his own life to save the guy from an unexpected enemy. Charles still can't understand why he did that. He will never forget Donald for that. The young adventurer understands that in the future he will face even greater danger than before. Meanwhile, Betty again started asking him to help increase the audience on her channel. She suggested launching an online broadcast and introducing Charles to other fans. She still doesn't give up and tries to get the guy to do free advertising for her. Although Charles thinks that Betty really helped them, so they can do one stream, Betty didn't expect Charles to finally agree. She's feeling a little shocked now. At first she thought he was joking, but the guy calmed her down and explained that he really wanted to thank her for her help. At first, the Chimera's call was his biggest problem, but now he faces a battle against a Special Forces unit. But no matter what lay ahead for Charles, he continued to learn and grow stronger, and the day would come when he would defeat all his enemies. News that the call of the Chimera had failed again reached Charles's main enemy. We have already met this man. Judas gave the Chimera many chances and will no longer tolerate their failures. He doesn't want to associate himself with this trash anymore. If the Chimera call tries to cause him trouble, he will take everything they have from them. A similar situation gets out of control very quickly. If the guy continues to improve, it will be impossible to stop him. Judas realized that he would have to cause a rift in the labyrinth of time with the local boss, the time dragon Kronos. Judas took out an old photo and apologized to a girl named Olivia. He said he had no choice. Charles has completely crossed the line, and it's time to put this snotty in his place. Meanwhile, the young adventurer returned home and was in no hurry to go to bed. He continued to search the internet for additional information about his enemies. He found news about special forces and the appearance of rifts, and realized that rifts occur much more often than in the first timeline. The trend continues with the number of faults increasing every year, so the disaster threat index is rapidly increasing. The number of faults increased precisely in September of last year, exactly when time restarted and Charles began a new life. The more he analyzes his appearance in this timeline, the more he sees a connection to the more frequent occurrence of faults. But the guy absolutely doesn't understand how he can be connected to this. Maybe the broadcast will help? The little toy doll started to say something, and the boy immediately took a notebook and prepared to write down all of her words. He dreamed of hearing the answers to all his secret questions, but the ether said she wanted pudding. I think there's no need for any comments here. Even doll witches love sweets. Charles noted that Ether began to recognize herself in the mirror, talk about the weather, call Mila by her first name, and loved pudding. While the guy was going to find her something to eat, he heard her trying to say something again. Afir looked upset and said that she had to convince God, so the game was happening. This puzzle is difficult to understand, but perhaps the fate of humanity depends on it. Now let's move on to the branch of the Adventurers Guild in Morima. This happened the next day. Mila was actively practicing the dark ball skill at the training ground. It was a robot team, so Charles also participated and improved his abilities. Barbara helped him with this. This light, friendly sparring should make them all better. Although you understand, when you start a friendly sparring match with a barbarian, you always risk losing your head. Literally. It seems like now, we're watching the girls try to defeat their team captain. Mila deliberately directed him towards the barbarian because she knew he would retreat and prepared a trap for him. But Charles is too smart to be so easy to defeat, which is probably why he is considered the most talented adventurer of the era. The Shadow Chains helped the barbarians. It was a real team effort against the captain. Mila understood that she needed to buy time so that Barbara could find her weapon and, most importantly, not let the enemy near her. Calling Charles an enemy is too much, but after that, Mila also activated the Shadow Curtain, and she turned out to be a real viper. The girl had forgotten that it was he who taught her most of her knowledge, so it was unlikely that he could be defeated with this weapon. She had never seen Charles jump so high before. His progress was incredibly fast. Charles activated double gravity and began to approach his new victim. This little girl closed her eyes and prepared to spend her vacation in hell. Of course, Charles didn't hurt her, and at this positive moment he decided to end today's training. He noticed that Mila had learned to assess the situation on the battlefield much faster, while Barbara, meanwhile, worked more harmoniously in the team. Although Charles praised Mila, she personally does not feel her progress. She understands that she needs to react faster to dangers, as well as pay attention to her opponent's movements and purposefully stop their attempts to attack. Barbara, as always, focuses on brute force, and this tactic is suitable for defeating monsters, but it is not so effective against people. She looked at Charles and didn't understand where he learned to fight against people like that. He had incredible combat experience. She is truly grateful to him for the training and for the important advice. But lately they've been sparring not in the rift, but against each other. Is Charles really afraid that the bad guys will attack him again? It was clear that these words really reached the boy's heart, but it wasn't just the call of a chimera. Yes, they are all rank B adventurers now, but to become stronger, you need to train even more. Although perhaps Charles still pays too much attention to Donald's last words, their training sparring was watched by the guild's vice president, Michael. It was the first time he had seen such good teamwork. The training of this team is at the highest level, and their captain is excellent at seeing the weaknesses of other team members. As an S-rank adventurer, Charles gave a lot of advice to newcomers when he was with them in the rifts. Living his second life, he does about the same thing, which is logical, because he has a lot of experience. The vice president said that recently the guild has had too few adventurers on contract. He suggested that Charles and the other team members try it. The guy replied that he needed time to think. He can't work for the guild at all right now, even though he's made great progress in a short period of time, but something is wrong here. The person who controls the Chimera's call and is related to the Special Forces is hunting it. If this man is at the top, then he has many connections and powers that Charles does not have, so he needs to continue to train actively. We need to wait for a new break to become stronger, and perhaps such an opportunity will appear soon. A rift has again appeared in the city center, and people have been asked to find a safe place and take cover. This rift is called the Distorted Forest. All the adventurers of the city, along with special forces, have already been called to help. I don't know what awaits Charles and his team in this rift, but the Distorted Forest looks very creepy. Meanwhile, a team of young adventurers was resting after a training sparring session. Only now did they hear about a new fault that had arisen in the area. The Twisted Forest is a rift for adventurers ranked B and above, currently the most difficult rift available in the country. The main goal of this team is to raise the level, and the severity of this fault is higher than what is being reported in the news. The rift boss will be impossible to defeat. Even the monsters at the very beginning of the rift can destroy them all. Barbara couldn't understand why Charles was sure the information in the news was false. He was glad she asked. Charles began talking about a large amount of data and various comparative tables, and the girl immediately asked him not to continue. The problem is that he didn't even start, and she didn't give him a chance to finish. Charles is surprisingly serious when it comes to faults, but he always has been. Charles learned all this information from his past life, but he also noticed that the rifts in this timeline had become more precarious. To effectively improve your level, you need to challenge a stronger opponent, but every fight is a risk. Becoming stronger is just Charles's desire. If the girls don't agree with his methods, they can always refuse. It seems he wants to become stronger to be ready to meet the bounty hunters. But after all, he saved Barbara's life, so she should become stronger for his sake. He has also done a lot for Mill. She considers it her duty to cover his back in times of danger. Charles thanked them for their kind words. He was pleased to have such good friends around. It was at this moment that it was decided to head to the rift of the Distorted Forest. First, you need to get there. And of course, prepare a cleanup plan. Charles was quite tense and focused, although he usually looks more relaxed. This fault occurred in the middle of the Milo district, and special forces have already evacuated all the residents. The rift looks a bit eerie. It's even scary to enter this darkness. Charles approached the portal and felt that something was wrong. He immediately began to feel himself and the other team members being pulled into the rift. Within seconds, they were unable to resist this unknown force and fell into the portal. Thus, a team of young adventurers found themselves in a rift in a distorted forest. Mila was the last one to get there. Charles raised his head and saw her flying towards him. Of course, he's a true gentleman, so he immediately saved the girl by taking her into his arms. She immediately thanked her savior. Compared to Charles, she is very small. Barbara encounters such a rift for the first time, in which she has to fall from the sky. It all looks quite strange. The exit from the vault is now blocked by chains. It seems there is no way back. This immediately scared the little one, although she couldn't understand what it all meant. Vault closure is a completely new phenomenon associated with vaults. When this happens, you can safely enter the rift, but there is no going back. For the exit to open, you must destroy the boss. This is a very rare and dangerous phenomenon. Simply put, the team of adventurers found themselves trapped. Charles immediately apologized to his friends and said that he shouldn't have invited them here. While the girls were calming him down and explaining that he had no business here, other people from the rift approached them. They saw the new ones who knew about the rift closing and were surprised by it. Now they are brothers in misfortune. This group is also looking for adventurers, but only found Charles and the girls. They were hoping that a special forces unit would come to their aid and were saddened to see these children. Realizing that Charles was the leader of the group, Zen immediately greeted him, explaining that he was trying to gather a large group of adventurers to kill the boss. He understands that calling himself a leader is quite presumptuous, but he has rank A, so he can afford it. Zen has the Sage class. He is a master of white and dark magic, specializing in support and attack at the same time. Its only drawback is weak defense, but it can be compensated for by joining a group with a warrior. In the past timeline, this class was one of the strongest and rarest among adventurers, and now Zen says they want to work together. He is calm and collected, which is exactly what you would expect from an A-rank adventurer, and they also have a common goal: to leave this place. Thanks to his charisma, Zen has already managed to gain the trust of other members of the group. Charles understood that this would be the right and beneficial decision for everyone, so he agreed to work in a joint team. Thus, Mila, Barbara, and Charles met and joined the other adventurers. There are now 9 adventurers in this rift, which should be enough to clear it. Zen said that they were very happy to unite. Together, it would be easier to get out of here alive. Mila immediately felt that Zen could be a good leader, but Charles didn't respond to this. He didn't like something. The closure of the vault began 5 hours ago. It was already reported in the news. It was probably too little time for the members of the Special Forces to start worrying. It takes several days for a Special Forces unit to gather forces to clear a breach of this level. The other adventurers immediately began to panic. They would die of hunger and thirst in a few days. They have not yet encountered the monsters of this rift, but the situation is still becoming increasingly dangerous. Mila brought a few sandwiches with her, but it's unlikely that they'll last long. Usually, when a group of adventurers gets lost in a rift, they have to wait at least a few days for rescue from a special forces unit. But this fault arose in the middle of the city district, and moreover, it received a fairly high level. If help does not arrive in time, the strength of the fault will increase every day and cause a new fault disaster. This is not in the interests of the state and the special forces, so it is unlikely that we will have to wait a few days. These words made Zen very angry. They offended him because they implied that he had analyzed the situation poorly. He started shouting at Charles and called him the smartest, but the boy didn't answer. But suddenly Zen completely changed, smiled again, and apologized for his shameful behavior. This rift could take many lives, so he is very excited and apologizes for the unnecessary nerves. The behavior of this strange adventurer seemed too calm from the very beginning, but now everything has changed. Charles looks at him and realizes that something is wrong with him, although he doesn't yet understand what exactly. Zen said that he would listen to everyone's opinion, but would still do what his own experience told him. He already said that he appointed himself leader for a reason. Among all of them, he is the only A-rank adventurer. That's why he wants Charles to stop starting unnecessary conversations. They're all nervous, so they don't care about problems. Charles had already defeated a rank A boss and also defeated a rank A criminal, and he did it all by himself. But he didn't want to continue this empty chatter because he understood that this conversation would lead nowhere. Zen is obviously taking advantage of his position and thereby turning the entire group against Charles. Time in the Rift passes completely differently than in the real world, so there's no telling how long they'll have to sit and wait for help. Zen said that the sooner they defeated the boss, the sooner they could return home. This brazen adventurer will continue his line to the last. There's no point in arguing with him. It will be difficult to defeat such a strong Rift boss, but there are no other options at all. That's why the other adventurers said they would do whatever Zen told them to do. They will have to fight hard. Everyone around them is a rank B adventurer, so Zen will do everything he can to lead them to victory. It is his duty as a rank A adventurer. Everyone around him smiled at him and said they were ready to trust him with their lives. It all looked too suspicious. According to the information Charles has, the boss of this rift should be much stronger than the cursed queen. He doesn't have any more information about the boss, but the chances of winning are about 50-50. Zen constantly talks about victory and inspires confidence in others, but he doesn't talk about the number of potential casualties. Zen approached Charles and said that their team had to decide whether to fight the monsters or stay and wait for help. He said that the girls had very serious power. They could go with them, and Charles would wait for help in the meantime. Mila said that she should refuse such a brazen offer. In her opinion, Zen is a very rude person, and they are not ready to deal with him, but Charles intervened and said that they would go with them. The girl was very angry that he decided to do everything the other way around, but he explained that the chances of survival with the team were much greater than without them. Maybe when the team members see what monsters they will have to fight, they will change their minds and not look for the boss. Catherine intervened in the conversation. She has a thief's class, and she doesn't like all this talk of little children. Zen reassured her and said once again that he would be happy if they all united for a common goal. Charles realized that these people could not be left alone. They would die in less than a day. You need to show the team members that going to the boss is dangerous, and then they will return to the exit. That's when all the adventurers in the rift will begin to wait for the arrival of the special forces. That's all Charles is capable of at this moment. Zen was quite surprised that even after he enlisted the support of the team members, Charles did not change his mind. He was unhappy that these little children had gone with him, but the most interesting things were yet to come. Zen admits that the Gravity Master turned out to be the smartest among this pack of rams. The special forces will come to the rescue the next day, so there's no point in fighting the monster. This may lead to the death of others because there is no guarantee that the boss can be defeated. But Zen believes that it will be more interesting this way. He is willing to allow others to die for him, and when they win, he will take all the rewards for himself. So Zen is ready to go on this deadly game, and the question is, can Charles save the lives of others? Meanwhile, Charles heard strange sounds. He realized that unpleasant creatures were approaching them. These monsters are also called abominations, rather unpleasant creatures that are at level 62. The other adventurers were immediately frightened upon seeing their future rivals. Zen began to smile. He understood that the Gravity Master was smart and strong, but how would he behave in a real fight? Meanwhile, An important meeting was taking place at the Special Forces headquarters, and many people had gathered. Of course, the talk was about the rift in the distorted forest from which no adventurer had emerged for 5 hours. After analyzing the magical fluctuations, analysts believe that the rift can be closed from the inside. Although this information has not yet been confirmed, if we wait too long and do not send help, many adventurers could die. Some members of this meeting said from the very beginning that this fault was very dangerous, and some didn't even know what they were talking about. The phenomenon of fault closure itself is not as scary as it seems, but the longer the rift remains closed, the more magical energy it accumulates within itself. According to analysts, in faults where such a phenomenon occurred, boss evolution also very often occurred. The boss's evolution is too much. If nothing is done, the boss will come out of the portal and a real disaster will begin. An unstable portal, all of this could have happened due to the artificial triggering of a rift disaster. At this point, all they can do is send a special forces unit inside the rift. The district authorities are already preparing for the worst-case scenario, so first, they need to form 2 environmental control units. And only then will a unit be formed that will go into disarray, and someone will have to take responsibility for this operation. Maybe everything is not so scary and everything will happen without unnecessary casualties, but if it's too late, this area of the city will be destroyed. Master Fujima stood up from his seat and asked the other members of the assembly to give him a chance to resolve this problem. Fujima is the director of the First Corps of the Special Forces, and he has his own proposal. He knows how to save the city from another disaster. Fujima wants permission to use the Starry Sky Key, which is kept in the Special Forces laboratory. Some council members began to shout at him. They believed that he was completely oblivious to the consequences of using this artifact. The commander of the Special Forces unit said that it sounded quite interesting and even reasonable. He was ready to allow this step. Judas said that Fujima must penetrate the rift of the distorted forest and activate the key of the Starry Sky. Judas also promised that he would take full responsibility for this incident and his assistants would help him. Meanwhile, active training of Special Forces soldiers continued. It should be said right away that these guys almost never rest and are constantly honing their skills in training sparring. Fujima immediately decided to call a Special Forces agent from the other clan. This is our old friend Bart. He used to think that Master Fujima hated talking to him, but times are changing. Bart got a new job, cleaning up the crap behind adventurers again. This is a rift in the Auto area, rank A. Fujima assured that he would be personally responsible for all consequences, so Bart should take another soldier with him and go to the exit. Fujima is always up to any bad deed, so it's unlikely he took on the task of cleaning up the rift with good intentions. This mission is incredibly secret, so it's best not to tell even other members of the Special Forces about it. Lydia approached Bart. He told her who had called him and said that he had been assigned a secret mission. Fujima doesn't like Bart, but he's higher in rank than him, so his orders must be followed. Bart has no choice. The Special Forces are a structure with a strict hierarchy, so all orders must be carried out. Bart enjoys the respect and trust of the Special Forces leadership. He is one of their best fighters. But even this soldier is a backup option. These thieves have many aces up their sleeves. Fujima said that Bart was lucky to reach this peak, but if something went wrong, he would be to blame for all the problems. He received permission to use the key and arranged for a talented warrior to do all the dirty work for him. A classic Fujima tactic. Meanwhile, in the rift, no one knew about all these cunning intentions of the thieves, because there the fierce battle with the abomination continued. These nasty monsters began to use magic. Red lightning techniques began to attack the adventurers. It was very difficult for the young warriors to defeat these monsters after all. This was a rank A rift, not a children's room. Charles tried to encourage the others. He said that they could win if they fought as a team. Charles had time to analyze the abilities of the entire team and had already given the first order, asking Milo and Barbara to help the weakest. He skillfully guides others during combat. Zen did not expect such leadership potential from the Master of Gravity. Zen realized that he also had to do something, otherwise Charles would start to command even him. Everyone expected Zen to be the real leader of the team, but so far he hasn't helped the other adventurers at all. He explained that he was waiting for the best moment to attack, and now he would show his potential. A few seconds later, Zen activated his Trishul skill. It seems he's not as hopeless as he seems. With this technique, the chances of victory immediately increased. Some monsters died, some retreated. Catherine was surprised that their leader had not used such an effective weapon all this time. The trident only has 3 ice charges, so Zen had to watch the monsters' movements to figure out which one to attack. He also didn't want to waste his extra mana, as this energy would be very useful in the battle against the Rift Boss. He assured that if there were difficult situations, he would start fighting and not let others die. Mila had no idea how strong an adventurer Zen was. He killed 3 high-level opponents with one blow. That was worthy of respect. Zen hoped that the Gravity Master also appreciated his skills and felt the difference in their levels. He believed that Charles was too low level and of low intelligence to try to become a leader. The difference, in his opinion, is not only in their levels, but also in their classes, so he was blessed by the heavenly gods, which is why he fights so well. But it is unlikely that all this seriously impressed Charles. In his entire life, he had already seen much more interesting things. He doesn't like it when someone tries to seem better than they are and hides behind various reasons. Charles saw that Zen only started fighting when attention was drawn to him and did so to show his own level. He appointed himself as the leader, but for some reason he did nothing from the very beginning and waited for others to do all the dirty work. This behavior could cost someone else their life, and it hardly looks like a true group leader. Zen smiled and asked Charles if he was so smart. Why didn't he destroy those monsters himself? He understands that Charles is angry with him because he did not take his side. But Charles said that he didn't care who would become the leader of the group. The main task for everyone was to survive. But if Zen continues to behave like this, no one will reach the Rift Boss alive. He doesn't understand what's going on in Zen's head, but a true leader must put the lives of others above his own ambitions. Otherwise, no one will follow such a leader, and if Zen hadn't laughed back, but Charles is absolutely right. Behind his smile, Zen could not hide his aggressive emotions. Girls immediately feel such moments. Other team members began to stand up for their leader and asked Charles to stop this conflict immediately. Charles didn't like Zen from the start, so their future conflict was quite obvious. Zen has inflated self-esteem. He is a very arrogant guy, and it has been a long time since he met someone who could make him so angry. After the battle, one of the flying monsters remained alive, and when everyone was distracted, it got up and started running away. It was not clear where he was going, and no one paid much attention to it. A little later, this little mosquito flew to another creature in this distorted forest. Within seconds, this little monster was completely destroyed. Not even a trace of it remained. He didn't even have time to scream. It all happened almost instantly, so the adventurers didn't hear it all. He was destroyed by no ordinary monster. This creature is very human-like, like a big blue man. Surely this creature knows how to use magic, because all this time, this man could observe other creatures in the forest. Of course, his attention was drawn to the adventurers, especially the 2 strongest warriors of this detachment. They will definitely meet soon. This is probably the boss of the Rift of the Distorted Forest. The group of young adventurers continued their journey in search of the Rift Boss, still confident that they would succeed. Zen tried to show off his technique and humiliate the Gravity Master, but Charles proved to be a tough nut to crack. Catherine believed that it was not necessary to take these children with her. Most of the team members disliked Charles. But no one wanted to put this issue to a general vote. Everyone believed that something more subtle was needed. We need to say bad words about Charles and force this snotty to leave the adventurer team. Zen considered himself the smartest person in the world. We will soon see that this is not so. Meanwhile, one of the girls continued to think about where this winged monster could have flown. Charles saw her face and realized that she was actively thinking about something, and decided to ask her what exactly she was thinking about. The girl initially didn't want to answer the guy. She thought that Zen would get angry if she talked to Charles. But Charles said that any little thing that can be noticed in the rift can save other lives, so it's better to tell others your thoughts. If she doesn't want to talk to Charles, she can tell the group leader. This girl's name was Dorothy. She said she didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and it was just a small thing. One of the insects did not attack them, but only observed them, then disappeared in an unknown direction. Monsters that have the intelligence to observe their future victims are a great rarity in the rift. Do local monsters really have such high intelligence and a sense of self-control? Is it possible that he decided to warn someone else about the adventurer's intentions? Charles said that this was a very useful observation and thanked Dorothy for this story. After that, he approached the leader of the group and explained that the local monsters had high intelligence. He wanted to explain that all this could be dangerous, but Zen didn't want to listen to him and said that it was all just a delusion. Charles said that Dorothy saw a monster following the team and then disappeared in an unknown direction. A true leader must listen to each team member. Only in this way can the team work at 100%. Although Zen smiled, he was unhappy that Dorothy had told this information to Charles and not to him. The guy understood that Charles was indeed right, and this information could not be ignored, but if he listened to this, he would have to back down. He tried to concentrate. The games are always very intense, which is why he loves doing it. Charles understands Zen's desire to destroy the boss, but it all seems too risky. Zen asked not to make him a bad leader anymore. He didn't need all the stupid suggestions from the child. He didn't invite Charles to join the group for this reason, but he constantly goes around complaining about everything in the world. Charles tries to cover himself up with good intentions, but all the while he wants to seize the initiative and make himself the leader of the team. Zen believes that it doesn't matter whether he is right or wrong in this matter. No matter what he says, the other adventurers will trust him. Charles replied that he could be blamed as much as he wanted, but was Zen really willing to take such a risk to remain a proud leader? This conflict is escalating every minute, and it must be stopped. And as we know, if other adventurers can't stop the conflict, then a monster can. Charles was very lucky to have such an attentive girl like Mila on his team. She immediately warned him about the danger. And this danger is really dangerous because they are challenged by a huge butcher monster, level 64. This monster stopped the conflict at the most interesting moment, but there is still more to come. If Barbara hadn't reacted in time, Charles would have been the new leader of the team because Zen would have been left without a head. There are many monsters around and they are all great at hiding from adventurers, so the team was surrounded the whole time. Zen realized that a monster was really watching them, so he turned out to be wrong in his guesses. But he is still confident that he will be able to build his strategy in such a way that everyone else will continue to trust him. To do this, you need to destroy these monsters very quickly and efficiently, although there may be many of them. He was sure that it would be a battle for leadership in the group, and whoever showed the best performance would become the leader. Zen ordered them to split into small groups and survey the environment. Charles also admitted that this time he would have to obey the leader's orders. Zen has a really great combat experience, so that might help him survive this battle. Some of the members of the adventurer team were scared, so Charles decided to act immediately. He attacked the first monster and showed it what the power of a gravity master was. He was not alone in his attacks. Mila immediately sensed the moment and activated the ball of darkness. The girl always comes to the rescue and feels her teammate very well. The monsters turned out to be very durable and strong with high attack and defense stats. But if Zen summons the Trishul right now, he may not have enough mana to fight the Rift boss. He decided to let the wizards and melee fighters pass ahead and stay at a safe distance from them. Zen behaves like a real coward, even though a leader should be the first to go into battle and lead the others. Zen believes that no one will be hurt in this battle, but in a critical situation, he will be able to use magic and help the adventurers. Also, in the Gravity Masters group, someone may suffer serious injuries and have to be kicked out of the team. Maybe it would be better to intentionally make the monsters attack Charles and the girls, and then the Gravity Master would beg for Zen's help. While this scoundrel was dreaming about his evil plan, the same man appeared behind him. He approached Zen very quickly. It seems like something very terrible awaits us now. At the last moment, Zen managed to dodge when it seemed that he would be left without a head. While the other adventurers were distracted by the monsters, their boss decided to attack the group leader. A pretty smart strategy. Zen activated the instant attack skill and was able to close the distance with his opponent. But this is not a problem for such a powerful monster. Its arms immediately became incredibly long and began to attack Zen. The adventurer managed to activate the Aegis skill. It's something like a protective shield. Only a sage can use such a technique. The other adventurers around are too weak. They can hardly even defeat ordinary monsters. But fighting a Rift boss without their help is almost certainly guaranteed death. The Rift boss, meanwhile, prepared to activate a poisonous liquid. This poison destroys all magical effects. I think it's not hard to guess that the purpose of this poison is to destroy the protective shield of Zen. The Rift boss has now demonstrated item usage, incredible tactical understanding, and self-awareness. Zen even began to think that this was not the Rift boss because this creature was too strong. He had never met anyone like this monster before. Any rift was just a fun pastime for Zen. This genius always found a way out of any situation. He always had backup plans for the worst-case scenario, but now, things were completely different. He doesn't understand why this situation happened to him. Is his life really going to end now? He remembered Charles' words that his behavior could cost someone their life, and it seemed that this young adventurer was right. Of course, Charles couldn't have let this monster kill Zen if he didn't love the guy, but he doesn't deserve to die. Mila also came to the rescue. Her shaman class helped activate the shadow chains and restrain the monster for a while. Charles explained that his task was to ensure that all members of this squad survived without exception. This monster is called the one dressed in yellow, and it is at level 77. This monster is resistant to various attacks, has a high level of intelligence and analytical abilities at the level of a human. This vault turned out to be a very dangerous place, Mila suggested retreating, but Charles refused this idea. The barbarian class is best in close combat, so she can defeat all the small monsters, and their main goal will be to destroy this great man, if that is even possible. If he has protection against sharp attacks, then he is unlikely to be able to stop magical attacks. Charles ordered the scoundrel to replenish his supply of money, and the girl immediately approached the fool. She leaned over to him and said that if he tried to escape again, she wouldn't save him next time. Meanwhile, Charles began to approach the main monster. The battle promises to be incredible. The battle began. Charles drew his sword and prepared to defend himself at all costs. He decided that the best defense was offense, so he jumped high and tried to deliver a well-aimed blow. He was lucky and hit the head of the person dressed in yellow. It was a lightning attack. But this monster paid no attention to her at all, so his head is also protected from sharp blows. Zen watched this battle and smiled. He was pleased that Charles could not do anything to this monster. Charles' level is much lower than the monster's level, although he looks very calm. The situation is escalating. Mila couldn't understand why this guy was acting like he was a proud peacock, even though even a proud peacock behaved better. From the very beginning, he seemed like an ordinary idiot to her, but now she realized that he just had problems with his head. Meanwhile, I noticed that the monster can change its fighting style depending on the opponent. He hardly uses his mana charge, so what resource helps him fight like this? Charles was right. The deeper they went into this rift, the more dangers they brought upon themselves. The man dressed in yellow again took out an incomprehensible flask, probably containing poison. He had already used something similar. The monster tries to attack from a distance and at the same time drive the opponent into a corner, a terrible but at the same time effective tactic. This big yellow man has activated the storm skill. Now, let's see what this can lead to. Charles was able to successfully defend himself from this attack and disappeared from the sight of his enemy. He took advantage of reverse gravity and hid above his head, a familiar tactic. After that, he activated the comet fall and began attacking the monster. Of course, the one dressed in yellow remained alive. It is unlikely that a monster of this caliber can be defeated so easily. It was hard for Zen to admit it, but the Gravity Master had incredible talent and could rival him. It seems even monsters as powerful as this one have a sense of pride and excitement. He prepared a double attack. Now Charles will have an even harder time defending and counterattacking. The guy has never fought opponents of this magnitude before, but there's always a first time for everything. Zen and Mila also became targets of the monster's attack, but the girl noticed it in time and activated a ball of darkness for protection. Zen cannot move for now. He needs to fully restore his mana supply. Meanwhile, the monster's battle with Charles continued and reached its peak. The man dressed in yellow activated the wind cut skill, although it was not easy. Charles defended himself with the help of double gravity. It's time to strike back. You can't win a battle by constantly defending. Sensing that the perfect moment had arrived, Zen activated his Trishul skill as soon as his mana level was replenished. Now it will be very difficult for this monster to defend itself against two martial arts masters at the same time. The one dressed in yellow tried to escape, but the Trishula activated the trident technique. Mila believed that they managed to win with the help of Charles, but Zen said that without his magic nothing would have happened. The body of this monster is very strong, but the spikes of the Trishul are much sharper. But that's not all. The man dressed in yellow was able to stay on his feet and decided to launch a lightning attack. He began to approach Charles very quickly, but the boy remained calm because he was confident in his own abilities. As soon as the man dressed in yellow prepared to destroy his enemy, Charles immediately disappeared. This is not the first time he has used this technique. His attacks from above have always caused monsters great problems. He activated the Grant skill and prepared to send the monster to hell. There was an incredible explosion and release of energy, and the yellow-clad man was finally completely destroyed. During this time, he gained 18 skill points and 22,000 experience points and is now at level 64. The other little monsters were also destroyed, and we have the barbarians to thank for that. As expected, she was able to perfectly destroy all the monsters without the help of other adventurers. Zen activated the quick healing skill and healed his wounds after the battle. If there are any other injuries in the group of adventurers, he can also heal them with white magic. It was time for a conflict among the team, and Zen began to shout at the other adventurers. He recalled that Zen had promised to protect them in critical situations, but they only survived thanks to Charles. One of the adventurers decided to defend his leader. He said that it was their own fault that they were unexpectedly attacked. A small conflict began. Not everyone was satisfied with the actions of the squad leader. The split in the team has already occurred, although this conflict could have been avoided, but what is what is. Some team members have supported Zen from the very beginning, which is why they are trying to defend it now. Catherine recalled that once she fell into this rift, she was seriously injured and scared, but it was Zen that saved her. So no matter who says something bad about him, she will always be on his side. Then Zen began to speak. He believed that by uniting it, they would be able to defeat the boss, but when he saw this monster, he realized something. Now his opinion is completely changed. The best option would be to wait for the special forces to arrive. These words made Charles very angry, but Zen asked him not to start a new conflict. He promised to listen to all the guys' complaints after the breach was cleaned up, shook his hand, and said that Charles was incredible. Mila and Barbara were shocked by Zen's behavior. It seemed his schizophrenia had begun to progress. Zen said that Charles is the first adventurer he recognizes as his equal, and that comes at a high price. After they leave this rift, Zen suggests forgetting about Barbara and Milo and joining his team. Charles refused and said that they needed to get back to the exit as soon as possible. He was not interested in such offers. The other adventurers were upset by Zen's behavior. They had long taken an example from him, but now they realized that he was a fool. Meanwhile, interesting events were taking place in the auto area, not far from the fault. Agent Bart and his assistant Lydia have met with Fujima. Their operation is about to begin. But first, Fujima wants to talk about something. He didn't say everything on the phone. He took an unknown key from his pocket and said that Bart should use this item in the rift. This is the key to the starry sky, the main object capable of causing overpopulation in the rift. Although it can be used to unblock the fault, it can also cause a new catastrophe. Fujima assured him that he knew what the artifact was and how to use it, and asked Lydia to be quiet. The closure of a fault is a special anomaly. It usually precedes a catastrophe, and in such faults, the evolution of the boss occurs. If they lose the battle, the boss will complete its evolution and the city will be destroyed. But if you provoke overpopulation of the fault, then it will come out of there on its own. This is an option with minimal risks. It would be easy to destroy a monster in the real world when it hasn't yet completed its evolution, which is why Fujima wants to use this item. There are many agents of the organization in this area now, all of them preparing for the monsters to emerge from the abyss. The task of Special Forces agents is to protect the city from threats, but now they are personally preparing to create a catastrophe. Bart told his assistant that the Special Forces unit was just a system and shouldn't be taken too seriously. Fujima really liked his words, and he thanked the soldier for supporting his idea. He said it was time to get started and help the foolish adventurers fulfill their heroic quest. Meanwhile, in the rift, Mila continued to extract mana from the small monsters. Thanks to her abilities, they will be able to restore mana quickly, and if the Special Forces are delayed, they will be able to resist the monsters. They also have some food, not enough to eat, but enough to not starve. Those who had caused the most trouble for the adventurer team began to behave quietly after the last battle. The only one causing problems is Zen. It would be perfect if he was killed by that monster in yellow clothes. Soon, Fujima and the Special Forces soldiers found themselves in the middle of this rift finally. They immediately saw the team of adventurers. Mila was happy and calmed down. It seemed that they would finally be saved from this hell. But it all seems quite strange. Less than 24 hours have passed and the Special Forces have already come to the rescue. It's too fast. Charles has no doubt that this is a real Special Forces unit, but the situation is quite unusual. He believes that to clear the rift of the distorted forest, a group of level 80 fighters is needed, but there are only a few such warriors in the country. Special Forces are constantly trying to get the most talented people. You can count the strong adventurers on the fingers of your hands, but looking at this group, it seems like there aren't many talents among them. Lydia asked all the adventurers to go to the entrance to the rift and wait for the moment when they would clear it. She said that there are many anomalies in this rift, so adventurers should not fight the local monsters. Most of the team members were happy. They believed that their work in this fault was finally completed. Charles decided not to remain silent and asked Fujima's first question. He asked if they were really a fighting group. He decided to make sure that this was a combat group, not a research team, and this question did not please Fujima. His assistants approached Charles and said that this guy talks too much, he should ask fewer questions and get out faster. Zen and Mila began to calm Charles down. They said that these soldiers were very powerful and it was better not to cause them any unnecessary problems. Zen explained to the soldiers that Charles was a rather strange guy and it was better not to touch him. But Charles understood that this whole situation was extremely strange. Why didn't these people answer his question? When they all went their separate ways, an interesting thing happened. Lydia turned to Charles and tried to say something. She asked Charles to be careful. The fault is very unstable and anything could happen. As soon as the exit from the rift is open, she advises to immediately run home and hide. Charles realized that this fault was very poorly understood and all this could lead to bad consequences. An unstable fault needs to be dealt with quickly, and in such a situation, there is a great risk of failing the mission. Sending a Special Forces unit in such conditions without additional information is a very bad decision. They didn't even hire A-rank adventurers, and they also refused to provide security for the adventurers once the rift boss is finished. Of course, everyone can leave this place in peace. But why then did Lydia decide to give this advice? Why did she openly warn Charles about the danger? If even after unlocking the exit, it will still be dangerous to be in the rift, there can only be one reason for this. Charles turned around and walked towards Fujima. He said only one phrase. The key to the starry sky. The old scoundrel heard these words immediately. He could not believe that this child knew about the key. Now it's clear what they're up to. They want to use this artifact inside the rift. All this is done for one purpose only, to cause an artificial catastrophe. Fujima promised that no one else would know about what was happening on this mission. But how does this guy know about the key to the starry sky? Maybe it should be destroyed right now, and thus preserve the confidentiality of the information? The starry sky key is an artifact that allows you to repopulate the rift, and it is also needed to unblock the exit. As the rift closes, the concentration of magical miasmas increases, causing monsters to become stronger and more aggressive. So Time very quickly guessed why the Special Forces agents had come here and immediately shared his guesses. Fujima was very angry and didn't understand how this guy found out about everything. This could lead to serious problems. The adventurers learned about an ancient artifact. Although all the information was classified, did someone really tell them? Special Forces are keeping a very close eye on this. An ordinary adventurer would not be able to find out about this item. If Fujima refuses to comment on this, Charles will continue to pressure him. This guy is too problematic. The other adventurers began to panic. They learned that the Special Forces wanted to cause an artificial disaster, and they didn't like it. Fujima started yelling at them and telling them to shut up. He said it was all just their guesses. But Charles understood that as soon as he said this, Fujima and the other agents started to worry. So it was all true. In response, he saw serious faces that didn't answer anything, so his theory was confirmed. Lydia looked at this young adventurer and could not understand how he guessed about the involvement of the Starry Sky Key. Later, she remembered her words and realized that she had helped declassify this operation. But it would be wrong to put pressure on these people. Even if all this is true, they are unlikely to listen to young adventurers. Meanwhile, Zen was thinking about different options. They could start fighting with the Special Forces, and they could even defeat them. But it is unlikely that all this will end in their favor. All these events will have their consequences. He doesn't understand why the Gravity Master started this conflict. There's no point in arguing with the Special Forces in such a situation. No one benefits from it. But Charles believes that silently turning around and leaving is not an option. He said that he has a proposal. He is not going to criticize the agent's decisions because he understands that the situation is critical and there is no time for another strategy. He realized that high risks, insufficient strength, and a small amount of time forced them to deal with this problem differently. That's why they decided to use the key to the starry sky to cause a catastrophe to try to save a large number of lives. Charles admitted that he was a pretty strong fighter and also reminded him that there was an A-rank adventurer standing next to him. If they all unite for a common goal, they will be able to defeat the boss and stop the catastrophe. This proposal shocked everyone around, although it was logical, but no one had even thought about such a scenario. Fujima remained angry. He had taken this task on purpose so as not to fight anyone. He finds it a ridiculous idea to team up with unknown adventurers and risk his own life to defeat the boss. He approached Charles and said that they had a great responsibility for millions of lives on their shoulders, so they were not playing heroes here. Charles replied that those who enter these rifts meet their own death here, so they are not romantics or heroes at all. And if you have a choice, you will choose to die rather than bring disaster upon other innocent people. Charles understands that they all want to do what is best for the city. But he had already seen all this, a mountain of corpses and destroyed houses. A similar story had already happened in the past timeline. Then they could have come earlier, but when they did, it was already too late. Although they are stronger than other people, they are not gods. It is simply impossible to save everyone. Charles has been through this kind of hell before, and if he has the chance and the power to stop it, he will take advantage of it. Heroism is not at play in him. He is ready to show his intentions with his actions and lead people along. Fujima grabbed him by the cloak and said that adventurers always sing the same song. He had realized that a long time ago. He was too careful in talking to Charles, but now everything will change, and his assistants will show the guy his place. Mila began to scream and order the agents to stop. Now was the worst time for battles between adventurers. Suddenly, Bart intervened in the conversation. He didn't want to stop Fujima, but instead asked to be given the opportunity to deal with Charles. Everyone thought the soldier would try to stop this conflict, but now it becomes clear that he himself became angry. He promised to show Charles how great the difference in their abilities was and to teach him good manners. If such a strong soldier wants to fight, it's better not to stop him. At least that's what Fujima thought. Bart is someone who has reached heights thanks to his fighting skills. They say he is a rank A adventurer. Even in close combat, Fujima would not be able to defeat this soldier, so Charles would certainly not be able to survive this battle. Mila tried to calm everyone around her and continued to say that fighting now was not the best idea. But Charles drew his sword and said that words would not be enough to explain to these fools how bad their decisions were. Now he wants to show them what he's capable of and force them to change this senseless decision. In the next few minutes, we are in for an incredibly interesting battle between two talented adventurers. Fujima was sure that they would be able to put this fool in his place, and then the others would not have any unnecessary questions either. Bart has to show his high class. If he overdoes it and kills the guy, then he will be to blame for this problem. The Special Forces soldier remembered this cheeky guy. They had already met after Charles cleared the Library of Secrets. Bart is level 82, 20 levels higher than Charles, and he is also one of the most outstanding soldiers in the Special Forces unit. The battle began, and he decided to strike first, but if Bart lost, they would be forced to go on this adventure. It looks like a professional archer started his fight without using his best weapon. Very arrogant behavior. The difference is 20 levels, and this is not the kind of battle in which you can talk about the superiority of your class. Bart can easily destroy Charles even without the help of his signature weapon, but the Gravity Master must have a backup plan. Charles felt the difference in levels. With each new attack from his opponent, it was harder for him to defend. This Special Forces officer is used to close combat, meaning you have to find holes in his defenses and counterattack. This guy moves incredibly easily. Is he really using a class skill? So far, Charles can successfully defend himself from his opponent's attacks, but how long will this last? Bart grabbed his enemy and threw him over himself with one hand. The fight lasted a long time, but the outcome was known in advance. But later, the soldier felt that something had gone wrong. The trajectory of the fall had become too strange. Charles understood that the free hand and knife attack had not worked, so the soldier decided to use his best technique, and this was expected. Charles deliberately dodged so that his opponent could use this skill. At the moment of capture, it reduced its gravity, and when it broke away from the ground, on the contrary, it doubled it. Charles showed his combat intelligence, which already suggests that he thinks like a rank A adventurer. It seemed impossible that an ordinary adventurer could defend himself against the officer's best attack. Bart initially wanted to beat his opponent, but now the jokes are over, and now his goal is to kill Charles. Now the soldier knows what this guy's capable of, so next time Charles won't be able to counterattack as successfully. The battle continued. The officer continued to attack and tried to show that he was the best adventurer. I must admit that it was a pleasure to watch. It all reminded me of the Battle of the Titans in ancient times. It wasn't easy for Charles, but he tried to bridge the gap in levels and impose his strategy. The officer told him that fighting the boss would be reckless. It was a great risk for the entire country. Charles replied that right now he would show how to defeat the boss if Bart still didn't believe it. No matter how many arguments the soldier gives, this guy still believes only in his theory, and his opponent doesn't like that very much. Charles launched a new attack. It was unclear how he had managed to save so much mana until this point. Step by step, the officer began to understand why he disliked this young adventurer so much. He immediately remembered the past. 5 years ago, at the age of 25, Bart joined the Special Forces. He gave up a potentially successful career as a police officer for this goal. Last month, a terrible disaster occurred in a neighboring city, and he decided to become a Special Forces soldier. But he was asked not to worry and explained that this work should be done by adventurers. He was told that adventurers didn't need special support. They were to blame for their own problems. Acting recklessly, everyone who was not indifferent to human lives began to become adventurers. But Special Forces workers need to take control in such situations because their task is to help people. Due to the disasters, many organizations began to experience financial problems, and many states lost their national frameworks due to monsters. That is why Special Forces cannot afford to fight this problem alone. The heads of the Special Forces did not want to take on a task with enormous risk and little chance of success. Bart was asked to change and take off his rose-colored glasses and start looking at the world soberly. He must grow up and work for the good of the corporation. These are the kind of people who should serve the country, and these are the kind of people who should be in special forces. 5 years have passed since then, but nothing has changed in the organization. Every day, the officer felt like something inside him was breaking and dying. He began to justify himself and say that the system was to blame for everything, so life became easier. Charles hoped that he could prove his strength to his opponent, but the officer replied that this was not the case. The future of the district is at stake, and to change the officer's mind, Charles must risk his own life. Looks like Bart decided to use a class weapon, which is very bad news for Charles. Fujima said that there was no need to talk to this fool anymore. There was little time left, so Charles had to die immediately. The officer prepared to carry out the order. Each shot he fired was endowed with a high-level spell. Charles understood that it would be very difficult to defend himself, so he reduced the gravity of his body and jumped forward. His task was simple. He wanted to attack his opponent from the mountain. It was his favorite technique. Everyone around was incredibly tense. This was the moment of truth, and a lot would be decided now. Although this Battle of the Titans was very interesting to watch, due to the tension, few people enjoyed it. Charles was able to strike with his sword, but stopped at the last moment so as not to kill the officer. It was incredible. Could this young adventurer really defeat a special forces officer? Bart admitted defeat, given their vast difference in levels. It was time for memories again. He remembered the last time he saw his father in the hospital. The father apologized to his son for working all the time and not finding time to teach Bart anything. The hostages were in danger, so his father didn't wait for reinforcements and went to fight the bandits alone. The bandits were neutralized, but his father was seriously injured, which cost him his life. Most of all, Bart was angry that he had come to terms with reality and could no longer hold on to his own ideals. He looked at Charles and said that he agreed to act on his plan. He could no longer blame the system for everything in the world. It was incredible, Charles admitted to the senior officer of the Special Forces. Now they will join forces and be able to defeat the boss and stop the disaster. It was as if the senior officer had a heavy burden lifted from him thanks to this battle and the new plan. Fujima couldn't believe that the officer had united behind the adventurers and hoped to clear the rift. He mentioned that permission to use the key to the starry sky was given personally by Judas, and said that this was a very secret mission. The officer's actions went against the orders of the Special Forces, and this cannot end without punishment. He said that he was the one in charge of this special operation, and everything would go exactly as it had been decided from the very beginning. He can't let some adventurers risk the lives of others. He needs to show them their place. Charles reminded them that if they failed, they could use the Starry Sky Key. The risks were the same. Fujima called him an idiot and said that Charles didn't think about the consequences at all. The adventurers took command instead of the Special Forces. This news could deal a serious blow to the organization's reputation. This is an important secret mission entrusted to him by a very important man. Now they have been discovered by adventurers, and the soldier he personally took on this operation has lost to one of them. If they find out about this, Fujima will die a terrible death, so he decided to remind Bart that there is no place for a weakling like him in the Special Forces. He called the officer a naive idiot and said he would never entrust him with important tasks again. Bart replied that he understood Fujima's desperation, so regardless of the results of this operation, he would resign. This news surprised not only Fujima, but also the officer's partner, Lydia. The officer said that he wasn't the one acting like a fool. It was Fujima who was risking the lives of ordinary people. This guy can't be persuaded to change his mind, which is why Fujima hates these stupid heroes. He said that they had nothing more to talk about. The officer could stay with the adventurers and do whatever he liked. But this old agent is not going to back down so easily without a fight. He hates it when his orders are not followed. Taking this officer with you was a big mistake from the start. He decided to beat the officer to death, and then justify himself by saying that the officer had not followed the orders of his command. The officer is a very experienced warrior, but it must be admitted that Fujima is of a higher level than him. Also, at such a distance, the officer will not be able to use his class weapon, so he will be in a worse position. He is not going to give Bart a chance to escape and will fight at the distance he needs. Tiger Attack is a gladiator class skill, a technique that increases attack speed and power. Thanks to this technique, Fujima hopes to defeat an experienced Special Forces officer. He approached the officer and knocked the weapon out of his hands. Now he has a chance to win. Bart looked completely defenseless, but suddenly delivered a powerful blow with his right hand like Mike Tyson. His weapon was only a primitive ambush. He wanted Fujima to get close to him in order to start a close combat. One punch to the jaw is enough to knock you out, and even if the difference in levels is huge, it will be enough to win. We are humans. We have the same human body flaws, such as weakness before a blow to the head. The officer explained to his opponent that he would never use a class weapon against such a weak man. A person who uses his subordinates as weapons cannot threaten an officer in close combat, no matter what level he is. Bart used to defend these stupid ideals and follow all the orders of the system, but now he has resigned and will no longer do so. No one wanted to protect Fujima. Everyone understood that the officer could destroy anyone with one blow. Even though this man was a powerful warrior, he still wouldn't fight alongside them against the Rift Boss. Thus, a strike group was soon formed to fight the Rift Boss. This team can destroy anyone. The Rift Boss is probably around level 90. Little is known about him. The situation is completely different than during the battle with the Cursed Queen. But this team of adventurers has no choice. They must face this unknown force and defeat it.